Guys, I'm just going to nip into YouTube and put the link there for Ash. Just had a major problem, man.
Right.
We had I Ash hasn't he done nothing wrong except for be brutally honest about people.
Aye.
Simple as that. They don't like it. That's your fault.
Cheers, Dad.
Bring
I
it
guess
out
we
of the
don't
way.
call.
It looks like it, but he wasn't going to post it. He was walking away.
Aye, Billy Billows.
Wait, I turned. Sorry, my mic's been off there. I'm just waiting on somebody, guys. 2 minutes. I've sent him the link. I don't know what's going on here. Unless he's can't be nicked again. See what I mean?
He's in the headspace though.
Ah, he was fine. He was doing fine, but he's probably phoning a studio, right? Right, I'm in the studio. Guest, invite guest, copy link. Well, it says it's copied, right?
Okay.
So what I do there,
And then go to there.
I can do it either on, well, there it's right there. There's Wolverine. Yeah, I know that Wolverine, but I'm just trying to get, I don't know where Ashes went. I can't get a hold of him. I've sent him the link. I hope he's not away arguing with him that was just on it. You want to come back up, Wolverine? Just click the link if you want to. This is my American guy. He's a good guy. I won't mention any of your name, by the way, because I'm no Stuart. Mention his name. It's beautiful, eh? I think it's beautiful.
I might just get one for Mischief, but a smaller one.
Give me a second here, right? You've got to bring yourself out from the studio and 2 on panel. Yeah, I understand that, but he's disappeared and he told me just to come out and send it straight to him. I've put the new link in YouTube. Is it not coming up on YouTube, guys? Right, guys. No bother, Diane. Well, I was on for about an hour and a half before, so probably about hour max.
Pop over right then if you want.
I will do, dog.
Did your jacket, your scarf, and your bloody candles? Let's see if we can shift them.
Oh, I'll get them shifted. Guys, I'm sorry about all that. I know you were trying to help me there, bro. I'm back now. Can you hear me, aye? Somebody press a 1 if you can hear me. Yeah. Right, you want to come back up, Wolverine? It's going to be just me and you, though. Respect, Outlaw King, my brother. How you doing? The link's at the top. If you want to come up as well, Chris, you're welcome. Come on, come up and have a chat with me. Somebody come up and have a chat, because I'm no good at this on my end, guys. Come on, you know that. I'm learning. I think Ash is away arguing with that person that came on, because I looked at the picture, guy, and it was them. Were you in there when that happened, Outlaw? The link's at the top there, Wolverine. That's the link, and I'll get you on. Hi, Gregory. How you doing, my brother? So I don't know if he's maybe away arguing, eh?
There he is. What's going on?
Thank you, my friend. I think he's away arguing with him.
I've had StreamYards for over 3 years now, so I pretty much know everything there is
That's
to
the
know
reason I do
about.
it with him, because he talks me through it, because I'm no one for doing like live stream yards. I would go live
Oh,
only
don't
for
worry about it. Tyrant
but I
Searcher,
appreciate it.
you're going to do just fine. Don't worry about it. You just, this is just my opinion. If you keep a pure heart, all right, and and keep
You know, if
focused.
I wasn't seeing eye to eye with what he was saying, you can understand that, eh?
I can understand
And
some things you say, but there's sentences you guys use. I don't know if you're trying to get off a conversation or stay on a conversation.
he
So
wanted you to
forgive me if
explain
there's
it.
if I don't understand you.
Well, basically, we don't know, right? Assie's been using this word frauder, right? And we don't even know why. So that was the point. You were going to explain it to us what an actual frauder is.
Yeah,
And then that happened.
what the difference between a frauditor and a frauditor watcher and an auditor. What an auditor really is. I mean, if you break these things down, it started here in America, okay?
Well, you
And what
guys
it
are
comes
frauders
down
when you
to
know.
is and it's basically summed up into the 1A community known
Yeah.
worldwide, which
It's
is the
all
First Amendment community.
well.
And
Your First Amendment, you have got five bits there, right? Freedom of press, etc., right?
yeah, you
That's
got the five
that's
elements of
our
the
Article 10 of our human rights is freedom of press for us. It's Article 10. At least for
yeah,
you, it's number one.
yeah,
It's
yes,
crazy. But
yes.
I understand your law is probably better than ours.
Yeah.
And
Well,
good for
you know,
you. I'm
the
listening now.
UK is always dependent upon the US because the US, you got to remember when it came to the blue coats and the red coats, we rebelled, and that
Yeah,
is why we have the 4th of July because that's how we got our independence from United Kingdom.
United
So,
Kingdom. That's my son's
and
birthday, the 4th of July. It was yesterday. He was two.
yes, and
The
that
two.
is what makes us more profound in being the constitutional republic that we are. And a lot of people don't understand what a constitutional rights are. A lot of I have a lot of subscribers that are from the UK and different places around the world that would love to have the
The right to
constitution that
speak.
we have.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I
And
learned that because of watching channels like yourself and Accountability for All.
yeah,
I've got a few Americans I like, Sam McKean, Bay Area Transparency. But when I started doing it in Britain, I didn't know a lot of the laws. I just knew a wee bit. And every time I go out, I learn something new.
so
So,
basically, what you're saying is you just started from scratch, and you just wanted to come out, and you wanted to be a part of the part of the solution, and not
yeah,
part of the problem, right?
basically, I don't hate cops.
I don't want you to. That's not my
I don't
narrative.
like bad policing. I just don't like it.
That's not my narrative. You will never get Wolverine, aka Wolvie, to try to get another person to hate a police officer.
Yeah,
But what will get me to do is you will get me to know the what their place is, okay, and what my place is. My place in society is the steward. I'm a steward that worked
yeah.
for 27 years before an acme fell on me.
So
That's what I say about my
you got
acts.
Scottish heritage then?
You
Your
know,
name like Stuart.
I got electrocuted, but before I got electrocuted and had my accident, I worked for 27 years and paid into the system. Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
And I
That's not
still
what I
pay into
meant.
the system. I'm still paying under $4,000 right now a year for a house that's already paid for. I already paid for my house, and
I
they're
knew
taking.
that story because you've said it on your channel before. I knew about that you'd been seriously hurt in an accident.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's basically permanently disabled you, isn't it?
Yeah, I am disabled.
Yeah.
My surgeons will never ever sign off for me to do my work again. Never.
Yeah.
No. I
They would say you weren't fit enough to do it.
well, they're telling me that they disabled me from every job in the economy because I'm a liability to everybody's insurance.
In case you hurt anybody else on the job type thing.
Yeah. I have a CDL in my pocket, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can,
Yeah.
I could drive semis and trucks and stuff, and big equipment, and, the whole point of who I am and what I'm trying to get accomplished right now is that I want everybody to know out there that if you're going to be free, you got to live free. And
Everybody subscribe to Wolverine Transparency as well, guys. It's a great channel.
I
didn't mean to interrupt you, Boogie. Sorry.
I appreciate it. But I give it all back to the people, though.
We don't claim money. It's not about money for us.
Yeah,
I've never took a penny out of the channel.
I'm not.
A year I've been monetized, and I've never took up 1 pence.
I won't turn money down, but I don't ask for it. Okay. And if Wolverine, if you ever hear Wolverine asking for money, that's because I'm trying to help somebody else.
Yeah.
I did like 3 money raisers since I've been up, and I don't get into that shit. And I'm trusted in the 1A community. There's one.
That's not you. I was trying to explain to the people, right? See, you guys over there. If somebody gets arrested, you guys are straight onto a live, raising money for bail.
Yeah.
And the nearest person's getting the money sent to them, and they're going to get this guy out of jail.
Yeah.
You don't get any of that up here. They wouldn't even make a phone call to see if you were okay up here, over here, brother. They don't. And I don't think anybody would disagree with me. Most of the community hate each other, mate. And I don't dislike anybody in the community.
You know what it is? Can I can you afford my honesty?
I can take your honesty because I know you're an honest person. That's why I follow your channel. You're an honest person.
I'm going to tell you the truth. What's going on over there? And this is just my opinion, and it's a very deep, profound opinion. Okay.
Right.
The opinion is based upon jealousy and just flat out envy. Okay. When somebody gets negative attention, okay, anytime a police officer arrests somebody, that is negative attention to begin with.
Yeah.
So the bootlickers automatically say, well, yep, he did it on camera. Shame on him. Yeah. Okay. That's what the bootlickers do. The bootlickers don't care about the rules. They don't care about the fundamental facts that
they want the clicks and the views.
That leads up to what the narrative is. All right. What is the narrative? But they're too busy trying to ask why you want to insert a right that you were born with, instead of understanding that I don't need to explain it to you because it's a God-given.
It's a fundamental right. You shouldn't have to explain it.
It is. It's a God-given right, according to our Constitution was built upon Judeo-Christianity, and it is built off a natural law. And in those natural laws says, at the very, very first law says, I have freedom of speech as long as I am taking that speech, threatening you in a manner to do physical harm to you, to commit a crime against you, to hurt you, to murder you, to rape you.
If there's no victim, there's no crime.
There you go. So that's my whole point, right? Why does somebody care about me speaking on a camera over there in ABCD when you're in A? You don't. Why do you give a fuck?
Exactly. I get what you're saying, bro.
Is my camera hurting you? Oh, because I'm going after your masters. See, this is what they don't like, and I'm going to talk it the way it really is.
A lot is jealousy.
And the house brother is sitting there, which is called over here in America, which is called a house nigga. Okay.
Yeah.
That they're always begging for the master's crumbs. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're telling me because this cop looks the other way for you, okay, because you got so much polish around your mouth that you deep throated the whole boot, and he knows that you are already brainwashed.
The
So
bootlickers, I get what you're saying, yeah.
that's all they're telling me is that they are professional bootlickers and they know how to use the cop's amenity along with his ability to decide whether he's going to punish them or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you see what I'm saying?
And that
And
thing, what? There was
too.
a thing in America and New York. You'll know about this when I say it, right? They were giving out cards to their families and that. And this cop said, "No, I've had enough of this." And he started issuing them tickets, even though they had these to get out of jail free cards, basically for driving offences. In New York, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that cop ended up getting put to a wee tiny village, demoted, everything. They treated him like crap because he wouldn't accept these privilege cards. I don't know what they're called, but I'd heard that one. But anyway, on you go, brother. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, it is your panel. I don't want to, steal your.
No. We want to hear what you're saying, and we're listening because that's the big difference between the two countries. You guys support each other, and our guy, well, most of you,
Not really.
nobody over here does.
No, I think it's more of an illusion that we do than when we actually do. If you want me to be honest with you, bro.
You be honest, because I know you're an honest guy. That's why I like when I watch your videos. You tell the truth. You're always truthful. You don't hold back. You've got nothing to hide.
It's just that the difference is between our countries and your countries is our country is freer than yours to do.
Yeah, definitely.
We're not enslaved as bad as you are. Okay.
Our human rights didn't matter. They'll breach them every day. We've only got human rights.
Canada is their socialism has turned into Orwellian totalitarianism, which is a dictator. All right. Yeah. And we've got dictators dictating, and that's why we got our independence. Remember, yesterday was all about getting away from that dictation.
Yeah.
All right.
I only know that because it's my son's birthday, by the way. The 4th of July is Independence Day in America, guys.
It set up a narrative from directive policy, which is called directive policy is called constitutional law. Operating standard procedure is corporate law. So when you
what law does that? Does the first one you said there?
Constitutional law.
Constitutional law. That's what he works on, doesn't it?
Yes, that's what most people. That's why most of us that are called auditors over here. I'm not an auditor. I'm just like I said, I'm just a
guy that wants your rights to be respected.
I'm a constitutional journalist, and that's what my journalistic ID says anyway. And so my point is that I really don't hate
cops either. That's the thing about you. You don't hate cops.
I don't hate them. No. I want to promote a good police officer, memorialize behavior, and ostracize the tyrants.
Yeah,
what I want to do.
That's what needed done, by the way, because you have got a few tyrants over there, and I've seen a few videos where they're really out of order. They should know the laws before they're trying to charge somebody or whatever, get IDs and that, and they've not even got a law that they're accusing them of half the time.
Do you know that the very law that they always they try on us first? There's two laws that they're go-tos, okay, which is obstruction or disorderly conduct. Okay, disorderly conduct has disturbing the peace, breach of peace, or harassment. All right, so it's all same behavior, but it's written in our constitutional law. If you look under disorderly, line 5, and look at the very last sentence in there. It defines what harassment is, right? And then it goes to say
a continued course of action or something, innit?
and
it 3 times or something.
It goes into a full different exception to
what people think it is. It's different.
You know what the exception is?
Yeah, I know what an exception is. Yeah.
Okay, so the exception in that whole paragraph, after it defines what harassment is, it says unless this person's engaged in a constitutionally protected activity or with a purpose, you can. That's the exception to the harassment law, because the press is always going to press the issues. That's what we do.
That's
okay,
what they're there for.
And that's what keeps the balance.
But
if you balance, like look at what Kim Jong-un did over there. Kim Jong-un, he is the one that supplies the press passes. Do we want a dictator giving us press passes anywhere in any country?
We don't need them here in Scotland or over there, because it's a right.
But that's where it came from. There's a narrative.
Yours is the First Amendment, but ours is Article 10 of the Human Rights, is freedom of press.
Hey, are you on a computer right now?
Say again, brother?
Are you on a computer or are you on the phone?
I'm on a phone right now. My computer's broken. I'm waiting on a new one coming.
I would show you.
King will look anything up we want. He's made a comment there, and I agree with him a bit, because see, English law is different than Scottish law. We're from Scotland, some of us, and our laws are slightly different than the rest of the UK. So that's what his comment is. He's not going to go at you. He's just saying it's slightly different in Scotland than it is in England. The whole of the UK's not got the same laws, because we've got our own government in Scotland.
Yeah.
So ours are slightly different, is what he's saying.
I understand.
What you want me to look up, and I'll get out what to do it. What is it you want me to look up?
No, what I was going to show you was an example. All right. I don't care about getting credit. I don't care about getting subscribers. I don't care about all that other stuff. My whole point, Carl Stevenson, you've been around a while.
He knows both sides of the border. I've met Carl, and he's a great guy.
The bad, the ugly in me. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Being the defensive prick back to very offensive pricks inside this community is very, very unreal. I'm taking on 19 people because I've been right the whole time. It's just that the narrative, once they catch me, what they would call triggered, because they got triggered because I told them to do something and they couldn't do it, or they didn't want to do it, or it embarrassed them, and then they
were right, but you
start trolling me, turning down my mic, making things that would be adjective and disrespectful to people, and they just totally disrespect you, and then get you while you're redressing the disrespect. Okay, and then they're outright war. Okay, and so they're making their people believe, right, that this guy is a total asshole behind the scenes, when what they did was take a baseball bat to a lion's cage.
Yeah,
they start
basically to make you get a bit angry, blah blah blah.
And that is why
you're like that all the time.
And that is you give the bootlickers, every time people do that, they give the bootlickers more ammunition to say, that is why we don't like you people. And we like you arguing with each other like that, because all it does is show that an unsuccessful auditor got played by the police. Now he's mad and he can't take it out on the cop, so he comes to the next guy, which is a guy like me, or a guy like the next guy that's out here fighting for his rights, and uses them as their stepping stone. Okay, and that is what happens out here. That is what happens big time. You
Obviously, we didn't see that part of it. We only see the bits that people are showing you, saying, "Oh, we're raising money to get this person out and that," but they're all actually basically the same as us, behind each other's backs. They're carry on nice people, some of them. I'm not saying everyone. The link's at the top, Ash. I sent it to your messenger as well, brother.
like right there, like Carl Stevenson, look what he just said. He basically said that I was wrong, which obviously he doesn't understand that I never made a statement stating.
No, he's not saying that you're wrong. He's saying that it can be hard not to get drawn in.
Wrong on W. Where's the wrong? What did I do? What am I saying or what am I doing that's being wrong about the laws? I never said that your laws wasn't different from mine. I never said that.
On about Outlaw King, it said the laws. It wasn't Cal. It was Outlaw King. It says that you're a bit wrong because the Scottish law is different than the rest of the UK. Is what he was
talk about the language barrier. So I don't know what Abbott wrong on. What's Abbott wrong? What is that?
Outlaw, you still there? You want to say what you thought he was saying wrong? I think what he means is basically if you were talking about British law, let's say, when you were making your explanation about what you do, he's saying it's a bit different in Scotland because the laws are slightly different as to what he's saying. I don't think he was having a go saying you were wrong like that. Because what you said is the truth. You were basically talking about your American side here.
Okay, all right. So I'm just trying to explain it from my point of view, how things are so fake. Yeah. And then people interpret that. And then because they say it happened, people automatically believe and go on those lies, deception, and then carry it on. Okay, maybe if I ever wanted to be a real bad troll, I could be one of the baddest trolls on YouTube if I wanted to.
But you're not like that. I've watched you so many times, and you've never been like that. So you're not that type of guy.
I'm trying to take somebody through the gutter just because I got a superiority complex. I mean, Jesus Christ. So, some of these people out here are just just ridiculous.
And but there's a lot of them out there, to be honest.
Sidetrack.
They don't show you that side of them, a lot of them, while they're on film.
I want to say what Wolby's saying. Wolby is saying one thing. Always record the police. Always read your directive law. Never read your operating standard procedure. Never go into see, even there, you guys got a corporate. You guys got corporations. All right.
We have to sign a document to basically say we accept. In Scotland anyway, but.
So your whole traffic law, understand this when I say this to you.
Yeah.
Your whole traffic law was written in corporate law. It wasn't written in your
laws are acts, aren't they? Or we call them acts. I don't know what you call them, corporate law, whatever. But we call them acts, and they aren't actually laws because you have to agree to acts to be part of it. Basically, it's like when one of your guys say we're traveling, we're no driving. If you get what I'm saying. They're called sovereign citizens, I think, aren't they, a year bit?
Well, it's kind of like the North and the South. There's still a language barrier, and it has a lot to do with education. That's all I'm going to say. You know, education is everything. If you can't educate yourself and understand what up and down means, then I have had a lot of people argue to me what is up and what is down. Yeah. When it was clearly up was up to me, and they were trying to say up is down. That's the equivalence of what I've said, and I'm going to use this example like I had before. That's like a guy coming out on a stage with 300 or 400 people. All right, that's butt ass naked, and his penis is slinging from the right and the left, and he's trying to tell everybody in the crowd that he is not.
Penis.
He's not. He's not naked.
Aye, I get it, bro. I get what you're saying. Aye.
And I'm just slinging it from left and right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On the stage, trying to tell you that I'm not naked when I clearly am. All right.
Clearly
That's
see it,
what
yeah,
happens
I
on
get what you're saying.
gas YouTube. And then when you get these trolls that get involved, they're
He's cut off, guys. He'll need to come back on in a second. I don't know what's happening. Ash, click the link and come up, man. Anybody else want to come up and hear crack as well? Wolfie will be back in a minute. I just don't know what happened to his thing there. But aye, the declaration he had, bro, if you're right, by the way, Outlaw King, I agree with you. Our law is different and they're similar, but we've got different rights than the English people and that. We've no trespass law except for on the railway line, have we? It doesn't happen. There's Wolfie back, guys. He's back. You're back, Wolfie.
All right, man. All right, sorry about that. I hit the wrong button.
No, you're brand new, brother. Don't even worry.
Good.
We're interested in what you're telling us because we didn't get enough of this over here.
Yeah, I got you. Anyway, so I'm not gonna stay up here long because I gotta go. I gotta go do a few things, but I just wanted to say that yeah, there are major differences in how your corporate law compared to our corporate law. Okay.
Yeah.
But our constitutional law and your constitutional law was written on the same premise. It was, believe it or not, in the United Kingdom, right? In England, it was all still written on the law of Moses. And a lot of people don't know the natural law of the law of Moses. Don't rob, don't kill, don't steal, don't covenant something that don't belong to.
Like 5 or 6 actual crimes. The rest
Yeah.
are acts.
Yeah, exactly.
Murder, treason. There's only 5 or 6 that are actual crimes.
Yeah.
In the law, and the rest are just acts.
Right. Right.
I don't know about the English people.
That sounds about right to me. That sounds about right. You know,
me being
as far as
and I don't consent to any of their acts.
right.
I do not consent to go into any contract with the government. If I've committed a crime, I've not got a choice.
So unfortunately for me and the rest of us slaves over here in America,
yeah,
we all have social security numbers. We're going to be slaves to that, no matter what.
You have to give that to the police when they stop you.
I'm not giving them anything.
I know you with me, but I've seen other
in my video. You're only going to see one video of Wolfie giving up his ID, and that's when I actually ran a red light and I was guilty of it. And the guy that's sitting next to me, which was Eyes on Corruption, he's like, "Yeah, you ran the red light, bro." And I'm like, "Fuck! All right, here, officer. Here's my ID."
I remember you were standing next to the railway track. Remember that one? And I think they actually arrested you, did they not? And they said it was private property, but you were actually standing on the roadside or an easement or whatever it's called. But you were near a railway track, and they were trying to say you were trespassing on the railway track or something like that.
No, that sounds like
a long time ago, Wolfie.
I don't know if that. I think that was you're talking about Tyrant Hunter.
Media, maybe.
That's NC Tyrant Hunter. That's Jeff.
Jeff, that's who it was. Yeah. Sorry, I thought it was you.
Yeah, no. I did an audit with him before. He came to Detroit and he put Taylor on the map because Taylor was just really bad. And ever since Taylor violated his rights and my rights, I bit that ass and I won.
Because I'm a guy that's not going to take any bullshit for anybody.
I ain't taking it.
I've noticed about you.
I come up with a clean slate too for one reason. I treated them respectful the same day where they were being tyrannical, and I showed the bootlicker no matter how good you act with these people, they're still going to violate your rights.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't matter what you how nice you are to these cops. When they approach you, they've got their plan before they even get out of the car. They know I'm going to get this guy for this or that or that. They know what they're doing.
Look, I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. Okay, so if you think that you're going to get me to save time and violate my rights, They got about they're got to be out of their cop-picking minds to think that they're gonna violate my rights.
But that's because you know your rights. No, everybody knows their rights, Wolfie. That's the problem.
They don't want to. A lot of people don't want to.
They just
They
want to consent and hand over all their documents and that when they've not even done anything.
they want to stay in their utopia.
Yeah. And
You
that's
know?
why they troll people like yourself, because you stand up for your rights. But they didn't understand you're standing up for their rights as well. They don't understand that. You're doing it for everyone to show them, and they don't like it.
Yeah.
Far too many trolls. I mean, I'm only a small channel, 1600, but I still get trolls that give me bad comments and that. Oh, you're baiting the police. I've never went to a police station and haven't been approached within the first 5
Have you
minutes.
ever engaged them? Engage some of them.
I do.
Try to engage the side of them portraying that baiting for some reason. Where is baiting against the law?
But even
Any more than them sitting on the side of the road being a road pirate and trapping us. Tell me what the fuck the difference is, please. Any bootlicker that's listening.
To me, right, the ones that have done it to me have said, you're going there baiting the cops. But I've never approached a cop. They've always approached me. I've never spoke a word to them. So how am I baiting them? Just by standing filming? That's no baiting them. I'm doing it.
Hell, I usually don't say a word to them until they say something to me.
Well, when I answer these trolls, all I ever say is, look, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for every one of you as well included. And sometimes it does change their mind, but most of them are just that thoughtless that they didn't even care that you're doing it to help out.
Dude, everybody wants to be a victim. Everybody.
Exactly.
And if you come against the victims that believe in government, oh Lord, watch out. Government's their God.
But the
So
problem is,
anytime
right,
that you start
starts with
checking
the
these
government.
bitches, every time you start checking these bitches, they look at you as a shot caller, right? And you're like, wait a minute, I ain't no shot caller.
I get you. But to me, the government, we're here to check on them because nobody else is doing it at the end of the day. And I think the government need checked. And I'll be honest with you, probably 90% of the government is crooked. Over here anyway. I don't know about you. You're using maybe 100% will be, but we're at least 90%, I would say. And I'm talking the top politicians. Us in Scotland, what was she called? She's not a prime minister to us. She's anyway. She's just had to resign. They raided her house for her husband, and then a couple of weeks later they raided the house because of her, and then she resigned the next day. So they obviously found someone. It's not came out yet what, but she's resigned, and she was running Scotland. She's been running it for years, to be honest. You'll probably can outlaw how long she's been running it. It's saying, are you dropped out again? You back? He's dropped out again, guys. I don't know. It keeps coming and going for him. It must be his connection, eh? But I get what he's saying, guys. Because, I mean, I've watched him for a long time. And he's no the type of guy that's confrontational. He's no baiting police. He's just filming in public. That's all he's doing. And then telling them not to breach his rights, basically. So I didn't see a problem with it. I might be Scottish. Are you Scottish? No, you're from Doncaster. That's what you're telling me, eh? You're definitely Scottish because we own you. 9 years. She was 9 years. There you go. And why resign so quick? They obviously found someone, eh? They had to. Or maybe it was her man's stuff they found. I don't know. But I don't know what's going to happen with them. At the end of the day, they need to get somebody that's going to be honest. We need an honest person. And I like the wee woman. I'm not saying that, Outlaw. I'm not saying that at all. I did like the wee woman. But I'm not a voter because that's me putting my name to a contract. I don't fill in my paperwork to say where I live or anything like that. I've never renewed my birth certificate because when your parents do your birth certificate, you're called master until you turn 7, and then you become your name in block capitals. I've never had another one. The very first one I had that my mum got is the one I used to get married, put it that way. And I've only been married 25 years. You're back, Wolvie. Sorry, brother. Can you hear us? You've got your volume off. He's speaking, guys, but his volume's off. Turn your volume on. You're muted. Somebody write, Wolvie, you're muted. I think he's sort of understanding, but I can't see if he is or no. It's your microphone that's off, Wolvie. I don't know if you can hear us. I can't write a comment, guys, so if somebody else wants to write his mic's off, he'll maybe hear us. Yeah. Oh, he can hear us, right? Aye, right. He's going to turn it back on soon, I think. He can hear us. It's not my end, it's his, he's saying. I'm just double check it. No, he's here. He's got out the car light. Still can't hear you, brother. He'll be back in a second again. It wasn't us, because I checked all that straight away, because I've done it to other people, but it's no my end. The Orkney Isles, is that, they try to break away from the rest of Scotland, like, Outlaw? To be part of Norway, right? Is it, that must be close then to Norway. Guys, if he's not coming back on, somebody come up and here chat with us. Come on. We can chat about anything. Where did Ash go again? He bugger off again. You still there, Ash? I don't know, man. A couple of people tonight have fell out with Ash, and it was a UK Transparency. I don't know if you were in at that time. I don't think you were in, Kay Stevenson and Outlaw King at that time. They were saying Ash copied and pasted an article for Google and put it on his Twitter, and it seemingly gave AB's address, but I don't know. So I never seen it, and I follow Ash on Twitter, but I never seen the article. So we'll have to wait and see. Guys, are you hearing me okay, aye? I'm not sure what's happening here. Maybe they can't even hear me. Brilliant. Thanks, Kay. I think your man's just gave up because he was out and about in the car there. I don't think he's going to try and come back, but I mean, he's got his points, right? But their laws are completely different than ours. I just wanted somebody to try and explain a bit about it, because I had accountability for always going to come on, but he's obviously doing something else now. That was earlier on, and he disappeared for the chat, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I just and I was meant to be promoting Hangman Audits tonight, and I told him, and I sent him messages, and I told him during the day in his live and all, and he's not turned up tonight either. Shetlands is close enough, but right. So do we still claim that we own America then, seeing we owned it back then? Can we still claim that we own it? No, I know we gave it back. That was just a joke, by the way, guys. You know that. I'm not that stupid. I just look stupid. Are you working on Friday, Chris? Because I've got a big, massive story I could do with some help on. Yeah, definitely. I agree there, Kay Stevenson, yeah. I've got 3 videos I'm putting together on Friday, guys, to make into one. It'll be released on Saturday. It's about, I can tell you on here, it doesn't really matter. It's about the Luke Mitchell story. He's been in prison for 18 years for killing his 14-year-old girlfriend. Without any evidence, they convicted the 14-year-old lad. And 4 years ago, after he passed numerous lie detectors from Americans and the newspapers over here, etc., blah, 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 they offered him, if he would admit that he killed her, they would let him out there, and then after he'd done 14 years, guys. And he said, no, I'll never admit to anything that I didn't do. I'll stay here for the rest of my life if I have to. Big up respect, Dodgy Badger. Thanks for coming in. You're going to the Formula 1 tomorrow night? Oh, you're some boy, you. Where is it? In Britain? Is this the British one, like? Outlaw King's going away to the Formula 1 guys. He doesn't want to come and help me on my audit. It's okay, I've got my backup for Edinburgh coming. The new guy. We need to get him up to over 1,000 guys. He's only at 400 and something, so I know Ash was going to speak to Sam Joaquin, and I was going to speak to Accountability for All to put out his videos and try and get him over 1,000, because he goes out on his own, guys. But I mean, he's only got 400 now, and he's been doing it for 3 years or something, so I don't know what's stopped him from getting there. But you need the 1,000 to go live, because if you're out there on your own, they will breach your rights and delete the footage. You know that yourself. That'll be great. Oh man, I'd love to go. I love the Formula 1. I've never been, but I love it. But my favourite of them all is the darts. I go to the darts when I can. I like the darts, especially the Scots players. So where are we? Right, there's Dodgy saying hi to everyone, Guy. Dodgy Badger's in the house. Good to see you, Dodge, my friend. He's on 503 after his live today. Good. I've shared his link in my Facebook page, my Instagram, my YouTube community page, and somebody's there. Wait a minute, it's going to be Wilby. There's Wilby back, guys. You're back, Wilby. We can hear you.
Yeah, I just went to the store.
Did you buy a soda drink?
Nah, I'm just
You're my friend. I'm only...
my stomach.
Are you feeling okay, like?
Yeah, I'll be all right.
I'm going to. There's Hangman's page going across the screen, guys. If anybody wants to subscribe to Hangman, we need to get Hangman to 1,000, because he goes out on his own a lot, and you need to be able to go live, because they'll delete his footage and abuse him. I know they will. I know what they're like. But I'm glad he got a few more today. Thanks for putting that up as well, Outlaw. Thank you, my friend. Aye, but what were we saying about that before you left there, Wilby? Appreciate it.
I forget. I was trying to get it to connect. What happened was when you got your Wi-Fi in your home and you walk out into
Yeah.
my truck, it automatically switched from G5 and it screwed up everything. So
Right. So yours would went onto your phone line, whereas in the house it's obviously a lot stronger.
yeah, my Wi-Fi is a lot. Well, G5's okay, good. It's still good out there. It's just that when it switches right from Wi-Fi, it shuts down that whole connection, and then it put me back in your basement, and you never brought me back up. And when you did,
I brought you back up, but you disappeared straight away, and we
right,
couldn't hear you.
that's
We couldn't hear you.
that's because of that bad connection. It was still going off cookies that was opened up under the Wi-Fi, so I actually had to get out and come back in. I said, you know what? I'm gonna wait till I get back home.
I mean,
You know,
you're obviously not that far if you've been in the car anyway, and you're been to the shop, so you can't be far away from home anyway, are you?
I mean,
Few miles.
my G5 network is good. Okay, it's just that on StreamYards, depending on what the host is using, are you on an iPhone?
I'm on an iPhone, brother. Yeah, iPhone 14i.
Pure, that tells me everything. Your connection with the cookies, it's something to do with the
Useless.
okay? And it's that for some reason it doesn't match up, and it's
Right.
either whatever. There's two options. I probably should have went through the options before I just
But
got out. But
normally I would do it on my laptop, but it's actually broken right now, so I'm just waiting on a new one coming. So,
yeah,
but I'm thinking there's a new computer out, and it's like 600 quid, right? And it's a touch screen, guys. I was thinking about getting one of them.
touchscreens. Yeah, they're cool.
It's a touch screen computer, and it's only £589. I mean, you're going to pay that for a decent laptop anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about getting that. So that's my plan.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see how quick they can get it to me. That's a problem. So
Yeah.
at least Hangman's been getting a few subscribers today, then, Outlaw, because he was only on 440 odds during the day when I was speaking to him. He's up at 503 already, guys. But I did ask him to come on tonight, and we would shout him out a few times, but I don't know what's happened. He said he would be here, but he didn't come.
Just know this, Tyrant Searcher. Understand when I say this, and I say this with great dental. All right.
Yeah.
People out here do not want to see you succeed. Okay.
Yeah.
The majority of the people that are in your chat do not want to see you succeed. Okay. Especially if you get big and you get bigger and you get bigger. That's why I tell people just to go fuck off. I mean, if you're here to tell me what to do on my channel, you could easily turn that channel off and go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
That's
not
how.
here to be big, put it that way. I'm just here to try and make sure that they're doing their job right. I don't want to be big.
There you go. There you go. And when people are trying to tell you who to hang out with or what to do or try to take your judge of character away from you because you like somebody and they don't like somebody and they're trying to get you not to, and
there's a lot of that goes on. But
fake ass respect out there.
Now, they're in every one of my chats and they're great people.
Yeah, cool.
Because you know when somebody comes in that you don't know, then that's when you start thinking, who's that?
15,000 subscribers and up, you know.
What have you got, 50,000 now?
Huh?
You've been doing all right then. There's Hangman typing on a thingy right now to me, guys. Snapchat. Okay. Can you
Well,
tell him to come over, this guy? Give me a second. I'll just be 1 second, guys.
Trying to figure out what you just said.
Hear me, guys, aye. We are live on UK. over. Right. That's him just back in for work. That's what it is. So he is going to come in a minute, I think. We'll see.
Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time. You take care of
You're
yourself.
not anybody's time. You've done us proud. You've kept us talking, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to take up any, like, because see, there's stuff that I understand that other
We
people
wouldn't
ain't,
understand
and
everything you're saying.
I want to be able to feel comfortable and have the liberty of knowing that the people that I'm speaking to are have not put a knife in my back. And
Right.
sometimes I go to other people's streams and I see that. I can ignore it, but
Yeah.
they're going to have to learn for themselves who people are and who they're rooting for. If you go and watch other people, especially go to the guys that are in the middle, and you'll see guys that are switching sides left, and them guys you'll never be able to trust. Though,
See, like you're saying there,
above
see
that,
Kay
above
Stevenson, both sides of the border, and what he's just said is true. He only watches channels he supports, and that's the truth. And I see him when I go to American channels, and I see him over here. And no, he's not trying to hear a troll. He's not talking about MD in particular here. He's just talking about in general. Stevenson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, only if you would, if you're taking what I'm saying literally, I guess that's on your conscience.
No,
Hello.
I think what he's meaning.
I'm
is-
speaking to every voice that can hear me.
Yeah,
If
you're
you're
speaking-
taking offense to that, that's probably
He's
you.
not taking offence. That's not what he's meaning. What he's trying to
I'm not going to go back on what I
He
said.
only watches channels he supports. Is what he's saying.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
I know
You're
what
saying
you
Kay
mean. I know
Stevenson
you
saying that.
like I said in the beginning, I don't care what people think. I really don't, because I know they're fake. They're
Look,
fake. They
you
sit
can't-
on both sides of the fence with the cheeser,
Yeah.
smiling like a little bitch, and it's like, how can you do that to yourself? It's like, who hurt you that bad growing up to where you think that it's okay to want to see people hurting? I don't get that.
I didn't get that either. I agree with you.
Why you'd want to punish somebody with the same attributes the bootlickers do. I don't get it. That don't make sense to me. I don't even wish that stuff on my enemies.
See, me personally, right?
I don't wish jail on my enemies.
I don't watch in this country, but I'm never going to go out and say bad things about them. I'm saying this and that. That's not me. I'm not like that. I can't do that. I'm honest. If I seen them face to face and I didn't like them, I'd probably tell them.
Yeah,
but
you should.
I wouldn't go onto their chat and say I don't like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a bit outlaw. Give the dogs a big hug, brother. Yeah, you've got to be honest at the end of the day. If you can't tell somebody something to their face, don't bother saying it at all, eh? That's the way I see it.
Yeah. I'm just here to support you, dude. I seen that you guys are trying to share and spread your likeness, and that's all I do. I know that you're on the same side I am, and you just want to live free, and you don't want to live in a place where somebody could just easily say something not like you, and all of a sudden you're behind you're in torture cuffs and you're about to go into a rape cage. That don't make sense.
And it's not right just for somebody saying it. It's
Yeah.
going to be taken by their word. We call it hearsay here. I don't know if it's the same what you call hearsay. If somebody's saying something about you to a cop or something, it's just hearsay. But cops will still come to you and try and get you to incriminate yourself.
Yeah.
It's bad for trying to create crimes here. And they don't have body cams. That's why they do it.
Well, you guys keep moving for them. You'll get them.
That's my whole aim.
To your George Floyd right now over there.
Yeah.
So That'll spread like wildfire, and you'll get.
14-year-old lassie won the Nobel Peace Prize for that, eh? Or was
Yeah.
it was the Nobel Peace Prize for the video, wasn't it? She did that. That was good on her, and she was brave because the cops
Yeah.
kept telling her to get back. Remember, and she was just no going.
Yeah.
They murdered that guy for nothing, man. That was bad. They didn't even
Man,
find the fake note, did they?
They do that shit every day.
Every day, yeah.
Every day.
In America.
Every day they're doing that shit. Somewhere in America right now, somebody's getting thrown down to the ground and being beat on and thrown in a cell for absolutely nothing but attempted cop. That's what it is. It's an attempted cop.
What was that guy years ago, the black guy that they beat up with the car, remember?
Yeah.
Years and years ago.
Yeah.
That was a bad one, and it was all caught on camera, and I don't think any of the cops got charged with anything of that. I don't know if the boy died, but they beat the living daylights out of him. I can't mind his name. I do know it, Kay. It was a famous case. They dragged him out in the motorway and they beat the crap out of him. Aye, King, that's right, aye.
Yeah, you're talking about
Rodney King. Sorry, brother.
You're talking about the Rodney King thing.
The Rodney King, that's it, aye. It was Rodney King. I thought it was.
That was the first big case of the 80s.
Did the cops get done with that? No.
No, the first big case of the 90s. Yeah, the cops got retried. They found him not guilty, and then the people started rioting, and then the prosecutors prosecuted him and gave him time.
But that's with George Floyd as well, because at the end of the day, they were trying to sweep it away.
Well, they didn't convict him first time. Rodney King, it took a couple times. It took a few riots.
Yeah, it did. And at the end of the day, right? Yeah. You'll know the story, will be from America, right? There was a young kid about a month before that. I think he was 12 or 14, and he was killed by the cops in a play park. And there was nothing said about it. And then this George Floyd thing happened, and then it was all up in the air. They were killing. I was a young black kid, but I think he was only 12 or 14. They tried to accuse him of having a gun or something, and he didn't. And these cops pulled up on him. There's a video out there on YouTube about it, and they shot the young guy, and he never had a weapon at all. They killed him. And he was a kid. It was ridiculous, and you never heard much about it.
Yeah.
And then but it's every day in America, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Well, let's look at the time when, if you look at the Utah Cop Watch, one of his videos called Chasing Allen.
Yeah.
If you look that one up and watch that, the substance to that was his mother was winning a lawsuit, the federal government, driving without a license. Okay. And she had her case proven, and she's winning that case right now. And her son decided to follow exactly into her steps. And when he did, his only mistake was carrying his gun with him. His lawful right.
He was lawfully carrying it. Yeah, I was supposed to say it was.
And they said, "Oh, gun!" And they shot him.
Shot him. Assholes, man.
They blew his head off, man.
You know why though? Because there's no accountability. It starts at the top, and they learn that nothing's going to happen to them if they do that. Most of the time.
They know they're murderers. You know they're murderers.
We all know that.
Carl, the people listening to us right now, they know that they're murderers, right? Oh. Why can't we do anything about it?
You know why they know? And that's why they're listening, because they know what they're like, and they listen to these conversations because they want to know what's happening, because they don't like it the same as us. It's crazy, honestly. I done a police station a while back there, and in 7 years, I thought there was 3 killed, and I was just told tonight by Van der Koska there was actually 7 of them killed in the last 10 years at that station. And Kirkcaldy's not a big town. It's decent size, but it's not massive. So I'll have to be paying it another visit.
When we look, especially, let's talk about George Floyd for a second.
Right, let's go on. Aye.
That down real quick.
Do you know
right?
about that though? What I like about that is they jailed the cop, and
Yeah.
because normally they would get away with it. You know that.
The problem with the George Floyd, the bigger problem that really hasn't been
He was a criminal.
Hasn't been articulated correctly in my and disseminated another point of view.
Yeah.
The point of view is how many people that were watching this officer that worked with him that have badges that took an oath to protect us.
None of them stepped in.
Okay, how there was 3 more of them standing there watching this cop with his knee on his neck. Now,
did some of them get in jail as well, though, will we?
In my opinion, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, I don't know if they got the jail.
No. Hear me out. I understand all of that. We already know what happened. I'm trying to tell you what wasn't elaborated.
Told, right.
I'm trying to tell you what wasn't elaborated enough. Okay, so let's just do it like this. Me and you were rap partners. We're committing a crime. Okay,
right.
I'm the lookout. All right, you're committing a crime, and I'm watching out for you.
Yeah,
they kept us both. They hold me just as accountable as they did you for watching out for you.
Yeah, you get the same charge as me because
exactly. So. If you murder a person, I'm going to jail for murder.
Yeah, I get that.
That's what they did to him, and they did not charge them with murder. No. And I want those motherfuckers charged with 2nd-degree murder, and I want them doing all day.
Did they got done with failure to intervene or something like that?
They got away with it, man. I don't give a damn whether they got him charged or not. Even the cop that killed him, his sentence is not good enough.
What did he get? 8 years?
Yeah, what the fuck is 8 years?
Fuck, we get 8 years over here. For
I did.
Someone and they don't die, we get 8 years.
You do know that, right? At his age, I did 5 years spinning on my head. That's easy.
I
got a bit in.
Right? I've got a past. I got 11 and a half years because I stabbed 2 guys that were attacking.
There you go. There you go. So you know 8 years ain't fucking worth any shit when you're guilty of 2nd degree.
I didn't kill anybody and I got 11 and a half. You know what I mean?
There you go. That's my point. And people know my stuff, but that one's already done.
You're like me, you tell them so nobody can
Governor, listen to me. Our governor signed a petition into law. That you can get up to 3 cases if they're over 10 years of age. All right, you can get up to 3 cases taken off. So if you got 9 felonies and 3 felonies on each case, you could get them taken off.
You can get them taken off your record.
Yeah, and that's what I did. I am very lucky because. The guy, I went to prison for the same thing. A guy pulled a gun on me and I took care of my business.
Right, I get you, bro. We'd all do these things for our families anyway, so
yeah.
I don't care what MD says. If they wouldn't do that for their family, they're not any man in my eyes.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you, I wanted to murder them guys that night. I really did. Yeah. And I will never hide that for MD. They were attacking my wife, and my 2 kids have woke me up, and my wife's getting attacked for 2 grown men in the garden.
Yeah.
And I've just went in and stabbed them. I didn't care.
Yeah, I hear you.
Nobody's touching my family ever.
Hey, man, I only got your story to go on, man, and I don't trust the motherfuckers that are gaslighting us. So I'm going to go with your story before I go with theirs.
Look,
You know?
everything that I say is checkable. I
Uh,
told my people for day one what I done because at the end of the day, if you don't tell them, somebody's going to try and out you.
yeah.
So you just
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Let them out me all they want. I don't give a shit. That don't mean that
Stevenson
don't to me.
commented that what you were saying, we're all guilty of murder, they cops.
If I get a channel that is so big that is talking shit, I'm just going to go to YouTube arbitration and I'll sue them because my record is being taken off, and that's lupius and lawful, and I can collect punitive damages off of you.
You see, you could, if that's taken off your record, basically it's expunged, so it's not
Yeah.
it's not there anymore. So you can't
Exactly. You can't hold that against me, and you're not allowed. You're not allowed to say anything because it's not on a lien to be taken to be. Even if I committed another crime, they can't even bring that shit up.
Yeah, I get you. See, the thing about it, where we come from, right?
Yeah.
If it's a serious crime like what I done, it'll never come off your record, right?
Yeah.
The smaller crimes and that, I think they can be expunged after 10 years, but you've got to apply for it. You can't, they won't just do it. You have to apply for it to happen. So,
Yeah.
but for the serious crimes, they'll never take them off your record, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, there's not a lot you can do about that. You've just got to get on with it. And that's going to be with me for the rest of my life. But I'm 47 now, so I don't care.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean?
No, we don't care. Yeah.
When you're young, it bothers you. Oh, I've done this to somebody. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Now I don't care. I know I've done the right thing because I've grown up now. And if I didn't do that, I'd have felt so bad that
Now,
that happened to my wife.
I do, in fact, think people that are murdering people for no reason at all. I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about people that are trying to rob or steal or kill or do something unlawful and kill you while they were doing it.
Yeah.
I think they belong in prison for the rest of their lives.
And
And
that does happen in your country, but over here they only get 15 years and things like that for killing someone. Your country, they can get 100 and odd years.
And if you're murdering people because you got caught, I mean, there's all kinds of things that happen over here, you know, and it's disgusting. Most of it's disgusting, and that's why.
You're talking about K. Stevenson. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. On you go again. I'm listening. I was just letting him know I seen his comment. Yeah, it's disgusting that they're getting murdering people, and some of them are getting away with it, like you say.
Yeah.
And it's not right. A life for a life is probably the right way to go about it, in my eyes.
Yeah.
Or anybody that hurts a kid needs to be jailed for life as well. I can't cope with people like that. That's just my opinion. Personal opinion. There's no legal advice on this channel, by the way, guys.
There you go.
You've got to be, because a lot of people would take offense to you saying something like that. You know yourself. I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
That's the way I feel about it, and I'm not going to hide it because that's just the way I am.
On my channel, we'll talk about the law all we want. We just don't practice it, you know.
Yeah.
Not practicing law here. I'm just talking about it. You know, I'm just articulating
You're not giving legal advice, basically.
by the lawmakers. You know, the lawmakers have already made the facts. I'm just talking about them.
Yeah.
You know,
I get what you're saying, brother. But a lot of people wouldn't accept what you're saying. They would be saying, "Oh no, that's legal advice, blah blah blah," and all this. But it's not. I get what you're saying. You're just giving your opinion. There's too many out there that just don't care about anybody else, and that's not me. I care about the people who's getting their rights violated, even if I don't know them. That's the problem. And it's not about me. The whole lot of me doing this was never about me.
Well, okay. Let's just talk about the complexity here when we talk about our alienable. How about instead of enableable? All right. Let's call it
Hi,
alienable.
Clark. Thanks for coming in, for my friend.
Right. I'm gonna turn it into a bigger fact. Alienable rights. My inalienable rights are my alienable. You cannot lean against them. Do not lean against my rights. Period. All right. When you lean against my rights, I'm gonna push you back off me. Okay. That's like against my rights. You're leaning on me. You're too close. Your breath stinks, and you need to get the fuck up off me. That's how I'm gonna say it. You know, it's the same thing with leaning against
personal space, basically.
You cannot put a lien on my rights because I was given these at birth. These are my birthrights. You cannot take it away from me. My inalienable rights are my alienable rights given to me by God, not man.
There's no by lawmakers. They're your actual
That's what that means.
rights.
So,
I get you, yeah.
so when you have people like that say they believe in our Constitution as Americans,
Yeah.
but they don't believe in a God.
Respect
And that's
recall audits.
how to do that. They could say that, but their ignorance is bliss because as soon as you tell a tyrant that knows that they are tyrants and are listening to you,
Yeah.
okay, and you say, "Well, I don't believe in God, therefore." You taken away your own alienable rights because
Yeah.
it's
I
that
get what
main
you're saying now. They don't even believe in their own rights, basically.
by trying to have a pissing contest with another guy talking about religion, and it's stupid. It's
And
stupid.
see, I'll be honest with you. See, religion, I don't care about it. I was baptized as a Catholic as a kid, but I don't practice it.
Gotcha.
It's nothing to me. A person's color, a person's religion. It
Right.
doesn't come into my thoughts ever.
Right. And that's
I'm
why
just
you
not
heard
that
me
type
say
of person.
arguing. Now listen to what I said. Arguing about something stupid like religion.
Yeah.
Okay. I put it in there because I'm going to tell you where the word religion came from. It came from Latin, old Latin, and it means to bind or binary. So if you got rid of every religion in the world, what would you have left?
You'd have nothing, I suppose, at the end of the day, eh?
You would have state.
State, right, I get you. So everybody would be the same, though.
State is binary. So see,
Right.
that has nothing to do with God, does it?
No, obviously not. No,
So every time you
definitely not.
take God out of the picture, the state takes over. You get it?
I get you, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
So you don't want to tell the state that you don't believe in a God because you just gave your authority to them.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
You can lie to them. I would rather lie to them and say, even if I did not believe in a God, I would not want to tell a tyrant that lives in my country that has
I
power.
got my number one supporter, Marco Smith. Thanks for coming in, brother. He's my number one supporter, guys. For day one, he was my first subscriber.
Yeah, I have one of them. Jonathan Merzelli is one of mine, and Brian Butler's my number two.
You remember the early ones, eh? It's weird, like you just seem to remember them, and it's great.
Remember the only guys that have a message in my mind. They will always be administrators in my channel because they know that I am real. They know that
in your cause, what you're doing it for, they know why you're doing it. They
know
exactly. A bullshitter.
Well, and there's another guy too but he said that he would block too many people and not to give them a raise. So I'm like, okay, if you can't handle it, I won't give it to you, So, but I'm going to tell you something. You remember what you said earlier? It's not about money.
Yeah.
One guy that did donate to me,
Yeah.
a sizable donation. And once I beat my case and I didn't need his money, I offered it back to him. And I says, I didn't need this, and this is what you gave it to me for, and I want to send it.
You are. That's who
I'm
you
like,
are
how
as
do
a
you
person, no as an auditor or anything. As a person, you're that.
do you want me to PayPal it to you? And he's like, no, Adam, I gave that for you. You do what you want with it. You know, and I'm like, okay, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity, you know, because I didn't need it. I beat my case. I know that I didn't break the law, and I continue to tell that cop to fuck off.
Because you never do.
Put me to ticket.
You're not a lawbreaker.
I'm not. I don't break the law, man. Sorry.
I've never seen you breaking the law in a video that I've watched of yours, brother.
And if you do, that means I
would tell you you broke the law. Because I'm that type of person.
I broke the law, then I deserve to get what I get. But I'm not breaking the law, so.
But you're not that type of person. You never have been, bro.
Yep.
A lot of people didn't understand that. They think with you standing up for your rights.
Marco South, how you doing, buddy? Waving a hand from Detroit, Michigan, for sure.
Is he in?
Yeah. 2 miles south, Detroit City just got down, baby.
Detroit, Michigan, my friend. I've never seen you break the law, and I've seen the cops really piss on you a few times.
Yeah.
A few times, and it's not right.
Well, I won in the end. And I mean, I didn't really redress, and nobody will take my case because I think they're all tyrants. I think that the Good Old Boy Club in Michigan has some type of system to where if they don't want this case to go public, and whoever brings this to the court will have a dark, like a shadow over their.
But you know why they didn't want it to go public? They're wrong.
Their authority as a court officer for the rest of their time in the bar. I think that's what's going on here in the state of Michigan. And because media, corruption, and MCC should have it, all of us should have at least 200,000 apiece for that arrest.
Every one of you are obviously going to get a payout, or you think they're going to try and convict you of that?
Oh, they
caught on camera. They didn't turn the camera off.
You remember? We went back and I made the
complaint and that. I remember all that. It took you. He tell you to leave, remember, eh?
I put a here. Let me turn it to you. I put a citizen's arrest on the books, whether or not. I went up there and told the commander that those 4 officers was under citizen's arrest.
Yeah.
And I want them front and center, and I want their badges in your desk by the end of the day. And if they wasn't, that's on them. But I did it on the record. The record is going to be the record.
Right. The camera was running the whole time.
That's right.
But they phone them and tell them you've been on camera for 6 hours talking about setting these guys up.
And Great Lakes Water Authority with the state already sanctioned them people, and they got punished, and they got demoted, and some of them got fired. Okay, but the Detroit police, on the other hand, did not get reprimanded for it because they gave authority to people that wasn't certified. IMCO certified police officers.
Security guards, weren't they?
They were overpaid security guards.
Yeah, that's right. I remember it. And the cops are caught conspiring with them. That's a serious charge with conspiracy with different entities, isn't it?
They conspired against our rights because
all caught on your camera. It was your camera they left on, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Your video I seen.
My camera, yeah. Sergeant Moeller from the Great Lakes Water Authority that worked for the state said, well, if they just would have took a step forward past that line, then we could have got them. But Detroit came in and they took control, right? And I'm glad that they did. So basically, by that statement means that I never fucking trespassed.
Well, you actually were parked a lot further away. You were doing the street a bit, remember?
Exactly. I was parked in the street, but that's not the point. She admitted that none of them were on the property. That part where that they were trying to get us off of, that's called Brennan's Loop. It's a fucking bus stop.
It wasn't even private property. That's what I was about to
No,
say.
it's a bus stop.
And it has to be signposted to be private property over there,
Exactly. So what they did, since all that happened, they went over there, put up signs, no trespassing.
Just come on, Mark. Don't shout me, guys.
And they act like that shit never happened. Even when we went down to the 36th, remember, hey, did you watch that one video when we went down to the 36th district and got all their staff, including the judge, out on the sidewalk? You remember that?
Yeah, I remember it. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was FUBAR, straight up. It was straight up FUBAR, and it was like, we're here because you got a case against us that is false and erroneous, and we're not going to put up with this shit. It's bad enough, you guys, what you did to George Floyd. Fuck you people. We're tired of you people.
Yeah, definitely. I get it. And it taken that to happen to George Floyd for it to be brought out into the public eye. Because at the end of the day, they were killing people way before that.
Yeah.
And nothing was happening. It was getting swept under the carpet. That's what I was talking about. It was only a few weeks before it, they done that young kid in the park. And I think he was 12 or 14. And they thought he had a gun or... he didn't have a gun at the end of the day.
Wow.
And the cops got out, and within 25 seconds, they shot this kid dead.
You know, if I was there, you know what I would be saying right now? You know what I would be doing with my camera?
You'd be right in their face.
This is what I would say to your cops.
Oh, this wasn't here. This was over at your bit.
Okay, wherever it ever happened over there in Europe. Okay, I don't even know where it happened.
No,
okay,
it happened in America, but I don't. Or you're saying if it happened, then.
Yeah, I'm talking about that kid, that person that was just shot by the police over there, and them tearing shit up over there.
Yeah, right. That's just
recent. You know what I would be doing to those people right now? I'd take my camera and put it in their face, and I'd say, "Soup and sandwiches, motherfuckers! Shut this motherfucker down." That's what I would have the crowd saying that by the thousands.
Because
shut it down.
That say these things, it gets recognized. It gets the word out there.
Cannot continue to murder people that have a different opinion than you do.
Yeah.
You cannot criminalize speech. You cannot tell me what to do. Who the F are you?
But see, like, you guys can swear like hell at the cops and that, right? We can swear at the cops, but if there's a member of the public there, we get charged. We're not allowed to swear in front of the public.
I guarantee it, if you show me your disorderly conduct, all right, it's got ours. I'll tell you what ours has to. Ours has to have one thing in it, all right? And if you go back and look at the story that I just did, I debunked it in 30 seconds of that arrest when that Gaslick, whatever it was, police department. All right. When that guy arrested him for disorderly conduct, but it says
freedom of speech, isn't it?
when I went to the compiled law as a professional, okay? Yeah. As a professional that has a degree in law, that read that law, one word saved his ass. And it's called violent. If you're violently outbursting, making noise that disturbs people, then you are now guilty of disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
That is the only way a person could be a victim of disorderly conduct, is if the people were speaking threats or violence to them.
Well, that's sort of meant to be the same here, but with their no body cams, they just say what they want.
The word fuck, F-U-C-K, is not disorderly conduct.
Well, basically it's in the dictionary anyway, so it shouldn't be classed as a violent word anyway. Anything
Go back
that's in
and
the
watch that
dictionary
little
shouldn't be
video.
classed as violent.
Go back and watch that little video I did. It's 19 minutes
one you've just put
forward, all the way up to the 5 seconds where that cop said he was going to arrest him because he said the word fuck.
Wow.
He said fuck 3 times.
But that's protected speech for you guys, is it
Yes,
not?
it is. Big time protected speech.
Yeah. It's got to be actual threats of violence, isn't it?
One, he's got a purpose to be there because he's recording the police. Number 2, he's engaged in a constitutionally protected activity. Number 3, there's 3 out of the 5 elements that he's doing. He's protesting, redressing, and assembling. I don't understand what these people don't understand about the First Amendment. It's engaged in constitutionally protected activity, gives you a purpose. You're not loitering. So now the only thing left is your butt hurt and you want to criminalize me. Now you throw a charge on me that everything that I'm doing, but there's one element missing, and that's being a threat. And if you don't
actually somebody under threat of violence of some sort,
there's no violence.
Basically.
He was not violent at all. All he did was tell on them and their violence. He said, this police officer, as he redressed him on the sidewalk in protest, he said, this police officer is so-and-so and watched 2 state troopers beat the hell out of me. And this tyrant it needs to be watched, and everybody needs to record him, basically. That's what he was telling people, onlookers, right? And that cop got butthurt. He got up and he says, you keep it up, pointing his finger at him. And then he says, what? And then he says, holy fuck, or something like that. He's like,
basically,
fuck.
It was an expression he was putting out. It wasn't
he said fuck
or anything like that. It was just
3 times. Right? And it's like, oh, now you're wrong. Now I'm detaining you for disorderly conduct. So basically what he was telling them is that now I'm going to make you take the ride. Okay? You're going to take the ride. You're going to beat it in court, but you're going to take the ride, Lane.
You can't beat the ride, but you can beat the case, basically.
Yeah.
That's the way we say it. You're always going to take the ride if they want you to. But they can say what they want over here because they barely wear body cams, and they're going to believe the police at court before they believe anybody else.
It's freedom of expression and freedom of speech.
I mean, you say that to Rico Audits. In our human rights, we've got freedom of expression, but it's like an art form. You can be expressing yourself in any way. It is one of our human rights. I don't know exact number, but it's one of them.
I got you.
It can come under an art form.
What's wrong with Ash? What's Ash saying to you?
Ash is just in a joke, big up the USA frauditors. He calls remember what he was saying earlier, he calling people frauditors now, and people have been having a go at him. You were going to explain it to him, but he cut off. Are you coming back on, Ash? I sent you the link.
The poor dude.
He still not heard what a frauditor is yet, because we never got it out, did we? With him.
Oh my God! Look at the bias.
The guy's an auditor. He was, but he's been serving a ban. They gave him a banning order at the court, and he was making this content to get things to put on his channel because he wasn't allowed to upload his own stuff. So he would get other videos and add his voice to them to change them. But basically, he was just being brutally honest about some people, and a lot of people didn't like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Respect, pork chop, big up, my man. So everybody's been calling him the frauditor guy and this. Oh, you're against auditors and that. He told me tonight, go and put your thing up. What do you call it? Where they send you money. I said, I don't want your money. I didn't do this for money. It's not about money. He's trying to give me money. He's my mate. I don't want anything for him. Or he's just charging his phone up, will he? He will not be long, he says. But he wanted me to put it on, and he sends every month he picks an auditor, right? And he'll send him a minimum of £50 an hour money. So, and people are still saying he's against auditors. It's no about it. It's what he's doing is he's been brutally honest about the things they're doing wrong. People don't like it.
Well, you know, I mean, there's a fine line to things. I mean, you don't have to be on a side to assert some type of belief system that runs concurrent with the Constitution. Okay.
K. Stevenson. We're meant to be about free speech as well, anyway. So if he wants to call somebody a frauditor, that's up to him. At the end of the day. So.
I can care less about. I mean, when people are attacking the people in my chat,
yeah,
I speak to they get people out, but they not for dumb stuff like that. That ain't nothing. That's just an opinion. That's attached to his butthole, as far as I'm concerned. You know.
Yeah. But I mean, look at his comment there, right?
Ours.
He records police. He uploaded a video of exercising his rights. He must be a frauditor. Talking about himself.
Did you get what I meant by that?
Yeah, I got it.
You know what a hemorrhoid does to you after a while. It gets on your nerves.
Yeah.
So let him get triggered by us. I'll be his hemorrhoid. Every time he thinks like that and sits down, he'll think of Wolvie.
He'll be thinking of Wolvie for a long time then, eh? You've got a new pal, Wolvie's going to stick to your butt. Like a hemorrhoid.
How you like me now?
I'll be honest, right? I was in a bad way a couple of weeks ago, Wolvie, with mental health, right? And see that boy, he phoned me every single day to make sure I was okay, at least 3-4 times a day. Just making sure I was okay. And there's not many people in the community who would do that for anybody else. He's good to me.
Hey, people, you know, they, like I said, there's the good, the bad, the ugly in everybody. People that I want to interact with, I will get them to like me. But people that I don't want to like me, I will get them to hate me. And I don't give a damn. Nobody, not even the guys I hang out with. I have a real life. I have a real family. I have property I pay for. I have everything that a man could want in my position. All right? I don't need nothing from nobody. I ain't asking nothing from nobody.
Yeah.
And all I do is donate my time to people that give a fuck.
Yeah. I agree with you, because every time, even on other people's chats and that, you've always been the same person you're being right now. I've never known you. I don't know when you speak to people that you didn't get on with, but when I've seen you, you've always just been you like you are now. So that's obviously you.
Come up and make fun of me. Sometimes the channel owner sells. They let a person that will come up and attack me for my disabilities and how stupid I am, because if they this is what I've learned. If you attack
a stupid guy though, even though your disabilities, you know you're not stupid.
If they
take that heart, because you can just laugh that off. I know you can.
If they attack my mental status, that means that they can attack everything that I learned. Because see, when they go online and see my paralegal degree, they can't take that away from me. The only thing they can do is try to discredit me through identity politics. So what they do is they flip script, right, and say, how can a guy with a head wound that's got the back of his head blown out articulate anything? This guy's a retard, you know? And do when the legitimate side of the world listens to them, they're like, these guys are real bad trolls. They're not even good at what they're supposed to do. A troll is supposed to like get this guy
information right for a start.
Yeah, to have information that will definitely discredit anybody, no matter who they are. Okay? And if you start fabricating shit and then creating timelines that don't exist to fit a narrative that is false as fuck, right? All that means is I am taking up space inside your head long enough for you to make a whole segment about me.
Yeah.
Right? And now that I have debunked all that, they have taken it all down. I've even gotten Frauditor Troll to take down his shit because it's in YouTube arbitration.
That's the guy I was on about earlier, isn't it? He used to drug something he was called before, something drug.
YouTube is going to, once they find that he's responsible for it, and I prove my case, they're going to take all his earnings, or if not, then they'll take his channel. Either way, he's going to pay, and that channel will be taken from him.
I think Long Island Audits suing him as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
He's done a lot of bad things about Long Island Audit, right?
Suing him though. I'm doing it a different way. I'm using YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. I get it.
Arbitration. I could still get punitive damages through a YouTube arbitration.
You don't need to go to court to get that. I get it.
I don't, because all I got to do is prove that he violated their guidelines.
Yeah.
And that's easy. Come out here, talk.
Are there, so it's as easy as they come.
You know what he said, dude? He said he read while he was with somebody else. He said, "Oh, he's got UDAA on his drivers. Oh, that means he hit somebody and he ran." So he told the live world on a live stream with my real name underneath that thing, stating that's what that meant, that I hit somebody and then lied. Okay, and that's a lie. That's not what that means.
Yeah.
It means unlawfully taking away automobile.
Right.
Driving away automobile. Doesn't mean hit and run.
But he said it meant hit and run. But he doesn't know the law. He was writing, was he not writing letters to the Senate and that?
Frauditor Wrangler agreed with him, and so did freaking Blue Bacon. So all these guys that agreed with him, I'm going after them next.
You just get them, you didn't let them on your charts and that, bro.
I'm not even worried about that. Dude, trust me.
And Kim, actually, let them on your chart because they're giving you the views, they're giving you the comments. Let them do what they want.
Subscribers, I got what, 8,000 something? What is it? I haven't even looked lately.
I didn't look, but I know you're well liked, and the people I see in your chat are real people that like you normally.
Got real people that subscribe to me.
Not real people, but I mean the others that I know that watch your stuff.
These people are the working class of America that actually give a fuck. All right,
workers.
All right, and they give a fuck. They want to see me succeed. So I got rid of all my haters by telling everybody to fuck off. So whenever you see me at 100 or 200,000, if that ever happens, that's because the type of people that I am attracted is that type of element that people want to take care of themselves. They don't want to rely upon government. They want to be able to be innovative themselves. They want to be able to take care of themselves, and they want to be able to assert their authority everywhere they go.
Yeah, I get it. But,
That's
but
just all they're.
that's your rights. You should be allowed to do that without any carry on anyway.
Well, if you're a true leader, that's what leaders do. They assert themselves, you know.
Yeah.
And if they don't assert themselves to these facts, what happens?
See in America, right?
No,
See if the government make a
Actually,
statute or an act, right? You
Huh?
have to agree to that before you can be part of that. Basically, you know what I mean by saying that, no? If they make a statute or an act, it's not a law, is it?
I'm reading a chat. What'd you say, my brother?
I'm saying in America, right? If your government passes an act or a statute, I don't know what you call them. We call them acts, right?
Or you talk about a law?
Well,
Or
it isn't a law, but it's
wait a minute.
like a law.
Are you saying ACT Act?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's a bill. Go ahead.
Right. So do you have to agree to that before you can be basically brought in on charge for something like that? Or can they just do it anyway?
About legislative bills, right?
Yeah.
So legislative acts in your legislators, all right, in your state are creating a law and making it law. Okay.
They're all different in the states, eh? Different states have got different ones.
The state is the ultimate listen to me very close inside the United States.
Here, yeah.
Understand this very, very, very. I'm going to try to break it down into the most lamest.
Make it simpler for me because I'm not very bright.
Well, I'm not either, but I want everybody to understand. Okay, remember Roe versus Wade? You know how the Supreme Court shot it down?
Yeah.
Okay, the reason why they shot it down is because it wasn't a ratified law. That means like the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The 13th Amendment was to abolish slavery. The 14th Amendment was to give people, black people, their citizenship, and the Amendment was to give them rights to vote. All right?
Right.
So you got to get 38 states to ratify that law. You got to have 2/3 of the union to make that the supreme law of the land.
Or it wouldn't be a law unless they all agreed at least that amount.
Hold up, listen to me. So so what that means is when they shot down Roe versus Wade, that means that they did not have 2/3 of the union. And they tried to get the Supreme Court to rule on it. And they can't rule on that until you get all 50 states to put it on a ballot. And if 2/3 of the union out of all the states say that federal funds can pay for abortions, then they will make it fucking law. And they won't need the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court won't have nothing to say about it because now Congress can act on it and say 2/3 of the union has already passed this, so now we're going to take a vote. Bam! Yays and nays, bitches.
Now it's law, basically, if they agree, yeah.
It's the same, that is how law is made. Right. And that's what you want it to be. Same thing with our state law. Now, right now, this is why state is important in the Constitution of your state. Okay, all they do is rewrite federal law. Okay, even from starting from the First Amendment all the way down.
But they can't make a law that would go against one of your amendments, can they?
Exactly. So what they did is when they started creating all these MCLs on MCVs, Michigan Vehicle Law, right? All right. When they started writing those laws, that's when they started violating our rights. Okay. And because it's the duly elected legislators overstepping their boundaries. And nobody checked them on it. Nowhere in America. And every time we do, like I said, about an hour ago, when we were talking about Utah Cop Watch, right? Yeah. Release that one Chase and Allen, that is what happens to people that go against them.
They kill them.
Yes, they do. They murder them. They don't kill them, they murder them.
They murder them. I've seen a few. Your man done one, I know, about a boy James something. It was Delete Laws. Remember the cops? They said, oh, he's had a gun, and then you see them stashing the gun in the car.
Yeah.
That one. They murdered the guy and said he had a gun and then flung a gun in the car. It's caught on camera.
I have been fully with Chile on that. I think Chile is unnecessary anarchy. I think that video shows us a lot of substance where the narrative has been twisted. I think the public, because this guy has had many reactions with the police and the neighbors.
Because they know the law. They hate him.
The neighbors automatically say, well, that's just Tom or Mr. Switch, getting his ass whooped by the cops again because he done robbed somebody or he beat his girlfriend up or something. You know, they gaslight. They talk shit, and it's like the trolls out here on each other. They
the narrative out there, the police, for these people to believe before they do what they're doing to this person. They've got a plan that's premeditated.
As a content maker, what I've seen from my opinion, anybody that would attack me because of something somebody else said, you are a bootlicker. You are just like those people that are giving cops credit for doing what they do. You are a bootlicker to me because you don't have your own judge of character. You haven't proven what they've said. And if anything, like in real reality, like when back in the day, in my PDF days, PDF was this so-called pedo watcher that would front off cops that committed sexual crimes, right? But yet now he's trying to sit around and say that he that he's totally against pedos, but he's been enabling a pedo that was convicted, that signed conviction fact of saying that he was convicted of CSC, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree, against a girl under the age of 13 years old.
That's the chat I was on when you were on that night. I was watching that. That was PDF.
Yeah.
So that guy that you're on about, he was an auditor, the boy. Yeah.
So when PDF come out trying to cancel my channel and attacking me with identity politics, you see,
I thought you two were pals.
Attacking people for the stuff that they're guilty of. They're deflecting. Okay. If anything, that proved my whole point, and I was a moron to go any further with that conversation with them people, because those people to me are all bootlickers. Anybody that supports that guy is a bootlicker.
Of course, but I thought PDF was against him when he was putting that video out.
No, he wasn't. He was for him. He said you can learn a lot of. He said that rape happened 20 years ago.
Doesn't matter when it happened. He still done it. And it was an underage kid. Simple as.
Yes, and it's nasty. All you got to do is go to what is that channel called?
I don't remember the guy's name, but I remember the story that night, because that's when me and you were talking in the chat a wee bit.
Beg friends, go to that channel right there, and you'll see all the facts right there and all the paperwork. It's already been published.
Heather Holt put a story out on it as well. Did you know? I'm sure Heather Holt did, because I think she or somebody, one woman was close to this guy at one point, and then found out what had happened, and she cut all ties. I'm not sure if it was Heather or not, but I think it was Heather.
Well, in my opinion, anybody, no child molester will ever, if I know that you're a child molester, right? Because I know somebody that's in the community right now that's a child molester. I'm about to front him off, but I'm going to give it to the bigger channels for them to do it. I did the homework just like I did on another bootlicker, right? And his shit's starting to come out. I'm going to do it on another one. See, I'm the actual investigator. I'm the one that has the degree.
You do your investigation before you release a story. That's what I found with you. You'll not tell lies. You'll go and do your investigation and get the facts before you say anything.
That's it. That's all I got to do. And I will relinquish those facts to everybody that I have several different big auditors that will take a fact and run with it, and they have no problem with putting that out there. None. And they're big
guys. You know Sam McKean. You know Bay Area and all that. These guys will go with stories if they're true for you. They'll do it.
Yeah. Like I said, those
Sam
people.
McKean, sorry,
Those.
on you go, sorry.
Harry, I don't want to talk over you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Sam McKean put Ash got Sam McKean to put my video up. I had 90 subscribers, right? I got 1,250 new subscribers in a day.
Yeah.
Because Sam McKean put it up for me because of Ash. And that's why I've always got Ash's back no matter what MD says. Because he's helped me.
He's a good guy.
Been good to me.
He's a good guy, you know. It's done a lot. Here's what I'll say, and I'll leave it be. He's done a lot of good work, and I respect his work. I respect his son.
He promotes a lot of the wee channels, and he helps them.
He helps people, and I can dig it.
But people have stabbed them in the back as well, will we?
In the manners that they're making money, it is what it is.
Yeah.
YouTube is a platform where you can make money.
If they bought a mansion, right? But they worked hard to get that. The big house they bought. I'm not saying a mansion, but the big house they bought. But the whole family worked hard to get that.
If I wanted to have that, I'd have that. I would have a 200,000-300,000 subscribers and tell everybody what they want to hear. I would go with that fake bullshit, okay, of trying to appease everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get that.
Everybody's ass and talk about dick all day long. Okay. Yeah. That's what people like to hear. They like a sense of humor. They like to hear gay stuff. They like to hear
things to be controversial, basically. Yeah.
They like to hear that, and when they hear that, they feel like they're fully like libertine. They feel a liberty where they're going to get their way no matter what they say, no matter how hard they are, no matter how soft they are. They can do whatever they want and say whatever they want and fully have a free speech. James Freeman is one of the biggest guys.
He's taking a big case to court, isn't he? New Mexico. The government.
His channel. Yeah, he is. He's definitely. He's a really good investigator. He knows what's going on, Bob. He's a really good investigator. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to articulate this shit. He knows how to get into the meat and taters, you know. And he said what's on his mind, and he has no problem with it. He knows his boundaries.
He's good at turning it around him being the cop, basically, and the cop answering to him. He's good at that. He turns the whole narrative around where he's in control. Yeah. Remember the one where he asked the cop, "Have you been in the bar today?" Mike, remember that one? That was a cracker, eh? The cop didn't know what to do.
Here, that's a question for you. Do you understand what he's doing?
I understand what he's doing.
So he's turning. So let me articulate that.
Turning it around to what they're asking you.
Yeah, he's turning their tactics right.
On them.
He starts using their gaslighting tactics back on them.
I think he was one of the first to start doing that as well, you know.
If you go back to the summer of 2020 or 2021, yeah, it was 2021. I think it was like May, the end of May or the beginning of June. It was before freaking Eyes on Corruption, Michigan Constitutional Crusader, and I got arrested down here at the Watergate thing. Right. He was running up on this motorcycle cop where the traffic was backed up, and you know it's one of them lights that change real quick. So he literally got to redress this officer, saying, "You know, your headlamp ain't working. Can you pull over? We'd like to make sure that is an operable and a vehicle that is definitely marked a police vehicle, and it has to be operating safely and efficiently as you hold other people to. So we need to do an inspection, because that one right there tells me that gives me a reason to pull you over. So the cop literally pulled over, right?
Brilliant.
And he told everybody that he told his dispatch that he's out with a citizen. Okay.
Yeah.
They had a code for it, whatever they called it. Anyway, as he went on, he's like, officer, I'm starting to see that your eyes are bloodshot. After that, took off his freaking glasses. He says, do you mind calling your sergeant out, please, to do
the breathalyzer, eh?
Huh?
Is that the one where he got? No, it wasn't him that got the guy who did the breathalyzer, eh? It was. Oh.
Can you close the door, because I can't hear him? Thank you. What'd you say again?
I'm thinking a different story. The one where the guy seen the empty beer bottle in the police car, and they got the sergeant came out and made the guy do a breathalyzer, man.
Remember the motorcycle?
Yeah, yeah.
I was talking about a motorcycle. The headlamp on the motorcycle wasn't working, so he pulled him over. So then, once he's seen his eyes, he's like, I need you to call your sergeant, because we need to see if you are able to safely ride up on the road. You got a dysfunction with this machinery. Now your eyes are bloodshot, so you could be dysfunctional too. So when the sergeant came, he said, Sergeant, will you please give him a field sobriety test? His eyes are bloodshot and his lamp didn't work, and I'm making a citizen's arrest. I think that this man is driving under the intoxications of something, because number one, his headlamp ain't working. If that was me, you would do the same thing to me. Why won't you do the same thing to him? So he gaslit the shit out of them as they would us.
Brilliant. And that's what he's good at doing. He's great at doing it.
And that is why he's a necessary anarchy. Okay. Yeah. I wish there were more people out there. I don't care if I hate you as a person. If you're doing that type of work,
for the right thing,
I will respect you.
I like James Madison as well, because
I don't
he basically left the cops because they were that corrupt. He couldn't handle it.
I don't like certain people and how they act. Doesn't mean that I don't respect their work. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Poor Dirt Farmer. When Poor Dirt Farmer was in that pizza parlor, and those people came and tried to attack him, okay? Yeah. And that cop that was holding up for that guy down there and did what he did, even though there was a beat. And I don't like Poor Dirt Farmer, but lawful.
Because what you said earlier now, I thought you were friends, but now that you've told me what happened, I get it now.
They violated.
You want to see that happen to you, eh?
You hear me? They violated Williams' rights, all right, and allowed the man that was violating Williams' rights to actually assault the police a couple times while they assaulted him, and they didn't do anything about it. So when they took that guy to a jury trial and all the bootlickers let him off, the cop and the criminal got away with the crimes that guy did because of the bootlickers.
Yeah, I seen the videos that PDF put up about that, actually, about the case. It was a father and a son.
Me respecting the side of facts over a person that I can't stand.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to tell people earlier. You are you, and you only tell the truth. I've never seen you do a story of that's not been true.
There you go.
Because that's just you. You do your investigation before you even release anything.
Wolvie ain't gonna get. I'm not gonna put my nose where it don't belong, man.
Because it gets you a bad name at the end of the day if you're putting out false information.
And here, you know how I'm up on your panel right now. See, this is where people would take advantage of me. They would get all buddy with you, and then they would come up here and try to troll me. Well,
No, my supporters wouldn't do that to you, because my supporters know if I say somebody is a genuinely nice person, they know I'm not going to lie to them, because I've told them everything about my life. I didn't need to lie to people. It's uncheckable.
I usually just say, you know what, with respect to the channel owner, that's where, you know, you're supposed to handle your business. And if you don't handle it, then I'll never come back on there again. That's how.
I would
That's
never let MD talk bad about anybody that's on my panel. I would tell them straight away, I've only got 3 moderators, and at the end of the day, he's not talking about you, K. Stevenson. Stop it. He keeps thinking you're talking about him. He's like, I'll leave if you want.
Yeah.
All you've said is PDF doesn't even like you. So you're agreeing with what Wolfie's saying, so it doesn't matter.
Sounds like he's triggered.
Talking about you, brother.
I don't know why.
People.
Anyway, I don't care one way or another. I mean, they can think whatever they want to think.
He's not talking about the actual chat right now. He's talking about in any stream case. That's what he's on about.
This, brother, but you are a person that is a content maker now. You have to look at yourself as a content maker, right?
But see, my point is, though, I'll only ever do the police because I agreed that was what, for the start, is what I would do.
I get you, but it still doesn't take away from that fact. You are still getting content for your story. Yeah. Okay.
I do prisons as well. Sorry, but
you get better at it, and you get to know your system, right? And you get to know your people.
Yeah.
You get to know how funny style people are. Okay. Yeah. And you will see the attributes that when they're on the fence and they know their transactions has been recorded somewhere else, just like I have. Okay. Mm-hmm. My point is, I don't care. You already got your mind made up that I'm not a bullshitter, right?
Because I've watched you for a long time. That's why I know.
I got my mind made up that you're a decent guy, and I think that you need some pointers as a content creator.
Exactly what I need. I'm learning every time I go out, Wolfie. Every time.
Don't find yourself getting involved in other people's beefs.
I don't get involved in beefs with anybody in the community for a simple reason.
You directly
no problem with anybody in the community.
But when other guys mouths, I have learned. Because see, I come out as a peacemaker. I'm like, hold up. I am a peer mentor down at DMC pre-COVID, right? Yeah. And I used to run tables down there. Okay. And we would help each other to the best of our abilities. And I also went into the children's hospital as well as the veterans hospital, because that's what my badges. All 7 hospitals opened all them doors. Okay.
You're an ex-veteran.
As a volunteer. Okay, to help people. Okay, so I can't help it that some people found out that I have a certified drug counseling degree. That mentioned by DMC. They made me get my certs to be the peer mentor. All right, so I had to get.
If you didn't have that, you couldn't be the mentor.
See and gained to see the attributes of drug abuse, and people automatically think that I'm judging them because I have that training, and it's like I'm not
for 13 years, mate.
I don't even give a shit what you do.
But if you told them all, I've been clean for 4 years now, but I was an addict for 13 years.
That's up to them. I can't stop you, and I'm not going to judge you because I know all kinds of good people that have drug addictions. Yeah. They just have to get control of their drug addiction. That's all. No big.
UK Transparency. Sorry, brother. On you go, Wolfie.
Huh?
UK Transparency is saying evening to us in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'll put it on. Let me see. Let me look.
I'll put it up on the screen there. See it?
Hello. Yeah, it's just important to adhere to your own credibility, meaning worry about what is important to you, and everything else that is important to other people as well, they will share them with you. Because if you kiss their ass too much, all they'll try to do is get you to appease them. Look at
Yeah.
poor Hippie. You remember Hippie?
Yeah, I know Hippie well. I like Hippie.
And they all these different channels would take advantage of him.
And he's had to change his channel name, eh? It was Wandering Hippie and or was it Hippie something else, and it's now Wandering Hippie. Something happened anyway, but he was going out with Josh for Accountability for All for a while, and then all that stopped as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they fell out or what, but.
And I'm not shit either, okay? Trust me, I am not here to gossip. I'm not.
Look, I know things that these guys have done, but it's not for me to tell people.
Exactly. I'm not using it as an example, because you're a new channel, okay? You're trying to get people to listen to you, okay?
Yeah.
And you got to have your own judge of character doing it. If you find yourself, say like when I'm going to give you real live examples. When Dirty Mike Auditor and PDF was going at it, as much as I did not like a Dirty Mike, I didn't like him. All right. But I respected the stuff that he said at times. There's some things that he would say, and MCC, which is Michigan Constitutional Crusader, would go hang out there every now and then. So I would be there, hanging out, and they didn't like that. And I was like, why can't you guys just get along and drop your fucking beeps? I mean, aren't you on the same side? Don't you want to see the people prevail?
We're all looking for the same outcome, eh? At the end of the day. So
they're both saying yeah to it, but they want to call each other out as if they're both fake. And it's like, you can't work together like that. And that's the problem in the community. Everybody's doing that. All right? So everybody thinks they're fucking
out for themselves.
This victimized bullshit where you think that you want to call out a narcissist, oppressor for doing what he's doing, and you're acting just like him. How in the hell can I separate you two? I can't.
That's what happened earlier. If you look at that comment I've got up on the screen, right? UK Transparency was up on the panel before you came in, right? And
okay.
Ash was saying, look, I don't care what I done. And then UK Transparency was like, well, I can't sit here and listen to that. You can't be putting people's addresses out online.
Hey man, that's his judge of character. And if he wants to,
when he wants kids, though, you can't do that to people if they've got kids, man. You can't be giving their address
into something that you don't care about, or something that is no big deal, but you want to take it and twist it into something that it's not. I don't give a shit. Go ahead.
That's because what they've done, and UK Transparency called them out on it. Put it that way.
Shit.
Because he's a genuinely nice guy, and I mean, Ash, I'm no cutting Ash, but I'd said at the time when he said it, you should never have put anybody's address out.
Well, see now,
we don't want our addresses out there for people.
What are you?
People that hate us.
See,
at the end of the day.
There's trolling. You have now become a troll because you've taken some words that you didn't like what I said, and you're trolling me on it.
No, but you.
And you're trying to ostracize something that I said when I said I didn't give a fuck.
You're wrong. It's not about you. This was before you came on. It was Ash he was talking about.
Oh no, I'm talking. I thought he was talking to me.
No, he's talking about Ash. Ash was on earlier before you came on, right? And Ash has put somebody's address out, and he called them out on it.
Understand it, man. I don't understand.
Like, I don't care. I done it. And UK Transparency just said, right, well, I'm away, Jimmy. Well,
I thought somebody was trolling me.
No, brother, no. UK Transparency is one of the nicest guys in the community, brother.
I think isn't he a mod? I think there's a mod.
He's a mod in yours, yeah. He's a mod in mine.
Shit, isn't he?
Put the link up if you want to come up, UK Transparency. No, he's an older guy like us.
And it sounded like you were
Did you think I
addressing.
was having a go at you there?
It sounded like that you were addressing me to what he said. You said, "Hey, Wolverine."
No, I was trying to tell you what he said to Ash. That's all I was trying to say, brother. Look, there he's telling you the full bit there if you read that. It's probably in the paper. He cut and copied a bit off Google and
And he said, "Don't care. Care about what?"
Putting the guy's address out when he's got kids.
Well, who's doing that?
Well, Ash done it to Audit in Britain.
Well, I mean, what's that have to do with us?
Nothing, but
Oh.
UK Transparency was on the panel earlier with me and Ash, and he called him out on it.
And I don't know.
Ash was like, I don't care, blah blah blah. And UK Transparency just said, sorry, look, I can't say and listen to this if somebody's saying they don't care about it.
Some people around me don't care when I'm on a live stream. So
you know what it is though, right? The way I see it, right? If there's this guy's got kids, right? If somebody goes to his house and puts a brick through the window and that kid's in the living room and gets hit, how would you feel then for putting his address out? You know what I mean?
Fucked up.
No, you personally. I'm on about him, and he's got a kid, so he knows what we're talking about when we say that.
I'm saying that's fucked up for anybody to violate YouTube guidelines and to dox somebody.
He done it on Twitter, brother. He put it on Twitter. He didn't put it on YouTube. There's still
there's a doxing law.
I don't know about that, but I would never put anybody's private information anywhere. It's as simple as that. It's just not me. That's just me personally.
Yeah, but look, if you're a channel disseminating news, collecting content for a story, and that person's name and their identity.
Name in that. I won't put their address, is what I mean.
I mean, it would be rightful to do this, but the stuff that people are doing is just plain up gossip. It's not newsworthy shit, and they're trying to get revenge because they're having a pissing contest out online. And they're trolling.
Apology for UK Transparency on the screen, brother. He's telling you it wasn't you, bro. If it seemed like he was saying it to you. But look, they all know, and the people that's in the chat, right? I'm a friend of Ash's, right?
Yeah.
I've known him for day one of me doing this, right? But I did at the time when UK Transparency was there, you shouldn't be doing that, right? Because that's just my opinion, though, personal opinion.
Think that he violated your ethics?
Well, I would never have done it, so yeah, he would be violating my ethics, yeah.
Ethics, maybe you should tell him, this is my channel and you're directly disrespecting me when you do that to my guests. And that's why I'm trying to tell you, as a content creator, you got to be able to separate things and you got to be fair across the board.
Yeah. And I'm good friends with UK Transparency as well. That guy done my intro for me. So I was stuck in the middle of the two of them, but
it's up to you.
UK was right.
We deny behavior because this is your channel, bro. Let me just first say this. I'm gonna state a fact. Everybody that is on here right now, on your phone, computer, whatever you're under, you signed a private agreement. It was, and that private agreement says that you don't have no rights. You have privileges. So, listen to me. It's accessible to the public. So your master YouTube gives you the power and the authority to hold people accountable and either allow their speech or get rid of their speech. Okay.
Yeah.
You do not have a First Amendment right speaking right now. Like right now,
we don't have that over here anyway. But I get what you're saying. Yeah.
To be fair, that would be the equivalence of me coming into your privately owned parking lot, yelling at you, and screaming at you from your parking lot.
So it's like a private business no public place, it's a private place, so you've got to control what people are saying, basically.
You got to take it to the sidewalk to
Yeah.
be full public forum. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
And you know that. So when people they come out here on YouTube and says, "Well, I believe because my ethics says that they have a First Amendment right to say whatever." No, they really don't. Because I'm in your home, dude. Wherever
yeah,
you are at right now, you're listening to me in the privacy of your own home.
yeah, I'm a mouse. But see, I believe in free speech, right? But
Yeah, I got it.
I just don't believe in giving out people's personal details. That's just me.
And you
I don't
shouldn't.
care what other people do, but I just wouldn't do it myself.
You should tell people, say, look, if you're going to continue to distribute that type of behavior here and exhibit that type of behavior here, I would rather you just talk to me offline and not come on my channel because you're disrespecting me.
Yeah,
Let alone.
I told them straight away that I agreed with UK transparency. I did tell him that, and when he went off after that, he's never came back on. You've seen that yourself. He's not been back. He's been in the chat a couple of times and out again, but he's not been back on. Yeah, I know. I agree. Free speech has limitations. UK, yeah.
Well, the only limitations is when you're not in public. Okay.
But this would be classed as a private, though,
Right.
would it know, because we're
That's
in our
the
homes, basically.
all these bootlickers. They don't know the dividing lines. If they knew the dividing lines, they wouldn't be so damn biased, and half of our problems would disappear overnight.
Yeah, because they're all for whatever the cops tell them. They believe it. Most of the bootlickers.
Oh,
If the cop says you've done something wrong, it's believed right away you've done something wrong, even though you haven't.
did I forget? Excuse me. Forgive me for being so rude if I didn't say this, but did I wish everybody a happy fuck the police day today?
Oh, sorry. Free Eric Brandt, guys. Happy fuck the cops day. Twice on a Wednesday, is it?
I didn't come up with that. That just goes along with Eric Brandt. But
Well,
happy
I love Eric Brandt, and it's terrible what they've done to him. Terrible.
Yeah. That started with the Black Panthers back in the 1960s.
It's the crack, aye.
Yeah. So
Wow.
even though we want Eric Brandt free, right?
Yeah.
My narrative was to say, and forgive me for not saying it sooner, happy fuck the police day, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, Wolverine knows that. He said this. We were talking about that earlier, UK transparency. He's talking about the Supreme Court ruling, fighting words are not covered under your free speech. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we?
Now the bootlickers will take my language right there, right?
No,
And-
shh. On you go.
And-
You say what you're saying first. On you go.
That I hate cops. How can that be so? Why would you think that I hate cops just because I'm saying happy fuck the police day?
I don't think it's about that. What he's trying to say is it's not covered under your free speech if you're fighting words. That's all he's saying. No, happy fuck the cops, because I'll say fuck the cops every day of the week. But
You
we
test.
need cops, good cops.
You want to test the cop to see if he's a real cop or not?
Yeah,
Flick him off
that's
as
what
a
I want to do.
cop. Flick him off. If you see his brake lights come on, you know that he is a liability to the taxpayers.
See, I think we're not allowed to do that here. UK will probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if we gesticulate to the cops, it's a crime for us.
Fuck off, okay? Or fuck you. That's already been determined by the Supreme Court. All right?
There he's telling you, he agrees, look, fuck bad cops, I agree.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he knows that, but all he was trying to say is the fighting words aren't covered under the free speech. That's all he was saying, but he didn't know we talked about it earlier because he had went because he's
Well,
what
see,
happened to him and Ash.
fuck the police when they're going by. You just put up your middle finger and flick them off.
Good cops. We need good cops. Let's be honest. We do need good cops.
So I need clarification from you. Are you telling me that that's against the law to flick a cop off as they're going by?
It's a public order offence, I think, for us. Yeah,
What?
I've been charged with it before. But
Hold
other cops don't have cameras.
guys
Am I
got
right, UK transparency? If we gesticulate the finger at the cops, do we get charged over here?
time out, time out, time out. Where exactly do you live?
I live in Scotland, but UK
Scott-
transparency and that are in England. The laws are slightly different.
Hold up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you, in your constitution, you got freedom of expression, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The middle finger is an expression. It's not being said, it's being expressed.
You're a moderator, UK transparency. You should be able to get the link yourself, you know. Is it no on the top of the YouTube chat? He's going to come up and have a crack with us, you know. How's it?
It's a public disorder offense over there.
Give me a second.
Well, you know what has to make in disorderly, there has to be some type of violent action or a threat.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
But, and I was under the impression that the cops couldn't be the complainant here, but I've been corrected on that now. I think they can.
Start for me. Hold up a second. I got to talk to my sons. Hold up one
Right,
second.
No problem. I've put that at the bottom for you, UK transparency. Outlaw, how's you? It can't be a political offence because the police can't take offence. Right, well, I can show you my professional standards complaint, right? And they stated a law that was passed for a boy in Airdrie where the police was the complainant and they accepted that they could be the complainant. Right, are you keeping your camera on or putting it off, brother? Right, there you go.
Good evening, everyone.
Did I just hear you say?
Back, guys. And Outlaw, you're there to control everybody's cheek out there. But they do police on feelings, most of them, guys. We know that. Come on.
Kevin, you gonna take this?
Yeah, over here, the wording of a public order is words or actions that could put a person of normal stature into harassment, alarm, and distress.
Mm.
All right, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On you go, brother. You can speak all you like. On you go.
Filed law from the lawmakers. I don't want you to read an ordinance to me, please. I want you to read the
That's
act.
the actual law that he's just read.
That is
So
the law.
In the act that you guys are talking about, okay?
Yeah.
First, talk about threatening manners, well, to be disorderly.
Yes. Threatening and abusive behaviour in Scotland, it's a wee bit different than what you are. It's placing a member of public
Can you
state of fear and alarm
me?
in Scotland. I think, is that right, Outlaw? What's exactly your wording on yours, UK?
I want to point out where it first. See, I haven't even read it yet, and I'm already guessing what it really is. So what they're doing is they're saying you can't act violently or make threats, right? In some order of fashion, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly it. Basically.
And then hold up, and then it goes into behavior that's attached to that, which is outburst, a nuisance.
You're not allowed to swear in front of the public either.
Proper, right?
Even just swearing.
That's after the fucking act, right?
As long
Violence.
as it's a member of the public, they can make a complaint and we would be charged for swearing.
Right, I understand. You got a victim. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But that person has to be threatened in some way, don't it?
No.
No, they just have to feel.
Shit.
It's a feeling that they would charge you on, yeah. Definitely here.
For example, you know how a lot of American orders to say fuck you to the police and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Straight away, we'd be in a cell for that.
Well, I've done it once, right? And the cop was like, stop swearing or I'm going to arrest you, blah, blah, blah. And I said, who's a member of the public making the complaint? And he pointed to my wife who was standing a bit back, right? Videoing me from back. And I said, she's not going to complain. He's like, how do you can? I said, because she's standing watching you intimidate me.
So he used her as a complaint.
But she
No.
knows not to make any comments, will we? She knows.
So,
Don't answer
okay.
questions.
But like that's in Scotland. In England, where
slightly different, yeah.
in England where I am, they don't even need a public complainant because of a wording of a law says words or actions that could cause a person
Likely
of normal
because
stature
state of fear and
harassment,
alarm,
alarm, and distress.
yeah.
Can somebody?
I done it at Glenrothes, and that John Brown was trying to push it that he was going to do maybe a public order for swearing at him and that. And I asked him who the complainant was, and he tried to get Miss Tyrant to obviously be the complainant, and she's like, I don't answer questions.
A tyrant.
Couldn't do nothing. I'm saying, say that again, will we?
Can you do me a favor?
Yep.
Can you copy and paste that and send that to wolverinetransparency@gmail.com real quick so I can read it?
Outlaw, you got that there ready?
One guy that I don't know who he is because the name's not up underneath
Outlaw
his stuff.
King's the moderator in the chat just now.
So, yeah, if you
UK Transparency's on the panel, so.
All you got to do, Wolverine, is just search for public Section 5 public order in England.
And the Scottish one is Section 38, if I remember right.
I'm just saying, if you guys know how to copy and paste it, it'd be a lot easier if I could just read what you're reading.
I'm not reading it. That's just coming from my head. I know that one because I've been chatting with it.
He knows it, don't he? See, hold up. You know where it says transparency? It says fuck bad cops. Can you take that off so I can read it?
Oh, sorry, bro. Wait a minute. Give me a second now.
I don't know who's up here. If you take that off, I can read his name.
Oh, that's UK Transparency. Sorry, I'll get rid of that. Give me a second.
Panel with us right now.
See, I'm not sure how to do any of this. That's why.
Who's on the panel with us right now?
UK Transparency.
UK Transparency. Okay, cool. UK Transparency. The reason
Call him UK. He knows who you're talking about.
Are you reading straight from the law?
No, that's what I'm now to.
We learn these laws before we go and confront police.
Yeah. Was you reading straight from the law, or was you just going by memory?
By memory.
Oh, okay. Do you mind saying that to me?
If you look in private chat, I've put the
private chat, the link for you, brother.
Reading, so that I can
Can you get it for the private chat, will we?
Because I want to break down one thing that I think that's in there. I believe it's more like using preponderance of the evidence. Okay, that means the same everywhere. It's what
we don't have them words in it. There's no in our laws them words. I've read that the English and the Scottish, and there's no preponderance of words said in it.
What's more likely than not likely? Okay, so I read the law. Okay, in what the legislators wrote. I don't want to hear.
It says any reasonable person would feel in a state of fear and alarm. That's what the way they word it for us.
I know the attribute that they're talking about. I don't want to know the feeling. I want to know the attribute. All right. There's got to be a characteristic value that came from an attribute of an action. All right. That action usually is violent. We're talking about stuff like this. Okay. So
how do I send this to you then, or can you get that?
Transparency.com.
It's in the private chat.
Oh, is it?
Can you get in there?
I can read it from that. Hold up. All right, let me see. Go to chat. Where's private chat at? It's been a while since I did it on my phone. Thanks, son. I appreciate you. Have a good day. You going to the gym? All right, have a good day. All right, so where's my private chat?
In StreamYard, not in YouTube. Hang on.
No, actually, it's not. Why isn't my private chat coming up? We got chat. Okay, here it is. All right, I got it.
It's legislation.gov.uk.
Hey, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and read this. Hold up a second.
cookies legislation. You can choose legislation. All right, the narrative is the act currently known as the Outstanding Effects for Public Order of Act 1986, Section 5. Person is guilty of offense if he uses threat. See, that's the first attribute right there. Uses threatening or abusive words of behavior that or disorderly behaves or displays any writing, sign of visible of represent
Sorry.
is threatening. Okay, the offense under the section of committing a public act, private place, attempting, except that the offense committed where the words of behavior are used are in writing, sign, or other visible representation displayed by a person inside the dwelling of another person, also inside of another dwelling. It is defense if it is used to prove that the reason to believe that there was any person within hearing or sight who literally likely to be caused harassment, alarm, or of distress that was inside the dwelling or had a reason to believe that the words or behavior used or the writing sign of that visible representation displayed would have heard or by a person outside of any dwelling or that his conduct was reasonable. Now, you guys see how it starts? See, I didn't even read it, and I knew that it was going to start with violence. Okay, so basically, let me just tell you how that reads. It reads as a person that is with this behavior then is disruptive, and anybody that can hear it behind closed doors.
Yeah,
okay.
But see, if we shout and swear, they say that as being violent. That's what they call it to us.
Yep.
They're trying to say that that's a fighting.
Yeah.
That's a fighting word. Okay.
If you
That's
tell
not
them to fuck off, they're saying that you're causing fighting words.
that is not written good at all. That is your Supreme Court needs to overturn it like they have here and use the words or synonyms that mean the same to where it would be overbroad.
Our Supreme Court will never change anything in our favour, bro.
Well, never say never. That's why you're out here.
Well, we need a lot of people to be doing it, but nobody backs each other. This is what we were trying to say. This community that we've got, and I know, like you were saying earlier, America, there's no everybody's as party as they make out, but
People
this
never
is
write.
terrible, bro, honestly.
You understand that? They think that black people will never ride on a white bus.
Yeah.
About
Rosa Parks changed that. I get that.
See, change can happen. We just have to be in one mind and one accord on that and put together.
Yeah. But we need to work together, and there's not enough people in Britain that would do that, bro. That's our problem.
And another
fight. We could get enough people that like each other. I'm not saying that, but there's too many of them in fight with each other, is what I'm saying, UK.
And another problem we've got over here as well is a lot of people aren't willing to take that arrest. They ain't willing to take the ride.
I'm willing to take the arrest every time. I'm prepared every time I go out to be arrested because I know it's a possibility.
There's like when you're fighting against laws like that, the fight's never going to be won at the side of a road talking to coppers. That it looks same as like over in the States. You ain't going to change laws by fighting with coppers. It's got to be done in a courtroom.
You can't beat the ride, but you can beat the conviction. We were saying it earlier, me and Wolfie.
Legislative body to do it. Yes. Yeah. It's kind of like the Supreme Court told the president here when they just passed
the Supreme Court told that Joe Biden overstepped his boundaries because he said that go dog move. He said that the everybody he's trying to forgive us our debt. Like my wife and I, we got 45,000 in school, getting our degrees and stuff, right?
45,000.
Dear, I think my wife.
Expensive.
So it's a pretty substantial amount, and
Of course it is.
and people are trying to get the taxpayers to pay for it. Me personally, it would be awesome if they would forgive our debts. Okay, but I disagree. I agree with the Supreme Court, because why should I get my neighbor to pay for my shit?
Respect, Anne Marie. Thanks for coming in, though.
Why should I get people across the street that bust their ass the same way I'm busting my ass pay for me?
Yeah, I get that though, but you worked a lot of your days before you got your injuries and that. You were a worker. You paid your debt. You paid your tax. You've done your bit at the end of the day. People are always saying to people like us over here, get a job. I had the same job for 14 years. People don't know everything about you. They think they do, but they don't. I don't know if you get that. Do people tell you to get a job in that, Wolfie, when you're out? Is he even hearing us, guys?
I don't know.
You can hear me, Wolfie. I think his mic's playing up. But we get it over here, UK. You know that. People saying that. But, I mean, we've all had jobs, but my mental health now, I can't work. They won't let me work. Nobody will insure me.
I don't tell anybody my employment status or anything.
It's
to
not
be honest,
at the end of the day, is it?
It's none of their business.
If I the guest here and didn't come in, there he is. Sorry.
If I want to go,
Wolfie. Sorry, bro. It is you, Wolfie, isn't it? I don't want to click this. It is you, aye.
I can't.
Your picture disappeared. That was all. I didn't want it to be any porn bombers like Ella. We got porn bombed in the first session, guys.
You just got porn bombed again?
No. It's your picture had disappeared, so I wasn't sure if it was you.
Oh.
But I never heard you. I know it's you. No, your actual mobile's no on your screen, is what I mean.
Yeah, well, I'd never do that. But anyway,
No, you wouldn't.
Hey, man, make sure everybody shows their face before they come up, man.
Yeah.
All right. After this, if you send me an email, I'll send you a banner to put up.
Yeah, that would be appreciated, brother.
If you go onto my page, I've done a instruction video of how to put it onto StreamYards on the free StreamYards. Like what you don't pay for.
I didn't ken how to work any of this. That's why he was coming on and helping me every day.
Yeah, if you look on my in my videos, I've done a instruction video for Tim. It'll be named Tim Smith. You'll see.
Right, I'll have a look on that UK when we're finished. I'm going to pay the 25 quid or whatever it is, because you get more things you can use, eh?
I don't know. It depends on the panel. To be honest, Torrance.
Well, I think we're going to need 10 on the panel at once anyway.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, I think if you're debating a subject that can be a bit heated, you get more than 6 on, and it just gets chaotic. Everybody's talking
hear
now.
What people are saying that. Yeah, I get that. What were you saying before you got cut off there, Toby?
I believe
about the law, obviously, the public order offence, weren't we?
Okay.
I think you had just read it.
Oh, okay. You want to go ahead?
Reading it, one of the two.
Yes.
But I mean, I think we should have freedom of speech. It's meant to be in our human rights, but we don't get it. We're not allowed to say what we want.
mean, I agree that there should be limitations, but
Yeah,
like that should
like
be
fighting
more.
talk and that. I
Yeah,
agree. Yeah,
and like, but
100%.
I think a lot of them limitations go on the moral side, right? As well. To be honest, like, do you really want to berate somebody because of either look or anything like that? Not really.
But I've not found many people in the British community that do that anyway.
What do you
Maybe
mean?
one or two, but I don't watch them if they would do that.
Oh, when you say the brass community, who are you talking about?
The British community, I said. The
What's
UK
that?
community. But we've not really got a community because nobody sticks together except for a group of people. Maybe the people that watch me, I can trust them because I know who they all are.
Yeah.
And once you're outside it, you can't trust them because they're no interested in you. They're want numbers. Numbers is nothing to me. I've never claimed a penny for YouTube, and I've had over a year I could be earning, and I've never claimed 1 pence.
Yeah.
It's not about that.
Yeah.
I want people to be respected, and just the cops to do what they're meant to do properly. I like cops. I've not got nothing against cops if they're doing their job right.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Like, yeah.
But there's not many are doing it right here.
Like cops that actually do their job and investigate real criminals, people that are committing real crimes, So
There
I
is only like 5 real crimes. We were talking about it earlier. Cardi B, thanks for coming in tonight again. Thank you, my friend.
I hear
Marie, I want to apologise for the last time I was on your live stream for being so drunk, but you let me rabbit on for hours. Thank you. I've got to say it, guys. She did. She was good to me.
Wolverine, I'll give you an example. Two years ago, I was arrested, and I tried to take me to court for racial abuse because a security guard came out.
He wasn't racist. I seen the video. He wasn't.
A security guard came out, assaulted me, and I told him to get back in his kennel.
And they done him with racism and arrested him. That isn't racism.
Yeah, I hear you. First and foremost, when you, I'm still trying to point something out to you in the law.
Right.
All right.
So you're still talking about this Section 5 again, the fourth order.
Threatening behavior.
Yeah.
Right. And then all the other attributes fall in line of threatening behavior is things that people hear while your actions causing a reaction after you have threatened or have intimidated somebody with violent or threatening behavior. Okay.
No, here they're doing it on feelings, will we? They're doing it on feelings over here. If somebody feels that you've done something, you'll be charged.
As I would one of mine. All right. Words matter. And one issue runs concurrent with the other. All right. And it keeps on saying and or. All right. Yeah. So it's adding to the sentence. If the first attribute of being threatening, all right,
yeah,
is what they're talking about. All right. So if you're not being a threat and you're just saying, hey, fuck, exclamation point. And the cop's like, what? You say, fuck, exclamation point. He's like, you need to stop that. You're just
exactly what they do.
And you say, fuck, again. And don't say another word. Let them arrest you. You could sue them.
But the problem is, right, see over here, because there's no body cams and that, they just get the nearest member of public and tell them what you said, and then they take a statement on what the police have told them.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I heard that. I've swore loads of times at the cops. I'm not meaning it in that way.
You go
loud. Try and set you up.
Go loud.
Against you.
care what other people say. What you're going to do, you got to start the fight and you got to take it to them. And you have to do what the bootlickers accuse you of, baiting. You have to bait them by simply saying, fuck.
Look, I don't have a problem with people baiting to get content, right? But I have a problem with people that are standing there for 2 hours to bait them.
I need you guys to understand that we're about change, right?
Yeah.
All right. So
It's
how
all
we
about change, isn't it?
willing to sit there and take the ride? Well, I've taken the ride many a times when I was younger. All you got to do, if you would have looked me up 2 months ago, you would have seen a lot more than what's on there now.
Is
Okay.
that going to be Bear Britain, by the way, UK, that's coming on?
Huh?
Well, this be Bear Britain, right? It's you, Bear. Aye, sound. Put your camera off, brother. Or we get you
I'll
on.
say Bear will always show his face.
Yeah, wasn't it that?
Yeah,
It was
I'd
Todd
say,
that
mate.
came in earlier, and it was a porn bomb.
Nah. Bro, if
So I
there's
don't
ever
know
a
if it was
Bear
actually
Britain
him, but
backstage,
it looked like him because he showed a face.
Hey, can you
Yeah.
do me, sir? Can you take the thread off? You know, the people's names, so we could see everybody's name. If you take that thread off,
Take that, right. How
Take
do you turn that off, UK? Just go onto banners and turn it off.
unclick the banner, please, so I can see everybody's name, if you wouldn't mind.
That's Bear Britain, by the way. I'll just tell you. I'm going to turn them off, though.
So, yeah, it is. Just let me see. You know,
I'm just trying to see. I'm no good. I don't know how to do this.
just
Oh,
push
you
the
can do-
comment, bro. Just push the comment twice. So
Comment.
that comment that you highlighted, push it again, and it will come off the screen.
I'm trying. It's not working for me. Give
Okay.
me a second. Right, where am I? What one have
That's
we got?
typical StreamYard
10 is
playing.
on a nightmare. I'm useless at this, remember, guys. I'm just learning.
Well,
Can you-
it's very important that people can see who's speaking and know who they
There
are.
we go. Aye, it's Bear Britain. He's called Bear.
Bear,
He's up the top. I'm Tyrant, and you're Wolvie.
gotcha.
Big
Hey,
up,
do you
bro.
think
Nice
you-
to meet you.
Your best bet, Tyrant, is when them backstage, when they come on camera, just get them say 2 fingers, 3 fingers,
Yeah.
like whatever.
Yeah.
So you know it's a lot. It's a
Well,
live image.
I'm
Then.
going to be honest with you. The picture that came up looked like Todd. And then it was a porn that came on when he came on within seconds.
Yeah, a lot
I asked
use
for the face.
a lot use software, and then they grab.
Folk can do that,
wh-
aye.
they grab what people like want to show the face on a panel. They grab
Yeah.
the video of them, and then they play to you backstage to make you believe it's that person coming on.
Right.
So
got you.
best way is to get them to do something random.
Right. I'm learning.
I've seen people use their OS to create a video of
Another person.
let's just check it out. Joe Cool, right? Everybody knows Joe Cool.
I know Joe, yeah.
And you know, it'll come up. It'll come up, and you'll see a guy that looks like Joe Cool waving his hand because Joe Cool's when he's showing himself. People record that, and then they'll use that, and then you'll think it's really him coming up, and it's not, and you'll get a form bomb.
Just
A lot-
tell Joe Cool to light a spliff and we'll be all right. We'll know it's him, eh? Well, I said, just tell Joe Cool to light a spliff and we'll know it's him.
Yeah.
Hangman,
Big
where
up,
you
that
been?
man,
We've
man.
been
I'm good
waiting
at
all
live
night.
earlier.
You just got to put your banner up and let them speak for a few, and then you'll be all right. You know.
Yeah, that's it.
You know.
Usual.
You'll never see shit like that come from me, and when they do, I mean, it ain't me. I'll tell you that. I think that is a bitter waste of time. If I want to troll somebody, I'll troll them on their behavior, not to get their channel taken down. Shit.
I don't know why people would want to do that anyway. I'm a tiny channel. Why would they want to do that to me? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
man.
just stupid.
There's dickheads out there, bro. That's
You
why.
know that. But
Yeah,
it's probably happened to yourself. It's probably happened to most of us. But it's just stupid.
Jealous of you. You're getting attention that they don't want you to get. You know, so
Yeah,
that's what.
well, that's what they don't like when you're starting to get views and that. They don't like it.
Yeah.
I
Well-
put up a short and it got 13,000 views within a week there.
Yeah.
It was crazy, man. I mean, I didn't normally get that kind of views, obviously, because I've only got like 1,600 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to get like 13,000 views on a
So,
wee short,
Wolvie, you do auditing yourself, bro? Yeah.
Wolvie does, yeah. Have you never seen him, Bear?
No, man, I've not come across him.
Oh
To be
man,
fair,
this
I'm
guy
quite
takes the
surprised.
arrests and everything. You need to go and check
It-
his channel out, guys.
It's Wolverine Transparency in it.
I'll have to check it out, man.
Chris, are you still in the chat? If
Well,
you
I
are,
might.
going through
Do you know what? It's
Wolverine,
probably one of those where I'm
link
going to
up.
go look for it and it's going to tell me I'm subscribed already. I bet.
You
Watch
probably are,
this.
aye.
Yeah, a lot of people are subbed to me and don't even know it. They YouTube
Put Wolvie's channel up as well, please, brother. And
Some-
Bear's saying he's here as well.
YouTube is a master at shadow banning people.
Oh, YouTube, if they don't like your content, they're not going to pump it out, are they? You know that. They've stopped all the predator poachers on YouTube, haven't they?
Yeah.
Put anything controversial out, man.
Former bullying, they're saying, innit? They've all moved to Rumble, because Rumble's meant to have a better platform for free speech and that.
Well, they're saying that Rumble is a free speech my wife says it's okay. But I don't.
I watch a couple of things on it.
I guarantee it. If I start putting my videos up there, the bootlickers they'll go after it. They'll show their ignorance, and I'll prove them wrong the first day.
Hangman, the link's just above you a wee bit.
Yeah, can I just say to Hangman, fucking
He was meant to come on
big
this whole thing
big
was
up
for him.
Hangman for his live earlier. I enjoyed that, man. It was a good
Yeah,
live.
I seen you in there, and
Nice
I
to
told
get
him
him to
that
know
this
him a
was
bit, you know.
happening tonight for him to come on, and he's been
Yeah, no, it was good.
obviously
Good to see
busy.
what he's like as a person, and that's the first live I've caught him on. So
I'm going to meet him on Fridays. We're going to do an audit together on Friday, Bear.
yeah, fair play.
He's only a few miles from me, yeah.
Oh, that's all right then.
I've been
Cool, man.
talking to him. He's a good guy. He seems a
I
gentleman.
advocate for as many of you auditors as possible in Scotland, man. You definitely.
Well,
As I
there
said,
isn't enough of us. You know that
definitely need it.
yourself. So you're lucky if
Definitely
there's
need
4
it.
or 5 of us.
He'll get you arrested, Hangman, I tell you.
Yeah, Hangman will get me arrested. He goes into the areas he's not allowed, eh? Look, I like to push the boundaries
I've just been
sometime as
watching
well.
through some of his content, actually.
Yeah,
Just been
exactly.
watching some of it, yeah.
Tim, what? I watched a few of them a day, and he's no bad. He's actually no bad.
No, he's not, man.
And he can make it if he just gets the content going out and gets some of the bigger channels like yourself, Bear, like you done with me at the start and that. Get them on and get his name out there so people start to know who he is.
Yeah.
And I know your real name, Hangman. I'm not going to say it though.
Do you know what I'd like to see more of as a collective? This is just, again, an idea. Yeah, but what I'd like to see more of is not so much networking, because I don't think that works. I've seen that in the past, and as soon as people try coming together, it causes problems. So probably not that way, but I think people should start looking for stories, cases out there, yeah, and then when going to these police stations, reporting on these stories while they're at that police station.
I usually do that now. That's what I've been doing.
I definitely think there should be more of that.
And I've got a big one, and it's where he lives. I've told him about it yesterday, but he doesn't know much about the case, but I know about it. I've been researching it.
Does that
And I can
misconduct
tell him when I'm there.
999? Does that misconduct 999 cover Scotland, Bear?
No, I don't know. It doesn't. And
I've never heard of that.
And those bastards have changed that, yeah. I swear, not obviously only me. I'm sure many people have promoted it, but since that started getting promoted, telling everyone how to do it, do you know they've gone and fucking changed it now?
What is it
So
like?
they charge you for a subscription. You can go on to Misconduct 999, and they'll tell you what the hearings are, but you don't get everything with it like you did before. I used to get an email 8 o'clock every morning, and I'd get all
What is
the
it about
misconduct
cases
hearings
that's going
all
on
that day.
like?
Yeah, it's all
they changed
misconduct hearings in the police force.
Right. I didn't know your name though.
Right,
Hangman.
what do you think, guys? Yeah, of, I'm gonna throw something out there.
On you go, bro.
What do you think of like a police misconduct database? Not them, but like us. We hold the database ourselves, and what we eventually try and do is we try and put even the faces to the names of these police officers and put it all on a database, i.e., like a website.
I think they've got that in America called the Brady list, is it, will be?
Yeah.
The Brady
Yeah, no,
list.
that's what I'm thinking about. Like, the idea's been floating around for a
You're
little
going to
while.
need to get a few people together, though, Bear, to get that put into action, because you know they're not going to listen to one
no
or
problem.
two people.
Remember this.
No. Putting it up's no problem. Making that site's no problem.
Making the database high, because
Yeah, making it all's no problem.
Hold
But
up a
what would be
second.
handy is people like starting to cover more of that so that everybody can fill that database.
Right.
Like I say, you'd need people all up and down the country filling it.
You would,
Right.
yeah.
Check this
What
out.
you think?
So, where do you think the name watchdog come from in every country?
Watching cops, is it?
It's more of a unified uniform, like uniform. That statement itself, watchdog, like whistleblower, okay, watchdog, stuff like that. It came from all over the world. It just didn't come from America, okay. So I'm sure that they have watchdog communities that are in your community. You're just not aware of them, or you don't believe them. All right, because they have.
Oh, we believe them. The amount of cops that have been convicted in the last few
Like,
months.
bro, do you know what? Again, what people
crimes.
could do yet?
Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought. So, I think that what I'm trying to tell you is that eventually they get infiltrated. Okay, and any board has to be filled with people in the community, individuals that are in the community that are not picked by a politician or
Independent people, you mean?
or a mayor or a governor, anything political. They can't be attached to it. Their politics has to be silent. They only are if you're going to have that type of a watchdog group that is going to attach names, public actions, and give us remedies. It's got to be it's got to be bipartisan.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody has to be on the same damn page. You are only there not for holding civilians accountable. You're holding public
Officials, servants, yeah.
them
Like,
to the
Tyron, say for instance, I contacted you, yeah, and said, there's some misconduct hearings with police happening. Some might be public, they might not be, depending, right? And they say within the Scotland area or within your area, yeah. You then go cover them. Go to that
You tell
hearing.
me, I'll do that.
Yeah, and then what we do is we actually catch these people coming out of these hearings afterwards. Snapping a shot of them, sticking questions on them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Right, nail
I'm sure we can get it through the Freedom of Information Act anyway, surely.
to the narrative. Gotcha.
No, I can get you the things. So we got the
you can find
subscription
any
today
in
for
Scotland, you
misconduct
let me
9.
know, and I'll certainly go and cover it, Bear, definitely, 100%.
Yeah.
I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works for the Scotland. I don't know how I would get that information. I'm sure it's still out there. But I know misconduct 999 only covers England and Wales.
Because it's public information.
It is, but what I'm saying is that the site that I used for the
English
misconduct hearings, it only covers England and Wales, I think.
Yeah, because we've got a different government. That's the problem. So I'm sure, could we know maybe contact Holyrood and maybe get that information from there?
We got a civilian board here that sits on Detroit, that sits above the Detroit police, okay, where any type of misconduct that is racial bias, in any way where it comes to racially profiling, IA complaints that the IA can't even investigate until the board says, okay,
we're going to unleash this, and you guys, we see the misconduct. You guys are going to make sure that the expectations of the office and in their bargaining agreement will go into effect, and you would take their qualified immunity. That is what needs to happen everywhere across the board. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I just think I can't speak for America, but here, right in the UK, sometimes like
They hide a
what
lot
are we
from us.
covering, Tyrant Searcher? Like seriously, what like
that's
what information? How like how how much important or interesting information are we really putting out there, and how much of it is like the same old stuff? A lot of it's the
A
same,
lot
right?
of it's the same, and that's what we were
Like
talking about
where
earlier.
we've
me
all
and
got these
Wolfie.
platforms, right? And some of us have got a few thousand, some have got 10, 20, 30, 40, etc., right? But combined, we
if you
have
put a
like
story out,
combined we have a big
somebody else
massive
is putting a
platform, bro.
story out.
And if we all started sharing these stories and putting these stories out there, mate, it's only then when you start getting out there to the people that the mainstream media aren't covering. Yeah, even though they seem to be covering a little bit recently, they're still not covering nowhere near
You've
enough.
started doing
It's
that.
only
You've
then
been
that people
doing.
are going to start seeing it, bro.
You've been
So-
doing a lot of the cop breaking the law shit, haven't you?
Say that again, mate.
You've been doing covering a lot of stories of the cops being.
Yeah, I've done a
breaching
few
people's
bits. I've
rights
done a little bit
recently.
recently. I've done a few bits in the past. I certainly want to do a lot more going forward because I think there's a lot of it. And
There's a lot of that out there, but we just need to find it. That's the thing.
so is that what you are? Is that what your channel says? Bear Britain Audits?
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
He's one of the bigger channels, Wolfie. You should go and watch his content. It's brilliant.
Can you guys hear?
We can hear you, yeah. You know, hear us.
Good, it's working. So I'll be able to go here and look you up real quick. Let's see.
Hangman, click the link and come up. What are you doing? I thought you want to come up and say about your channel and that. Come on. People will watch us later, mate.
What I must admit, Scotland's the one place I still do really want to do, man. It's just such a mission, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's
The problem I've got
such a
is
fucking mission, man.
I've only been doing like Fife because that's where I'm living, and Perth, which is about 40 miles away, because that's where I'm from originally. But you can't make change until you make change in your own stations where you live. That's the way I'm looking at it. And
Like I say, I don't think you can make and any of us can make change, right?
No way.
But
But
that's where I think we can if you start putting the right stuff out there and everyone started sharing that stuff and more. Because as soon as more people start seeing it, and more people are a little bit more knowledgeable of what's going on, then it's only then that the people can kind of start like fighting back against it.
That we need to be telling,
Of course, like that. How many people hear about stuff like that and probably think, "Oh yeah, that sounds a bit like extreme," but it happens.
It happens.
Quite a bit more than what most people probably expect it to happen.
How many Met officers in the last month have been charged with very serious crimes and jailed? A couple have got over 30 years that I know about. David Carrick.
Do you know what I don't like about that? Right, it's good that it's in the mainstream, right, and that stuff's being highlighted. But to me, it's like they're completely like putting the magnifying glass on the Met Office, because that then leaves the rest of the country to just run rogue, mate. Like the Mets, they go on like the Mets like something really bad. Like I could think of worse police forces up and down the country than the Met Police
forces. It's certain officers.
London aren't even the worst force in fucking England.
There was something about Yorkshire had like 100 or 300 officers that were still working that had committed crimes. Somebody put a story out about it. It was about a year ago. I'm sure it was Yorkshire.
Real quick, I just want to congratulate you on your success on your channel there, BBA.
Bear's been working really hard, brother.
Appreciate that, mate.
He always works hard. And he helps the small channels as well. He's a good guy for it.
I always like to see people move and excel and express their journey, on YouTube or whatever, wherever you're doing it at. and bring a little success and grow. I like seeing it grow, you know. And I've told many people that has been in this community that they will surpass me because, you know, I can only do so much with my handicaps, man. You know, I'm not going to use that as an excuse. I mean, I should be dead, guys. All right.
I know the injuries you got. Because I've known you for a while. I've been watching you for a while. I know the injuries you got and what you've had. You're lucky to even be alive.
To make it clear so everybody understands, all right, 13.2 thousand volts went through my body and killed me. I was dead before I hit the ground. I got the back of my head blown out. I got
head's blown off, guys.
Got third degree all over my body and 70% of my body. I have all kinds of issues. I'm on palliative care and I'm a pubic hair away from being on hospice. I outlived my expiration date several times so far. Okay. They even gave me a new one. I got a new expiration date, by the way.
And they're still out there fighting for people's rights.
You know, and this is why I live day to day, and I'm very thankful for what I have. I'm very thankful for my family. I'm very thankful for the things that God has blessed me with. I'm very thankful for good people that made and that has listened to my story, that understands what I'm really trying to do on and off YouTube, you know. And I have a lot of people that listen to me off YouTube, let alone people that follow me. I mean, I only got like 8,000 something subscribers, you know.
But
so
you're one of the most honest guys that I've watched for America. I've always told you that. You never, he investigates everything before he puts it out there in UK. Investigates every bit of it, so he knows he's not putting any lies out there.
Yeah, I tried to be as honest.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I think I've been guilty of being a little too honest. All right, and when it comes to being too honest, a lot of people don't like it because it's controversial and it's a kick in the balls to them. Sometimes it's kind of like these bootlickers. For an example, over here in America, people follow Trump, right? And I went to a Trump rally where they were saying F Joe Biden, right? So I was saying F Joe Biden, and then my next statement was saying, and fuck the police, and they didn't know what to do. They were looking at me like I was a disease or something.
Because you were using your freedom of speech.
You know what I mean? I'm like, F Joe Biden, fuck police, right in front of them. Police they're looking at me sideways, and tens of thousands of people were there listening to me, and they didn't understand it. You could see the confusion on their face, and I got all that. I never
really earlier. A lot of the people don't even know their rights.
I haven't released that video yet. Okay.
Yeah.
And that video I use every now and then just to show you how biased people are. For an example, the same example that I just used. We were talking about a woman, a Caucasian woman that looked like the middle class, that was with her family and had her kids with her, and they're saying fuck Joe Biden, quote unquote, right? So when I decided to say after that statement and say, and fuck the police, right? Yeah. She left me and said, you're cussing in front of my children after she just got done and her whole family saying F Joe Biden. And I'm like, do you understand
what you were saying?
Look right now on this live stream. I mean, I'm on a live stream and I got about 300 to 400 people watching you say what you just said, along with all these other people around you, and they're even looking at you sideways. Okay? So don't sit there and tell me what I can and cannot do, you fucking bootlicking square ass bitch, you know?
He's too honest, guys. He just says it as it is. He's one of them.
You know, I don't give a fuck right. I don't give a fuck about left. My personal politics has nothing to do with what I do when I keep these bitches in check. Okay? And when I put them in check, it's because I know their bargain agreement, I know the oath, I know who I'm talking to, and I also know their code of conduct. So when I know this and I know that they're violating, I will troll them. I will write them up and to go fuck themselves.
Guys, you weren't here earlier. I was telling people, Wolfie's got a video, right, that lasts about 6 hours because the cops forgot to turn it off, right? And they're caught. Their chief has to phone number is the Sergeant Wolfie, and he has to tell them, you have been caught conspiring against all these guys and telling lies because you've been on a live stream on YouTube for the last 6 or 8 hours, whatever it was. They're caught, banky rights. You're going to get a big payout for that, Wolfie, yeah?
My camera was so significant, right?
It was yours and never turned off.
Seeing that type of behavior displayed with so many of our public servants that didn't know that they were being recorded. And it was,
There's got about 5 million views on your video of that one.
they were making fun of of fat people. They were making fun of
All views as well. They
were
that you had done nothing wrong.
people. They were making fun of all kinds of people when they made fun of me.
They were talking about these disabilities and that, and they were caught live on YouTube, guys.
They don't understand their disdain for the public was so bad in that video that it just stank like straight up ass. Okay?
Yeah. And they were giving security guards the right to basically take over the case, Wolfie, yeah? Whatever they said was right, basically, they were saying.
Explain that real quick. What he's talking about is that they gave evidence to people that are not
Law enforcement.
MCOL certified, meaning MCOL certified means the only way that you can be a police officer in the state of Michigan, you have to be MCOL certified. They gave these people that are not MCOL certified
information, etc.
Private information on me, okay? In the chain of custody. I have the original chain of custody. They're not even on it because they're not on the video that was going on that we all got to see. See, this is what needs to change. And this is why an attorney, I still got 1 more year.
Yeah.
Where I need to sue the fuck out of them for it. Okay?
Sure.
And I need to find the right attorney for it. I can't find the right one. They're all too bootlickish.
They're scared to take the cops on.
They're too fucking greedy. You know?
I was lucky because the man in the High Castle gave me his lawyer for to take Dunfermline Police to court. He won his cases.
You got to remember this. They took my legs away from me when they took my they took my wheelchair and my truck. They seized it. Remember, I had to pay to get my wheelchair out.
After releasing you and telling you to leave, they chased you down and arrested you.
Exactly.
And he wasn't even parked where they were. The rest of the guys were parked, and they weren't illegal either, by the way. But they were trying to say they were. They were across the street, Wolfie. Yeah.
Dude, but I was even more lawful in what they were speaking on. The only thing that they didn't like is because I told them, I said, because I'm not with those guys, you cannot be talking to me because you don't see me on that property, nor have you. So 21 LEOs, police officers, came to that section where there was no crime, and you're talking about a big waste of fucking money and a circle jerk. That is the
public land anyway, where they were parked.
That's good for the whole world to see, because the whole
it was private property, but it was public property they were parked on. And he wasn't even parked there, and the cops told him to go away because he wasn't parked there. And then they chased you down the motorway or whatever you call it at your bit.
It was called Brennan's Loop. It was a fucking bus stop.
It was a bus stop, that's right, aye.
That belonged to the public. It was ours.
It's crazy, man. It's a crazy video. You need to watch it, guys.
That's why I got 2.3 million views on it.
The cop that told you to go was the one that chased you down to, and he started laughing and joking with you when he stopped you, man.
The cop that was cop-splaining me,
yeah, where you tell him straight.
check this out, bro. You guys ain't gonna believe what this pig said to me. He says, isn't this property even more my property because I am the duly elected police officer to protect it? I'm like, no. And see that right there. That's what I'm talking about right there. You are a tool, dude. You work for me. I don't work for you. You have an oath that is connected to your bargaining agreement that's connected to a fucking code of conduct. I don't. You, until I commit a crime, I am your boss. It's that simple.
And Lackluster's clued up on the law, and he says that these guys cannot lose this case at all. His wife's a lawyer, isn't she? But it's crazy, man.
We
Millions of views.
get a real one, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody's listening has the balls inside. If anybody from the U.S. is listening that has the balls that wants to make 1/3 of some really good fast money, I got it bow tied for you. It's easy. I got it all.
Lawyers that are human rights lawyers, we call them human rights, but you will call them something else. But we've got human rights lawyers here that will deal with our cases.
Yeah.
So you must have something similar.
Well, we do got advocates that work for the ACLU that does do stuff like that, but I'm not black enough. So
right, they only take on certain cases.
Their only thing is about
away, guys.
They only get involved when the Department of Civil Rights is only with people of color. It has nothing to do with
right. It's not about you getting your rights abused. It's only if it's racial.
Yeah, you got to understand something. I am in that category because I am.
You're a disability. There's a law on that, isn't there?
A civilian. I will never claim to be a civilian. I'm an individual with constitutional rights. A civilian is somebody that is submitted to their laws, and I'm not submitted. I'm under duress.
I don't consent. I'm under common law.
I'm under duress. So that's why anytime I go into a courtroom, when they summons me, you know those swinging doors that swing inside the courtroom from the vestibule to the front of the desk of the court, I'll ask the judge, by walking through these swinging doors, am I surrendering any of my constitutional laws or constitutional rights? Because if I am, I'm not gonna. You will have to bring the mic to me, and I will not surrender to your corporate law. I don't want to surrender to corporate law. I want to be treated with my constitutional rights, as it says in 8.115 of the AO of the written orders of the conduct and procedures of court inside the courtroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's why they ask us UK transparency. They say to us, "Do you understand?" And if you agree, that's you going into contract with them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a verbal contract.
I never say I understand. I always say I don't answer questions when they ask me anything.
I'll just generally say
because that's you going into contract.
I'll just generally say I hear what you said.
Yeah, well, you're not saying I understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they want you to say, because if you say you understand, it means that you're consenting to what they're doing with you.
Well, that's what they'll gaslight you to believe in, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't mean that, but that's what they want you to believe.
Anybody see, does anybody know Brian from High Impact Flicks?
Yeah, I know Brian.
The deal?
High Impact Flicks.
Yeah. Or Here's the Deal. You know any of them?
Yeah. Aye, Here's the Deal is the other channel, aye.
Hey, do you know him?
I know who he is. I watch him, yeah.
Hey, UK, do you know him?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm subbed, yeah.
Did you see the video where he just released last week about that lady and her Second Amendment and how they were there were several police officers that got through the door. Here, let me finish this here. And they literally asked this lady for her signature. So the judge is trying to say that if she doesn't sign this, that she will be in some type of trouble or contempt. So
yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
It's not the one with pink camera magic, was it?
hold on. Just listen to me. I don't know who it was. I just want to talk about the narrative real quick. All right. The narrative was this woman was under duress against her attorney, and she let her freaking attorney go, and that cop gaslit her under duress and under color of law, literally conspired against her rights and made her sign a document.
yeah. I'm pretty sure the auditors covered it, and he says that the judges ordered it as not admissible. He cancelled it.
Exactly, and that is what they're going to do to everywhere in America because of the red flag laws. They are trying to take our Second Amendment from those people.
I've seen that. They want to take the Second Amendment away. I've seen that.
Then they can control them.
Yeah, but that's. I thought that they couldn't change the law against a constitutional right. Is what I was led to believe. I'm not saying they can. I'm just saying I was led to believe that.
That's what it says so in the First Amendment. If you read the whole
starting, it says it can't be changed.
Congress shall not pass a law that violates any of the Constitution. Right.
That's what I believed as well. Yeah, and I think if that's you think about it, these guys back then, right? Your founding fathers, they shed blood and tears to make these laws.
Yes, they did.
And these guys are wanting to just go into a wee room and say, right, let's change this.
Well, see, they take the 10th Amendment in the Constitution that allows the states to write their own laws. They take that as
for the state, no for the country, for the state,
Right? The Constitution, which is not what it says. The 10th Amendment allows them to rewrite the laws to narrow them. Meaning, if they tell you, now I'm not saying that this is good, and I'm not enabling this in any way. This is just an example, right? You have to wait 30 seconds before after the light turns green to even move, right?
Yeah.
Now or you can go when it's green, but now they're narrowing it to where you got to wait 30 seconds. And if you don't, breaking the law. See, they're adding to the law. They're allowing them to make it stricter. Okay, you cannot make it looser. You cannot add to a law. You can only narrow it. And that is what these tyrants are doing. They're adding and subtracting things, cherry picking the Constitution, and it's bullshit.
It's crazy, and I think Denver Metro Audits was going to a lot of council meetings because they were trying to do something about them filming in the city. Was it a city hall or the city meetings or whatever they're called? I don't know if you know who Denver Metro Audits is.
There's a lesson to be learned of what he's going through. Yep.
That guy's getting treated like crap, eh?
Yes, he is.
And he's got a few charges to go up for because of all this.
Yep.
And basically they're all illegal, by the way, because the guy hasn't committed any crimes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's ridiculous. They had over 100 odd people commented at one of the meetings by Zooming that, but everybody that was on AFA's chat was commenting. I don't know if you've seen it, Wolfie. And it lasted about 5 hours longer than it should have, the meeting. It was they brought pizza and that, and for everybody, DMA and Sweet Tea, his missus, right? And his sister does it as well. And they brought big boxes of pizza and that for everybody that was in it. It was brilliant. It was funny as hell. And all the comments were aimed at the copper, because the copper was the one that was trying to get the law changed against him for filming in public, And they've been charged, they have been charged.
Yeah.
It's a shame. I like DMA.
There's one thing I know about Denver Metro and their crew down there. They're really tight, and I'm sure that they'll redress and come
There's a few
together.
of them down there, though.
They'll come together and I think that he'll be okay.
He's got
Take a
AFA's 125,000 as well, though. They follow him as well. Him and AFA are tight.
I didn't hear you.
AFA, Accountability for All, and DMA are tight. So
Yeah.
AFA's got 125,000 now.
Yeah.
So they'll be supporting DMA in this. So they're getting as many complaints in as possible about it,
No.
But they actually want the copper sacked. I mean, I think he should be sacked for what he done. He actually put hands on them, remember, out in the hallway after the meeting was finished.
Yeah.
And they all got arrested. There was about 8 of them.
Yeah. I mean,
filming in a public building.
Kidnapping's a serious crime, man, and that is why Title 18, Section 241, 242, deprivation of rights under color of law, had a one. It's a floater, basically. Here in the United States, we call this a floater, from 1 to life, and it has the death penalty attached to it. So, I have not yet seen anybody charged with that, and I've been trying to get a hold of the FBI to make that complaint, but they're clowns. They're straight up
cover it up as well, though, because they're all a team, aren't they?
When I'm in a federal court and I have a zealous judge that loves his authority, and when he sees judicial misconduct, I've seen some stuff that gave me some faith that even winning my Social Security, in a wheelchair, all fucked up. This judge is like, I can't believe they denied you. A federal judge had to step in and say, oh, hell no.
This guy needs it.
He apologized to me on the fucking record and told me how unprofessional these lames were. He said they don't even have their paperwork correct. They don't even have holes where you could put it into file correct. It was never filed correctly. These people just handled this like it was just like thrown in a trash. He said, I've seen trash that's better than that.
Crazy, like.
So when I do have some faith in some federal judges and magistrates that they might.
Some of them want to abide by the law, though. That's the point. Some of them are doing their job right. I'm not saying it's everybody. It's the same with cops. Some of them do their job right, and I don't mind these cops. We need them, but it's the ones that aren't doing it right that I just can't abide. As simple as that. I call them feelings police over here. Don't mind nothing. But you won yours. That was the most important bit about it at the end of the day. That gives you the faith that somebody's going to do their job right.
Oh, is my audio loud? My fault. Let me look in my audio here.
Guys, we're not hearing it too loud. Is it loud at your end, guys? Yeah? Oh, aye, they're saying it is, aye. Slightly.
Audio is
just crazy.
Hello, audio. Is that better?
Sounds okay to me. Can anybody else tell us if Wolfie's volumes went down a bit, guys? Say a couple of words, Wolfie.
Audio is too loud.
Very loud still, it says. Very loud from Wolfie.
We good?
It's a little better. There you go. We're good.
Well, I mean, a little better. I mean, that is the recommended.
That's better. Cardi B says.
Auto
says that's better. We're okay. We're okay now.
Auto. What is that? Auto on the volume. They call it the auto thing.
Oh, right. So it's just going to a set standard, you mean?
So it'll go according to whatever. Yeah, it says auto adjust mic volume. So it's automatic. This is it itself. That's why I left it up to the StreamYards to dictate what decimal I should be at.
Right.
I see myself illuminating, so it should be
But you
fine.
were outside earlier, so maybe it needed to be up when you were outside.
I'm loud anyway, so I'm
You're
always
too fucking loud. Stop it.
here. I'm a fucking leader. I can't help it.
Look,
It's what it
at the
is.
end of the day, you're doing it for everybody. You're not doing it for yourself, and that's why I like your channel so much. It's not about you. You don't claim the money either. You don't take money.
Yeah.
It's not about the money. It's
Yeah.
about trying to help.
You just got all the gaslighters and people that they don't like the message because it didn't come the way they wanted to hear it. It's like a bank robber. If a bank robber comes out of the penitentiary and tells somebody else, "Hey,
I rob the bank."
don't rob a fucking bank, dude. Don't do it. It's wrong." And you look at them like, "Motherfucker, who do you think you are?"
Exactly. I
You
get
know,
it.
and that's how people are. They'll deal
It's okay for you, but no for me, type thing.
because you made mistakes and you got flawed just like they do, and I don't know what their problem is. People are just jealous.
See me, right? The things I done when I was in my 20s and that, when I went to prison and that, I would never do now. I'm in my 40s. I'm just not that same person. I learnt my lesson.
Yeah.
Well, if they'd done the same thing, if they were trying to hurt my family, I probably would do it. But I'd think about things more now because I'm older. I'm not going to say wiser because I've never been wise anyway, but
What is that? Cardi B? Have a good one. See ya.
is Cardi away, like? No, aye, all right. Are you away, Cardi? I'll see you later, though. Bye. America's a lot different than us, and not in a bad way, because I think we should have the rights to do what you guys do, but
Yeah.
they wouldn't allow it over here for some way. They're not going to let anybody over here carry a gun in the street. Put it that way. Ever.
They ain't gonna let you.
The only people that can have guns are good night, Cardi B. Like farmers and that get licenses for them. You've got to go through rigorous tests. I think UK, is that right?
I believe so. It's something I've never looked into it, to be honest. Now.
I would never get one because when you've been in prison for more than 18 months, you sign the Firearms Act when you come out. So you're not allowed a gun after that.
Well, I'm going to the Supreme Court for mine, so I'm taking mine at the Supreme
What
Court.
was your sentence?
It's 5 years.
5 years. So,
Yeah.
so do you sign like a firearms agreement when you get released?
No. Any.
So
Listen to this.
you got your thing
And I tell
taken
you,
away,
listen,
didn't you?
check it out. What happened was, because of this new law that went into effect that I was talking about earlier, what the governor signed, is you can get up to 3 cases. So what I've already been charged with that I went to the penitentiary for is off. It's now no longer on my record. So them knowing me doing that's not even on there. You're not going to be able to see that.
I seen that, Anarchy. Anarchy saying as from the 1st of July in Florida, where he lives, we have permitless concealed carry coming out. I seen that in a video last week. Michigan will be different though. Every state will be different with their gun laws, is it?
I don't know. Well, I know.
Well, you're no a carrier, so you wouldn't know.
They're either you either have concealed carry or open carry.
Open carry, aye.
If you're going to open carry, you got to pay attention to the open carry law. Like here in Michigan, if a person decides to carry a firearm in the state of Michigan, it has to be holstered on your side and seen, okay? And you cannot get into a car if you don't have a concealed weapons permit.
Yeah,
so
I seen your man, I don't know if you were there, he got pulled out of the car, remember, with Your big guy, Bam. He had his gun on in the car, remember?
Yeah. So
Tyrant
what I
Hunter.
would do though is that if you're not careful, right,
Yeah,
they can nitpick and say because you didn't conceal that weapon before you got in the car.
you're open carrying.
That I could see them doing that. I could see them do that real soon.
Yeah.
I could see because they wrote these new laws that Governor Gretchen she signed in that didn't go that quickly went through the legislature like they cut like butter. It's kind of like I almost am saying that action that happened at Michigan State. I don't know. I think it was done purposely. I think it was. I think they did that political so that they can write the red law flags or red flag laws into effect, and people would be more accessible to signing that.
I think in Florida you can carry if you're going fishing or something, isn't it?
Yeah, if you're
That's what
fishing,
the armed fisherman does, isn't it?
hunting, fishing, or whatever. There's another one. I forget. Yeah, from
There's
origin
certain reasons you can carry it. Yeah, I've seen that.
from origin to destination. Yeah.
And they're changing something on the 1st of July, Anarchy's been saying. So I don't know if that's to stop people doing it when they're going fishing or what. I don't know. Because they've been stopping a lot of people and detaining them and checking them and blah, blah, blah for carrying guns because they're going fishing. Because people are doing it to push the boundary, obviously.
Well,
to create content, sorry. I'm not saying push the boundary because it isn't, it's lawful. So
police officers believe that just because they have a call for service that automatically supersedes your Fourth Amendment right.
Yeah, they want your ID. They're like a drug addict for ID in America. I've noticed that.
Yeah.
It's like a drug addict wanting drugs. They want your ID.
It's very clear in the open carry. You cannot just come to me for any reason to get my ID because of that gun.
Even if somebody reports you carrying it, they can't do it, because it's just a report, and you're not doing nothing illegal.
That is an unconsensual, unlawful stop.
Yeah.
All right? Because I don't think anybody would want to consent to violating their Fourth Amendment right.
If they remember the boy that does Junkyard News, remember they done him? They held him at gunpoint and all that.
Yeah.
The boy for Junkyard News. They done him bad and all. They detained him. They took his gun off him and that, and he was carrying legally. It was crazy. Well, they're doing that every day. We're not just seeing every one. That's the thing. The ones we see a lot, but they're doing it to people every day. Sorry?
I'm trying to figure out what you just said. Who was you talking about? Hannity? Who?
Junkyard News. You know the boy that does the wee short ones, Junkyard News.
Junkyard News?
Yeah, the wee ginger guy.
Okay. What happened to him?
He was carrying while he was filming, and the cops held him at gunpoint and detained him and took the gun off him and made him ID, etc. He was fighting his case, but I think they eventually got his ID off him. I'm not 100%, but I'm sure that's what they done. They threatened him with arrest if he didn't ID, put it that way.
Yeah. Because they think once they have the Terry versus Ohio, that gives them probable cause after they reasonably articulate why they are stopping you. They automatically think that
just a pat down on the Terry v. Ohio.
You, and that's not true. The only thing that is written in that law that supersedes anything is if they do have reasonable articulable suspicion that you've committed a crime or going to commit a crime. The only thing that is mandatory out of that is for them to articulate it and a Terry frisk, meaning they're allowed to frisk you down and take off any weapons on you while they are articulating that crime. So, other than carrying the gun, period, they have to have another crime, meaning even
jaywalking, like you say, anything, a crime, it's got to be a crime. Well, that
Your
wouldn't be a crime, that would be an ordinance, wouldn't it?
hold up. I was going to get there. You jaywalked and you caused the car to swerve and hit a baby. Okay. All right. Your action caused the reaction, and you were punitively responsible for that because you did jaywalk. It's against the law.
Caused an injury because there has to be a victim, eh?
An injury. So that does not give them the right to that now gives them the right to get that ID from you. That gives them the right to do that. But if it was just a regular jaywalk and they're using that as PC to get your ID because now you're carrying something and they want to make sure, wrong answer. They can't do that.
They just charged J-Town News with a jaywalking when he was more than 500 feet away from the traffic lights. I don't know if you've seen the video.
They have jaywalking laws.
Yeah, but the thing was, right, if you're 500 yards or 150 yards, I think, as you can better than me, away from an actual crossing, you can cross as long as you cross at a certain angle. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, the standard, the constitutional standard from the federal point of view is that if you're going to walk, if there's not a sidewalk immediately adjacent from the right curb, then whatever's there in that area, you are allowed to walk on the street. Okay,
there's no cross that sidewalk.
You're allowed to, but you got to walk against traffic. You can't walk with traffic.
The street was blocked off because the cops were there, right? And the reason they charged him is because he was filming them and they were butthurt.
You got to walk.
Nothing to do with him jaywalking because he wasn't jaywalking by law. They just were butthurt.
Yeah.
And you get that a lot, I suppose, hey, when they don't like you filming them, and that's as simple as that. They hate it because it's transparency, isn't it?
Yeah. But even if I did though jaywalk, and even if it was against law, and they wanted to
know a crime anyway.
You got to write me a ticket. You still can't ID me because it's not a crime.
Well, that's what J-Town was doing.
So
far, ID into them.
Sometimes you got to take the long way and take the fucking arrest to bite that ass.
Well, they didn't arrest him. They knew his name. They were calling him by name before they were asking him for his ID.
Yeah.
They know who he is because he films them all the time, eh? They're just being awkward because he was filming them. It was as simple as that.
Yeah.
I just shut my windows because it's getting chilly tonight.
90 degrees out there.
We live in Scotland, me. It's freezing.
What's the temperature there?
It's about, I'll tell you right now, it is 11:16 in the evening. So what are you? You must be about 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon?
No, it's 6:16.
6. Oh, aye, 6 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours in some places, eh?
So what's the temperature?
Right now, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but it is airy. It's cold here in Scotland anyway. I don't know what you've got, UK.
Is it summer?
Well, it's meant to be summer. We've had a bit of rain the last few days, but it has been hot before that. It's been really hot.
Oh, okay.
You're back, Ash. I can see you in the chat. He's got the fingers up.
Here.
I don't know. It's cold here tonight, guys, but I don't know. It's been raining all day here. So that I went out on Sunday and done an audit, and as soon as I went outside, I never took a jacket, and the rain started. Always when you don't take a jacket, the rain comes on.
I say fuck officer safety.
There's no such
Yep.
thing. They use it all the time. What are they scared of? A
Hi,
camera?
hey
They've
guys,
got
I'll be
guns
back. I
and
gotta
tasers.
answer this. I'll be back.
Oh, was you on a call? Right. Officer safety is not a real thing. It's not a law.
No, there's no law attached to officer safety.
They use it all the time, though, but there's no law on it. It's just them being butthurt. You've got a camera, and they've got guns and tasers. Well, over there they do. And they're like, officer safety, move back, move back. It's just bullshit, man.
Well, when you think about it, if it was to bring a law in for officer safety, it would basically override every other right people have.
Yeah, because they would use it every time. And see in Bran, right? I don't know, you maybe know this, right? See if there's a scene, right, and they've not got it taped off, are we allowed to walk in that scene?
Yeah, unless I tell you you can't be there.
But you can walk into it until they tell you that.
Yeah, but in the same way, they can only tape off a scene at an area.
Yeah.
For that's big enough for them to investigate. They can't use tape as a way to.
But you know they do to keep the cameras away.
Yeah,
you've seen it yourself. They're like that.
They can't legally use tape to censor media.
But they don't want transparency. That's the thing. If you're there filming and the BBC's there, they'll ask you to move, but they'll not ask the BBC.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's, I mean, like, went to a protest a couple of months ago now, and this one copper honestly believed that you'd got to have a council given
permit.
Was
BBA with you?
Yeah.
And they moved them on, and the boy said, "What section did it get moved under?" And the boy said, "My boss told me."
Yeah.
That was out of order because they need a law to move you.
Yeah, but the day moved me.
They didn't move you.
No,
they just moved BBA.
Yeah, but just they moved everybody else, and I says you got two choices. I'm standing here filming. You got two choices. You can leave me alone, or you can drag me up the road, and I'll see you in court.
But then they didn't want to put hands on when you're filming, but they do, but they didn't want to, because they know when you've not committed a crime, they're in trouble. I'm saying that. There's no accountability. They didn't get in any trouble.
There was tried to say that that we was causing trouble and that, but the protesters crossed the road to come to us.
I remember watching that one.
Yeah,
and
so
they were trying to blame you guys for stirring it up,
Mm-hmm.
And
same as when we went back to the when we went to
you went to the hotel,
cover
security guards were there.
When we went back to cover there was two protests, like as a protest and a counter protest. When we went back to a protest, some of the counter protesters come up and destroyed a sign, one of the signs from the protest, which to me looked like it had been cut, which would mean that not only is it criminal damage for damaging somebody else's property, but to cut it, that would mean that one of them was carrying a bladed article.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they would have to be.
And the police was saying you've got to go down there under common law to prevent a breach of a peace. Well, well, Canada lost that power back in 2019 for
For
exactly the same,
overusing it.
for exactly the same reason. What they was
Yeah.
what they was doing, and what like same as what they was basically trying to do to us, was they were saying that by us being there, it could entice the counter protesters to come over and attack us.
But that's no you. That's them causing
Yeah,
that action. You're
yeah.
only filming.
And that's why Canada lost that power, was because they was using it to threaten what they perceived could be victim of a crime, rather than the person that was committing the crime.
I think in Britain as well, they took one of the terrorists actually because they were overusing it. Was it 44
Yeah.
or 43?
43 were took away and
And they use
revised.
44 now, eh?
Now,
But you
they
don't have
took,
the ID under that either.
they took away 44 because it was being misused, and
Yeah.
they just tidied the wording up to make it clearer. I think they released it in a pop-up book style for the police to read, and put it out as section 43.
I watched a video, I can't remember who it was last week, and they stopped this person and they started at section 1 apiece, and then they changed it to another number which was completely wrong. They said like section 48 of the Terrorism Act, which isn't even a number. It was Reggie Photo, is it he's called?
Yeah.
And it taken them about 4 different times before they got it right. And they were stopping them under the Terrorism Act, and they were trying to tell me how to ID and that, but little did they know he knew the law. They hate it when somebody knows the law, eh?
I mean, it's like a lot of people are under the impression if they bring up section 50, just by bringing in section 50 to a conversation.
Yeah.
You have to give details,
But you don't.
Yeah.
See, we don't have section
Now-
50, so I'm trying
now,
to wonder
under-
what that's under. What's that under?
antisocial.
Antisocial. Maybe we do have that actually, but because we have got antisocial, but I didn't think it was section 50. Is that like a dispersal? They can ask you to leave for 24 hours or something?
Section 50, yes, you do have to give your details,
Right.
but it's the same as any other law if it's used lawfully.
Yeah. That's what they don't get. They just say a law to you, right? And they think you're not going to know. But they've got to articulate the crime that they suspect you of, eh?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be able to articulate what antisocial behaviour you was engaged in, and
Yeah. And filming's no antisocial because it's a lawful act, isn't it?
And simply standing in public, filming from public, it's just not. They just can't class it as antisocial behaviour.
But they try to.
Oh yeah, but they try just to make you think, oh well, they've used section 50 on me. I've got to give me details. Fuck that. Take the arrest.
Well, I take the arrest every time when they try and. If I know I've not committed a crime, I go to jail every time. Because I won't answer questions, I won't give my details, I won't basically speak to them if I know I've not committed a crime. And that's what happened twice within the space of a month at the same station. Big up respect, Angry Vet. Good to see you in the house. You've just missed your pal. I don't know if he's coming back. Wolverine Transparency.
I get that from my mum's side, as stubborn as fuck as well.
He kept thinking you were talking about him earlier, eh?
Yeah.
I was laughing, and he thought I was laughing, but I wasn't. Ken what? He's a gentleman, right? And I've watched these videos for a long time. And
Yeah, I've followed Wolverine.
He's a really nice guy, eh?
Yeah.
He's doing it for the right reasons.
He's,
the same as yourself, eh?
He's
watched your
passionate. He's
latest
passionate,
video.
and that's where a lot of people get confused, isn't he?
Yeah. But see, the difference is when we're speaking, right, we can understand. Some of the Americans, we need to speak slower so they understand us. Because, well, he was loud to them, but we weren't. So it must have been his volume on his phone or computer, whatever he was using. But it must have been the phone because he was out and about at one point, man. So, I don't know.
And yeah, it's easy when you're passionate about something. It's for your voice to rise and like not you not to know about it now.
Yeah.
It like
Yeah. And I mean, he's like us. He's got 8,000 odd subscribers and he doesn't claim any monetization either. Because he's not in it for the money. He wants to change as well. We're never on our own would we do it. Passion bites us in the ass sometimes. Yeah, I get that, vet. I've seen some of your videos. You're normally calm, but they call you the angry vet because you can't go that way. But I'm the exact same, bro. I've went that way in a couple of the videos, but most of the time I try and stay calm. But it's hard when you know they're telling you lies about the law and that, eh? It really pisses me off, sorry to swear. But you're one of the calmest I've seen UK. Most of the time.
I have my moment when me stubborn side kicks in.
The one at the hospital, you were pissed off that night, but I think they said you put your stick over the line.
Yeah, the
Something like that, eh?
The base of my stick, the claim was on their property.
That's what they said, aye. And the cops were fucking listening to them at one point. I was like, what? His walking stick was over the line, you fucking idiots, man. And a hospital should be a public place anyway. In Britain, because it's tax paid, is it not? Or was it a private hospital?
No, it's a public hospital.
So it would be public property anyway.
But I was outside of barriers. I wasn't inside.
You never crossed the barriers, that's right. I remember now that you said that, aye. But they were trying to say your stick had been over and you had been over, but you hadn't. It was just, they were just being idiots. It was security guards at first, eh?
And yeah, I mean, like if that was a case, and
thanks, that angry vet. Cheers, bro.
I shouldn't have been there. Then surely the other
cops would have moved you on.
15, 20 people what walked exactly in the spot where I was previously, they should have been grabbing hold of them as well, shouldn't they?
It was because of who you were and what you were doing. You know that. They just they don't.
If you heard them when I was talking to them, the bloke, the security guard actually says, "I was waiting for you to do it because we wanted to grab hold of you."
To get you, basically.
Yeah.
Just arseholes, mate. I mean, I've never done a security guard before, but I'm telling you, if one of them approached me and said something, I would say something. I wouldn't just sit and take it. But my mon's mainly about coppers and prisons, but if I was somewhere in public, because I wear my body cam all the time when I'm out, if a security guard said anything, I would answer him back. I wouldn't just take it. But that's not my aim, to be honest, to do that. But some of them can be arrogant. They think they are the law.
Yeah, but over here, down here, we call them the Ivy's Brigade.
Brilliant. But see down there, right? You get a lot more of like the security guards that confront you and that. It doesn't happen a lot up here, eh? But they want to confront you for doing illegal activity, and it's not right. At the end of the day, I just hate it.
It's bad training in my opinion for a company to put somebody in a position where they are telling them something ain't allowed when
it is.
When it is.
Well,
I was
going to say that. I know this guy's not got a channel, right? But
In,
he was in
in my opinion,
Dunfermline shopping centre, and he had a camera, and the security guard approached him, and he actually physically put his hands on him and forced him out of the place, right? But his video went viral. He's not got a channel like it, but I knew his son, and he sent me a few messages and that saying, "Keep it up. Did you hear about me in the shopping centre and that?" And I said, "Aye, I seen the video." The guy got sacked in the end, like after the complaints. They sacked him. He put his hands on him and dragged him out of the shopping centre for filming.
yeah, I
And-
mean, in my opinion, for these security companies to be training secure guards in that way,
They should
it's not only dangerous to the guards, it's dangerous to the members of the public.
The public, aye, but well, this guard put his hands straight on the public, which and there was no law, there was no even policy saying that you couldn't film in the shopping centre. Aye, in the Kingsgate outlaw, that's my pal Craig's dad. And the guy was he was arguing his case, but he wasn't being cheeky or that. He said, "I'm not turning my camera off. No way, you're putting your hands on me." And he went and got all the other security guards and that, and they forced him out. And he made a complaint, and they sacked the boy. But at 10, I think it had to go on to like the actual news before they sacked the boy,
This is a problem, and it's like they can't do something because it's the right thing to do. It's got to be like
Because they're not getting trained properly, though, are they?
it's the same with the police, and they can't get rid of somebody because they're a bad apple. They'll get rid of somebody because they've got no choice, because it's out in the public eye that they've done something.
Yeah, that's right. 2 seconds, Anarchy. I'll let UK Transparency answer that one. Because I didn't hear Audit in my channel name, and neither does UK, but he probably know better than me.
An auditor is different for everybody, to be honest.
To me, it's keeping an eye on the government. That's my opinion on it. But I only do police and prisons, so I don't know. Probably any government agency, an audit should be done, because they work for us at the end of the day. I'm not saying that I would ever say that to them like that, because I'm not like that, but they need watched, because their own people aren't watching them, because they're getting away with everything they do. It's crazy.
I mean, for me, it's anywhere that public money is going.
Public. Yeah. Aye. No, I agree, right? But I'm not a person that would go and do, let's say, a library or something like that. And I know there's people there, or I've been in a council office once and filmed, but I didn't really put it on the channel, But it was just because they left a guy I knew living in a garden shed for over a year, and he had mental health problems. So I went in to video the conversation with him, and he had a house within 2 weeks. They shouldn't take that, though. They should have been. You can't leave a mentally ill person living in a garden shed. You know what I mean? Anne-Marie. Aye, there's a link up the top, Anne-Marie. Is there no? Where's the link went? It's right at the very top, is it no? If no, Outlaw King can put it up. He's got the link there somewhere. MD that wants to come up and hear chats, welcome. Because I mean, we've been 4 hours. We're not going to be on much longer, but you are welcome to come up. Any one of you know that, guys. But you'll need to get Outlaw to put it up, because I can't do it for here. Well, I can, I suppose, if you just wait a second for me, but UK, I'll go and put it into their YouTube for them. Somebody's want to come up.
Yeah, the link's gone up.
Is it up?
Mate. Yeah.
Right, I'm coming back now. There we go, I'm back. The link's here if MDs want it. Maybe Anarchy, he's another American. Maybe he'll tell us what he thinks an audit is.
Yeah, Wingnut is all right.
I've seen him. He's been in a few of my chats. He's always been a nice guy. He's always been perfect. I don't have a problem with anybody from anywhere.
Yeah.
I just don't need any of the beefs that go on in the community. I just try and stay away from it all.
He's a fellow
It's hard.
radio operator, Anarchies.
Is that what he does? Yeah. Has he got a YouTube channel? Aye. That he
Yeah,
puts
he
videos
got
up.
a YouTube channel. He does mainly listening to CB radio and.
I'll give Anne-Marie a spanner. I need to go into YouTube to do that again, don't I, brother? Or can I press these 3 dots here?
I'm not sure.
No, I can't in here, right? I'm going to come and give you a spanner, Anne-Marie. Give me 2 seconds. Right, Anne-Marie. Moderator. There you go, Anne-Marie, that's you. Who else is in the chat that we get all the time? Or is everybody else away? I think most of the rest are away. I'll give them the next time. But Anne-Marie is now a moderator. Wait a minute, it's not coming up as a moderator. What happened there? She doesn't look blue to me. Does she look blue to you? No.
She won't in StreamYards.
Right.
It's been YouTube chats.
I went into YouTube and done it, so you should have it, Anne-Marie. What do you mean, no, I'm liking you do the work? Come on, somebody come up and we'll have a crack. I spoiled your last thing, Anne-Marie. It's your turn. I ain't commented yet, she says. I was drunk as a hell, man. And I don't know what happened that night, and I was ranting about something, and I ended up going on to Anne-Marie's chat, man, and she let me go for a couple of hours, man. And she apologised the next day, obviously, but she says, you weren't that bad, Ken. But you don't know when you're drunk what you're saying half the time, eh? So I'm learning to stop drinking when I'm doing these live streams.
You mean Anne-Marie stayed awake for 2 hours?
She was driving.
During one of her
She was driving home.
I was going to say, he usually falls to sleep when it's on a live.
What's
going on, you guys? Hey, good night and good evening.
It's evening yet. 20 to midnight here.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet. Yeah.
We're all right. I can't remember. I was drunk too. You were driving, Anne-Marie. Behave yourself. Don't say that on here. Oh, brilliant.
No, and the reason why I was asking, I wasn't sure because I've actually tried to ask, because the First Amendment auditors and the cop watchers kind of started over here, and I was just I'm curious.
From you guys.
I'm curious about what guys over in the UK or when they're doing it, and what do they see an auditor as, and what do they see?
Different.
I agree.
Meaning for it, right? I don't have auditing in my name because I'm auditing, but I'm not auditing. I'm basically watching. I'm watching the government. Well, police I do, or prisons. That's all I ever do. So I'm watching them because nobody else watches them. Their bosses let them do what they want because they've been taught by these guys. It starts at the top and it works its way down. So that's the way I would see it. But I don't call myself an auditor, but it is sort of auditing. But
well, okay. You're just trying to keep an eye on them. Like, what kind of a remedy?
The reason I do it, right, is before I got the big sentence I done, I'd been sent to prison 4 times, right? Just small sentences, and each of the times the police had told lies on the reports. And one of the cases, I was at a football match, right, and there was a protest, and it ended up there was a fight and all thing, right? But the first cop that came into the court said to the judge, "Hi, I'm PC, blah, blah, blah. I've got 18 months experience." And the judge says, "But this happened 24 months ago. How could you have been first on the scene?" And he still let her give evidence. And I was raging. I actually got dragged out of court by the police. and
Kangaroo court. It's a kangaroo court. That's what
I
it
got
is.
taken to the police station, remanded for a weekend for psychiatric reports, guys, because I was calling the judge the black bee and all, and he was white, but because he wore the black cape, I was calling him this and that and this and that. How can you let somebody give evidence when they're telling you they were 8 months or 6 months before the even incident happened? They weren't in the job. It was crazy, man. But then
See, that's
that
one
ended
thing
up the same
I'm not.
judge that sentenced me to the big sentence.
See, that's one thing I'm not familiar with. Like, how like a courtroom type setting is over in the UK. Like, for instance, like going through like a traffic ticket or whatever, what that looks like sitting in front of the judge or whatever. Is it the same as it is over here? Or does it,
It's
how
much the
is it?
same, but like
I
traffic
mean,
tickets now, I think they go to like the district courts, we would call it. I don't know what you call it, UK,
okay,
but it's like a JP court,
okay,
Justice of the Peace, for
right,
the small offences. But
right.
any
I
crime,
mean,
let's say, a crime,
right,
no an act. An act
okay,
would go to the JP, a crime would go to the sheriff court for us.
okay.
But
But
it's
what does that
different in
look like
England.
inside that room? What does it look like inside that room when you walk in and you have to deal with that? What does it look
Well,
like?
you've got your benches when you walk in the first door where all the public can sit, your public benches, and you've got a dock down the front where you would sit when you get called, and then you've got a witness stand where any witnesses would go in and say what they've seen, blah blah blah, and the judge is straight in front of you.
Okay, because I mean,
It's much the same
I
as
don't.
you guys, but
Okay, because the only reason is because there's not really a lot of video footage of like an actual case in a UK court, for instance, versus like over here, a lot of that stuff's public knowledge anyway, and it gets and you can depends on what it is,
what was that guy that killed the
in the
wee
courtroom.
lassie guys up north? Because that's on YouTube. What was that guy's name? Remember he killed the wee girl? Kidnapped her for the house. He stayed on one of the islands. Oh man, that was a high court case, and they've got it. It's on YouTube. Let me remember the guy's name, and I'll tell you in a minute. God, I think they give him 30 odd years.
Wait a minute. Ireland or Scotland?
Scotland.
In Scotland.
An
Okay.
island, I said. Scotland's got islands up north.
Okay.
Island.
I was about to say. I was like, I was sitting there. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm from Scotland, but it's different in England as well. Their courts are called Magistrates Court and then Crown Court, isn't it? And then you get the High Court.
Okay.
Well, we get the High Court. Do you have a High Court, UK?
Well, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
you would call that like the Supreme Court, I guess, or something like that. It's above like
Well, no, a
district
High
courts.
Court's for like murder trials, getting the very serious crimes, rapes, murder.
Right.
You go to
Yeah.
High
Yeah.
Court for that.
Yeah.
Anything over 5 years sentence, you would go to a High Court.
Yeah. That's below the Supreme Court. That would be below the Supreme Court, I guess. That'd be
the
that court
Supreme
system.
Court's actually the European Court of Human Rights, is it no? I think
It's hard to
that's where we
tell.
have
It's
to
hard
go
to tell because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was transplanted from over there over here when it came down to the laws. Even a lot of Roman law has actually ended up in what we're using now.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing is like we've drifted so far away from natural common law. Everything now, the court system now is in this admiralty maritime law system.
See,
And
I believe in all that, what you're saying, the maritime system, right? And you know,
well, it's actually under see the Admiralty Maritime Law is actually international law, so
Yeah.
that's the reason why
the waterways.
the WHO can make suggestions and then it becomes like mandatory over here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
It's
that's
weird.
just it's crazy
See, if you
because
look into the laws
we
properly.
shouldn't be taking any kind of direction from any foreign power. But the only problem is that the government here in this country is really not actually our government. It's a corporation posing as a government, and
I
it's
think that's the
fucked
same
up.
over here because the cops are only money generators for the government.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it's a revenue thing. That's the reason why I was sitting there talking about when Wolf was talking about Terry versus Ohio. Terry versus Ohio, when that was put in place, with
It
that ruling, that really made
they
all
had
the
to feel in
cops.
danger before they could use that, did they know?
Well, before they didn't have any legal standing to call for, like, officer safety at all
Yeah.
times.
There's
You know
no
what I mean?
such law, though.
But that well, when that court when that court case happened and that was ruled that way,
So is that
a
what
lot
Terry, Ohio is
all the
based on?
cops. All
Officer
the cops
safety?
now will basically believe that the officer safety is more important than your safety. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And
yeah.
so and that's the reason why you see a lot of that stuff when it comes into these cops. They act so scared, but they're freaking in body armor. You know what
Yeah,
I
but they're
mean?
scared
They
of
got
somebody standing with a camera and they've got guns and tasers.
right,
You know what I
right.
mean?
I
And they're
mean
scared of
that's
somebody
just
standing with a
it's
camera.
amazing.
It's weird.
Well, the
I mean,
thing
you're going to hear a
is
lot of cops with guns and that here, but there is a gun squad probably in most of the bigger cities and that. But
yeah,
you didn't see them coming, well, in Scotland anyway, outlaws, I'll tell you the same. But in England, you see them a lot more with the guns, like, but it's rare. It has to be a serious incident for them in Scotland to be out with the guns.
yeah.
So,
Well,
and they're the
see
only
the
ones with cameras in Scotland that I know of.
the
The
thing
gun
is,
squad.
man, they've militarized our police here in this country.
Yeah, but
They
see,
basically.
don't call them sergeants and that, right? Call them
Mm.
supervisors, because at the end of the day, a sergeant is an army military rank. It's no, they just took that from the military.
Mhm.
They're only
The,
supervisors at
the
the end
rank
of the day.
the ranking system means absolutely nothing to a member of the public anyway. The
We
ranking
didn't
No, I
system
know.
don't.
is
No.
is within
Exactly.
within the police force. A sergeant or an inspector hasn't got no more power over a member of the public than what a PC has.
And
I just think personally, okay, all right, if when you see cops or something like that, when they do certain things and they've got they do certain things, like they got, in a sense, special rights for certain things or whatever. Like, if I was to do the exact same thing that some cops do, I'd probably be arrested and
yeah,
thrown in jail.
a lot
All
of your
right.
guys say that while they're on duty, they've got privileges, no rights. Is that true?
Now we've got duties.
the
Sorry,
thing is,
Judy.
it's like the cops have privileges because they don't
Given
have
by
their
you.
rights, in a sense, while they're on duty. When they're in the
Yeah, when they leave work, they get their rights. I get that. But when they're working, is it just privileges they have?
it's just privileges because
Right.
they're on duty. It's like, all right, when it's kind of like the military. When you sign up, you basically become government property. You no longer belong to yourself. The government owns you. It's the same kind of thing. When you do the police thing, it's the same kind of thing, and that's where it's at. And I mean, that's where you get this, like, that gang mentality, or that thin blue line mentality.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the biggest gang in America, let's be honest.
I have to agree.
It's getting the same over here. They're wearing the British badge with the blue line on it, aren't they, guys? And if I
Well,
see an
let
officer
me
wearing
ask
that,
you.
I
Let
will
me ask
retain
you
from him.
guys something. When it comes down to, like, corruption and just police brutality or whatever, do you think it's gotten worse or better when that there's more cameras on it?
Well, in Scotland, it's got worse because there's no more cameras on it. There's only about 4 or 5 years do it here in the
Oh
whole of
yeah.
Scotland. The guys
Wow.
from England have to travel up here to do audits because there's not enough people here doing it.
Nobody cares.
It's not that they don't care; they've not got the balls to get arrested.
Well, see, there's other ways to. Man, okay,
You
check
didn't
this
have
out.
to get
Okay,
arrested to get your rights violated. I get that.
that's well, you don't have to actually go that route, actually, in my opinion.
But
See,
a lot
when
of
I
people,
I used to do cop watching back before the internet was even in play. All right,
yeah,
I was running around with a VHS camcorder on my shoulder. You know what I mean? All
yeah,
right, but the thing is, like, it was really hard to get that out to the general public. It's
because there was
harder.
no internet at the time.
Well,
You
there was
used
no
to,
internet at the time, so it was a
yeah,
lot
I
harder
get
to
that.
get it out. But we did it anyway. But nowadays, if I was to get back into it, which I don't plan on it, I mean, I every once in a while I get the itch. But the only
If they
thing is
violated
like,
your rights, you would be right back at it.
well, I'll tell you this. The thing is, me personally, I would rather be the guy doing like Overwatch, you know, like I would like to be the guy in the back with like
Let
a
them
telephoto,
get the videos and you do the rest.
well, a telephoto lens, like parabolic microphone,
Yeah.
drones, hidden cameras. That's more my style because I want to
I've
get
got
them where
hidden
they
cameras
don't
that I
know
wear
that they're
every
being
time.
filmed. Well, you know,
You
cops
have to.
actually cops actually act different when they don't think they're being filmed.
Oh, they know
You
they're
know,
getting filmed because I've got a hat camera, a body
well,
cam,
that's that
my
okay,
phone,
but
and
but
hidden cameras.
but when they don't think that when they think they got the upper hand, for instance, those cameras, they can delete that, they can redact it, you know, they can do all this stuff to it, blur it out or whatever, or even edit it before you even get it. Because like, you know, I don't
No,
know how
they
the
don't wear
video
body
stuff works
cams
there.
here. They don't
Yeah,
wear
you
body
can you
cams where I'm from.
yeah, but they don't.
No. In England,
Okay,
I think they do wear them. Do the UK?
Uh, yeah, for the most part, to do wear them, but in my I actually requested a subject
Subject
access
access
request,
request is called, yeah.
and in my local area, for each piece of footage, they charge an admin fee of £94.
For
what?
each video.
Yeah,
For how
And if
long
you've
of a
got four
video is it?
officers there, you've got to pay that 4 times.
yeah.
Yeah,
You're
how
having
long of
a
a
laugh.
video is it? Oh my God, that's crazy.
All
And
they're
that's
doing is
just a, I
downloading
mean,
it
you
as well.
just, oh man.
You guys
Wow.
didn't pay that much unless
Well, I mean, even then, it's like, you know, to me, I find that it's like double dipping, in my opinion, because we
yeah.
already pay taxes for this service in the first fucking place. We shouldn't have to pay for the damn stuff to get it when we want it. You know what I mean? We already pay for it in the first place in our taxes.
In
So
America as
it's like
well,
double
if
dipping,
somebody
really,
else
when they
has
do that.
already asked for that, they're meant to give that to you because free because somebody's already had it, eh? Because they've already done
Well,
the
okay,
redaction and that on it. Maybe
that's
no
another thing.
free, but very cheap.
Well, see, that's another thing too. That's the reason why I think I see the benefit of individuals doing their own, basically collecting their own evidence instead of using their evidence. You collect your own evidence, and that
Because you're not going to
video,
get
or
their evidence. It'll be
well,
redacted.
that's what I'm saying. That's why you have to collect your own. You know,
But
like
they
for instance,
try
get
and
your
say,
own
oh,
video.
we're taking your camera while you're detained and that. And they
Well,
turn it
that's a good,
upside down
right,
and things like that. So you
right.
need the
That's
hidden
why
cameras.
hidden cameras are a
You
good
need them.
play.
I've got the
Or
glasses. I've got them all, man. I've got everything.
I actually there was a yeah, the see those they're getting better. I haven't gotten I'm waiting until they get really pretty decent, you know, when it comes down to the look where they really look really covert. I like there's some of them that do look pretty decent,
This
but
one's got a
I'm
tiny hole right in the middle. You can hardly see
right,
it. It's good. But it
right.
cost me
Well, have you seen the
90
ones
quid
that
for a
look
pair,
like
like.
have you seen the ones that look like little buttons for your shirt?
Aye, I've had one,
Oh man, those
but
are
it's
good.
broken.
Those are good. Those are because I mean I was sitting there thinking about it. You know, things like that. Like for instance, instead of walking in there with a big ass rig into the and if you're doing an audit, for instance, just with a big ass rig, just walk in there with some hidden cameras and just kind of hang out and see
Yeah.
if it goes the same way. You know,
Well,
see if it goes the same way it would be with a big rig. You know what I mean?
I do go inside the stations and that sometimes
Yeah.
and just look at the public information. I don't speak to officers inside the stations. If they speak to me, I just stay silent
Right.
and I just copy all the public information and I walk out. But I, I, I've done, I think I've got 70 odd videos up, right? And I've only done about 10 actual audits. The other ones are shorts and that. But
All
every
right.
single one except for one, I've been approached in the first 5 minutes of being at the station without going inside.
They're
Every
pretty
single
nosy,
one.
aren't they? They're pretty nosy, aren't they?
They just want to know what you're doing and they want your ID and that. I
That's what
just,
I don't. That's what I don't like. All right, I see that more over in the UK than they do here. But it's even here. It's pretty. It's like crack. You know, I want to see your details.
I
How many
was saying
details?
that
You know,
earlier, by the way, to Wolverine. It's like a drug addict. A
Yeah,
drug addict's always wanting the next drug.
exactly. That's
The
what it's
cops
like.
wanting your ID.
I know.
So
Eh,
I'm
Well,
going to start taking the IND off my wee son's board. I'm going to start taking it with me in a UNO card like they do over in America. And when they ask for ID, I'll give them the I and the D, and then I'll give them the UNO card. It's open,
right.
whoever it is.
You guys have been
And
watching
do
us
I'm on a
American
bike, so do the
auditors and
thing.
stuff. I see. I know what you're talking about. See, I've been keeping up with the movement since the early 2000s, really. I mean,
So you
but
were an
I mean,
early starter then. 'Cause we were doing it
honestly, man,
before it was
because
even.
I didn't really realize there was a lot of stuff on YouTube until I got on YouTube. But I kind of kept up with a lot of the stuff, from even when I was doing it.
Yeah.
But the thing is like there's even quite a few of them around that I actually kind of know personally, that are on YouTube. And but I think that's a necessary thing. But honestly, you got to understand also, even over there, the cops are nothing but the teeth of the politicians. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And honestly, man, they're just following orders, right?
They're order takers. That's what I
Right,
don't like.
right,
Instead
right.
of doing their job, they're just doing what they're told.
Me
I hate that.
personally, I think the auditor or some people that want to take up that auditing or that investigative journalism type of scenario
I
and
would
start,
say that's what more I am, is what you say,
well,
is an
investigative journalist, well, and start digging into the
Because I try and tell
skeletons
a
in the
story
closet of
every
the
time I go.
politician. Well, you know what I'm saying? The thing is like I said, the cops are one thing. They're just like the tools.
Yeah.
The ones that use those tools are the ones that need to be dug into because they got skeletons in their closet. I know.
They all
You
have. But
Yeah.
I actually got accused, right? And I had the whole thing on video, right? They said that I said to these cops one time, I'm going to have your jobs and I'm going to get your addresses and put it online, right? And that's just not a thing I would say. I'm
Well,
not that type of. I maybe would have said I'll have your jobs, but I would never have said I'll get your addresses and put it online because that's just not me.
right. Well, no, I mean, okay. See,
They were saying it
all
because
right.
they wanted to ID me. They were wanting
Well,
to create
the
a
thing
crime.
is, it's like okay, one of the things that a lot of these politicians and these government workers really actually fear, I guess, is losing their money that they're getting from us.
Because they're doing a
And
good pension as well. If
I
they
mean,
can
yeah.
last the job out.
Well, see, some of them are doing this for a career. It's like to me, okay, when they're getting paid by us, the ones that work and then get stolen from in taxes, and we pay their wages, it's like a welfare recipient. They're on
And if you
welfare, but
sue them,
they're working for it. It's
if these guys sue them, they're not paying it. It's coming
well,
out of your
no,
money
dude,
again.
that's the problem. Well, that's the biggest problem. When if you were to win a case,
Taking a video for me. My
well,
mate's just been over at the King's coronation and never even taken a video for me. He's been working there all day, guys. The King was in Edinburgh today.
Sorry?
My friend he came in there and he's telling me he's been working at the King's coronation all day in Edinburgh and he never even took a video for me.
Okay.
What a dicky a pal, eh? He's just laughing to it. I'm not calling him a dick. He's a good guy.
Great friend.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were saying about. I was saying.
I forgot
if you
now.
sue
That's
the
okay.
cop, they know that they're not paying it because it's coming out of your money as well.
That's true. That's the problem. I mean, because see, that's another thing too, man. It's like civil and criminal. It's weird over here compared to over there. It's really freaking weird.
Civil law is different.
Yeah. See, it's really weird how to get one of those cops, for instance, that beat you up or something like that against all kinds of shit. How to get them to actually pay for their crime or be
Aye, tell them it's all right, mate. If you're not busy, just fire back off.
See, cause link up here, I'm just gonna film the
Aye, well, if you're going, I was just saying bye to my mate, guys. Sorry. If you're going in your bed, I'll see you tomorrow, brother. Right, cheerio. You can hear my doorbell thing. I've got that motion sensor on the ring cam. So it goes ting-a-ling-a-ling-ling every time somebody comes in and out. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you did it again. What the hell?
I've done it again. I'm terrible with man. Try to keep. I should have locked the door before I started the live, but
It's all right, man. It's
I
all
never
right.
lock my door because I'm a sociable guy. or that's what I'm saying anyway. I'm sticking to it.
Right.
Anyway, what were you saying anyway? Sorry, I didn't mean to. We were still talking about you paying out your own taxes as well, paying for their mistakes.
Right.
I think that's what we were on about anyway, was it no? So
Well, yeah.
you're
That's
paying
about
their
it.
wages, you're paying their pension, and then you're paying for their mistakes.
Yep.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep. It shouldn't be that way. It's not supposed to be that way.
But are they no stopping qualified immunity in certain bits of America?
Well, there's certain states that actually are getting rid of it so far, but it hasn't like spread around everywhere yet. I would love to see it here in Florida. I would like to see it nationwide. Altogether.
Definitely.
Actually, me personally, I want to end qualified immunity for all government employees.
Yeah.
Not just cops.
It's not just
all of them.
cops that are violating your rights. I get
Right.
that. It's not,
There's the
you're right.
judges, there's the prosecutors, there's the politicians, there's the bureaucrats, the FBI, the CIA, the DEA, the
That's it.
ATF,
The
all of
top and
them.
it works down. That's
You know,
what I've
all of
always
them.
said. And we can't get near our top officials ever. So
Well, see, they've enjoyed this, this immunity from, prosecution for close to 230 years, man, and it's time to stop. We got to. See, the thing is I'm afraid of certain things, and I have to admit this. I know by looking at history, when people start waking up, when people start getting to see the truth,
they're
and
going to
and
realize.
well, the thing is like I've seen it before. What the opposition, the other guys will do is they'll try and burn everything to the ground to cover their ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's that's the part that I'm afraid of.
They caught the cops when all the protests were going on about George Floyd. They caught them setting fires and that, didn't they? And then shooting at people that were unarmed and everything.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario, and I was sitting there
Yeah.
actually talking to somebody about that today, and it was weird because these people were claiming that they were mad because George Floyd got killed by those cops, but yet none of them went after cops. None of them went to the police station. None of them went to that kind of stuff and doing that. No, what they did is they just destroyed stuff and went into Target and stole tennis shoes and shit. And
You made a news channel, right? So you maybe know what I'm talking about. I think it was about a month before George Floyd. They shot a young lad at the park saying he had a gun. These cops had pulled up and they were only there like 25 seconds and they shot this young lad and he died. He was either 12 or 14 and there was not an outcry about it. And then George Floyd, right? I know a wee bit about his history because I looked into it, what he'd been charged with, what he'd done, etc. You'll ken what I'm talking about. I'm not wanting to say too much about it, but everybody went mental about that because it was caught on camera. But it was caught on camera about the kid as well. But nobody said a word about it. No.
well,
I would rather protect the kid.
dude, there was a lot of people that tried to make him a freaking martyr, but he's not a freaking martyr.
The guy was a drug dealer.
Yeah, he's not a martyr. The thing is
done a lot of serious crimes.
I honestly think that there was other stuff in play on that
I don't think he
particular.
deserved to die. I'm not saying that.
Well,
but
there's
he's done bad things.
Yeah, but the whole situation altogether and how it was televised and blah 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 and all this other stuff or whatever.
Won the Nobel Peace Prize, 14-year-old, for that video.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Aye. She won the Nobel Peace Prize, guys. I was like, what?
I think a lot of things are really getting ridiculous.
But
honestly,
he only got 8 years, that cop, anyway.
But this is
the one that killed him.
But this
Go
is the
ahead.
thing, really, and it's gonna be bad for the public if a police are allowed to determine innocence or guilt and decide the punishments at
Well,
the
basically,
outside.
they murdered them, didn't they? It was obvious. We seen it all
UK
live. Everybody's seen it.
UK, it happens right here on YouTube all the time. It's a public opinion freaking courtrooms that happen all the time on some of these lives. You know, it's the same thing that they're playing in the public in the political realm. You know, it's public opinion. You know, it's like, okay, well, you know, it's crap. You know, honestly, man, you can't underestimate the stupidity and violence of people in large crowds.
Man,
You really can't.
I was a
No.
football hooligan for years. I know what you're talking about, right?
You know what I'm
When I
saying?
was
You
a
get
young
a
guy,
bunch of you motherfuckers in there, and next thing you know, some stupid shit's gonna go down.
oh, it's happened many a time
You
with
know,
me. I was one of the younger guys of the mob, and they used to send me in first because I was crazy.
well, maybe there would probably some certain words that I wouldn't say in certain pubs.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
because I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm just being honest. I don't watch football anymore, but I used to be a Manchester United fan.
yeah.
I had a soft spot for MU. I'm gonna tell you for some reason,
I
but they
support
ended up
St Johnston. I'm
they
a
ended
local.
Well, about 10 years ago, man, I'm gonna tell you, they were sucking ass. So I just stopped watching it altogether.
They signed Mason Mount today.
I don't
55
know, man.
million for Chelsea. 24-year-old. Why is Chelsea selling other good players? We're not going to go into football anyway. Forget that. But aye.
I don't know. There's a
It's
buddy.
nuts, man.
There's a buddy
Anyway,
of mine
guys,
that's he's in Brazil and stuff like that, and he the football down in Brazil and stuff, you know.
Oh,
So
it's nuts in Brazil.
yeah, so I
Their
mean,
hooligans are hooligans.
yeah.
Scotland was never bad. England was bad for a while, wasn't it, UK?
I've
80s.
never really been
90s.
interested in football, so it's not.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
something
not, I
don't
mean,
really
I used to
watch.
just because I hung out with a couple of guys that were into it, and I'd like go over to the place and they'd be watching it, and you know, so I kind of got for some reason I got a soft spot for back in the day, but
Yeah.
I don't watch that shit anymore, man. I mean, because I
I
mean,
don't miss a
honestly,
game.
I'd rather be at the game than
Yeah, I
sitting
go
there
every
watching it
game.
on the TV. Me personally, you know what I mean? So I don't do that kind of stuff anyway.
That's why I'll never film on a Saturday. I go to every game. Still,
Well, see, I
and I'm
like sitting
47
at
now.
the game. If I'm going to watch it, I'd rather be there. I don't want to watch it on TV. That's just how I am. You know what I mean? It's
It's
just
different watching it on a TV than being there, isn't it? Eh?
yeah.
The atmosphere's great when you're there.
Oh man,
Well, you'll know
I've had some
if
good
it's Man
times.
United, you're like, wow.
Yeah.
You're Florida, so have you got a team in Florida?
No, not that I know of. Well, yeah, there's
Miami,
what they
David
call them
Beckham's
soccer.
team,
Yeah,
innit?
they call it soccer, but I mean, you know, it's not necessarily like a big thing, kind of like the football here, no, American football. Soccer's
Yeah,
not
you
like
like American football. That's what you call
well,
football,
see,
innit?
yeah. I don't really like American football. I mean, I like soccer. I used to play soccer or football.
Yeah, soccer.
I used
I
to play when I
that's
was a
fine. You know
kid.
what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I mean, I used to
But
play when I was a kid, so I mean, I'm familiar with it. And I don't know. And when I got older, I knew some people that actually are from the UK and stuff like that. They watched it a lot, and I was just like, that's how I kind of got hooked for a little while there. And it's the same thing with like NASCAR racing, man. I used to know a guy that watched all the time, and when I'm around him, I would watch it. So I got hooked on it for a little while, but I would only do that when I'm like around him. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
not something I
Outlaw's
would.
going to the
It's not something
Formula
I do
One
on
this
my own.
weekend. That's how he's not coming out with me. Outlaw, you're going to the Formula One, aren't you? I like
Who,
Formula
me?
One. No, Outlaw
Well,
King.
oh yeah.
Anyway,
The
guys,
Formula One.
it's bedtime for me, so I'll catch you all later.
UK,
Oh,
thanks for
cheers.
coming on, brother. I
Hey,
appreciate
cheers,
you.
man.
And I'll
No
speak
problem.
to you probably tomorrow. I'm going to go on and look at that thing that you said, and I'll send you my email because I've changed my email.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
Right, brother, I'll speak to you later. Thanks for coming on,
Okay.
bro.
catch you all
Hey,
soon.
UK
Appreciate you.
Transparency,
Thank
man.
you.
See you, man.
73 is Wignall.
Yeah, 73.
He's a great guy, man. He's helped see the British community. He's one of the main guys. He makes like intros for people and that. He made my intro. He's a good guy, a really good guy. He
Right
helps the
on.
channels when they first start. I mean, I didn't know how to make an intro or anything like that. I didn't even know how to make a video when I first started. And he talked me through it all the way. He's a good guy. Now, they're
I
hard to
don't feel
find up
bad.
here.
I'm still kind of analog. I'm an analog type of guy anyway, man. So all this digital shit is still kind of,
So when
foreign
you take
language to me
pictures now,
anyway.
you still use an old camera then?
I do have one still.
There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
Old
wrong with that.
35 millimeter, I got one that's got, I got
Great
about
zoom.
three different lenses for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, brilliant.
But I got other stuff. I got a digital camera also, but because I like it because I don't have to I can pick and choose what pictures I want and I can just do that instead of, developing the whole 35 millimeter roll and,
Yeah.
figuring out which ones came out and which ones didn't.
That's why I take so many cameras as well, because if any of them pack in, you're always going to hear your backup. at
Well,
the end of the
yeah.
day.
I mean, and then I use the cell phone for a lot of stuff, like, just actual, like regular photos and video and stuff like
Yeah,
that too.
I've got the iPhone 14i, and it's good for taking videos. I use it a lot for the ones I actually put up. My body cam and that is just backup. I've never
Well,
had to use it yet.
I'll tell you
I
this.
always film, but I've just
Yeah.
never had to use it on a.
I
on one
honestly,
yet.
I don't really like iPhone, but they do have really good cameras. I have to
Yeah.
admit that.
The
But
thing about wearing the body cam and that, with the cops, I was trying to get really close to you, so you're not catching their faces and that.
right,
In Scotland, anyway, they get close to you to try and intimidate
they
you.
do that here too, man. And
Yeah.
because they want to get, actually, a lot of these cops here, they're really wanting to get hands on. A lot of them, they want to get hands
They're
on.
quick
They
at
want,
going hands-on in America. I've noticed
they're
that.
quick. I mean, that's the reason. That's another reason why, like that story you were talking about, that kid. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of times where cops end up killing people. I mean,
25
flat out
seconds when they killed that wee boy, man.
murdering people, and it just doesn't hit the news at all. You know what I
Because it's
mean?
happening so regular, eh?
Well, see, this is another thing too. That's the reason why I was asking about corruption and police brutality. Is it getting
the-
worse or better now that there's more cameras?
Well,
I mean, because honestly, a lot of cops
England's
here.
got more cameras, but Scotland, they don't have them a lot. I think it's got worse.
Well, I mean,
here.
everybody's got a cell phone, right? So, I mean, anybody can pull out a camera, right?
Yeah, but a lot of
You
people
know?
are scared to film the cops, I think. In Scotland, anyway.
Okay.
Outlaw does it. I do
Yeah.
it. And there's a boy that I've met, Hangman Audits, he does it. And Black and White Audits, he started doing it, but he's not done many. And David Wood, News Now Scotland, he stopped doing it. He was the biggest channel that we had. I think he had like 6,000. And that's
Well,
it
see,
in Scotland.
I like I said, if I was to get back into it, I would not be right up close to the motherfuckers. I would be way back in the back with a zoom lens, parabolic microphone,
Because they
hidden
don't know that
or
way.
whatever.
Then they're going to act up, eh?
Well, see, that's the thing. I want them to do what they're going to do when they think they're not being filmed. I don't care if they're filming. I want them to think that they're not being filmed anywhere else.
Yeah.
And where they think they're in control. And then when they think they're in control, that's when they act up. And I
Yeah.
want to be way back or hidden cameras or a drone above them. I want to do something like that if I was to do it. I mean,
That's
because
what
honestly,
I like about James Freeman, how he turns it around to him
well,
being the cop, basically.
I think it's also better to have more than just one person out there if you're actually going to actually record the cops, because if there's more than one person, there's more than one camera. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's like, you know what I mean? It's the evidence that you can take into court if you needed to.
I was
You know what
lucky.
I'm
My
saying?
wife, I sat down with my wife before I even started doing this and explained to her, I'm probably going to go to jail a few times, but I want to do this.
Right.
And she came out with me every time and videoed me for a distance in
Right.
case anything happened.
Well,
And
that's
how I
a
got all
good.
the footage of the arrest the very first time I done it, because they were all filming me. My
Well,
nephew and my wife.
Well, see,
So,
that in my mind is a good thing simply because, like, for instance, you don't have to worry about calling somebody, telling them you got arrested. They sat there and watched, they know it. So all they have to do is just figure out what to do from there. You know what I mean? Or whatever. But it'd be like, to me, that's what I call Overwatch.
yeah,
That's somebody sitting back, kind of keeping an eye on you while you're doing your thing or whatever.
yeah.
And, but, because I don't
What
want to be up there close to them. I don't want to be close to cops anymore. I mean,
I
I
hate
want to stay as
cops,
far away
but
from them
bad
as I
cops.
can.
I like good cops. We need good cops, but
Is there any?
there's
I
no many in
honestly,
Scotland anyway. I
yeah,
think you would agree, Outlaw, eh? There's no
yeah. I
many
mean,
in Scotland, like, definitely not.
yeah.
Where is Ralphie Wenty, guys? I've not seen him about for ages. I've tried to email him and message him. What's happened to him?
Ralphie lad. Oh, actually, I haven't seen him in a while now. I think about it.
He's
Ralphie
disappeared
lad.
off the face of the earth because he's local with us. He was Outlaw King's good pal, and he was good pals with me. He done me an intro as well, mind. But oh, these guys were good in the community, and then they've just disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. He was a good laugh in the chat as well.
Hey, some people need a break. I totally get it, man. YouTube,
A
man.
break?
Some
Yes, he's
people,
been about 2 years.
well,
A year,
hey,
maybe. A year, eh?
hey, I get moments like that.
Oh, I've took 3, 4 months off at a time when I've been. I
Yeah.
had bad mental health at times if I didn't keep taking my medication and that. And
Well,
I just can't do it. I've not got to get up and go when I'm like that.
yeah. Well, how
But
old are you anyway, if you
I'm
don't mind?
47 now.
Really? Okay, so I'm
Yeah,
just a couple of years old. I'm 50, so I mean, I'm just a couple of years older. All right. So
yeah,
you're Generation X also, right on.
yeah, definitely. But I've not been in trouble for over 15 years, like. So they don't know me in Fife, except for they arrested me at Dunfermline, but the charges didn't go anywhere. They put me out on bail for a month. But see, in Scotland, you've got to ask the Procurator Fiscal if they can put the charges on you. And the Procurator Fiscal must have told them that day there's no charges, and they still put me on bail for a month. So the cops do what they want.
Well, see that's the part that I don't like. Yes, they just do what they want and get away with it because
Because there's nobody to answer to.
well, I
They've
mean,
got
that's
nobody
what
to
I
answer to. That's why I do it.
yeah.
I think they need accountability and transparency, and there's nobody doing it there. But I don't blame the cops on their own because they're being trained like that.
Well, I mean, let me ask you, with your little drop in the bucket of this big ocean, are
Yeah.
you making any kind of a difference at all?
Well, this on Sunday was the third time I'd went to this station. Right, the first time I was approached in the first 1 minute 20 seconds.
Yeah.
The second time was in the first 4 minutes, and on Sunday nobody approached me. So that was the first time that I hadn't been approached. So I was hoping it was because they were getting the drift that we were allowed to be there.
Okay.
I was hoping, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I won't need to go back to that one now. Because I'm under the impression if you can't change your local police in
Right.
any way, there's no point in travelling the country to do it. Because
No, I
you
agree.
can't change your own.
I
You can't
agree. I
change
agree.
anything.
I've got this little town that's not that far away from me, man. And I'm gonna tell you, the cops out there, they're in this little town type mentality. I can do whatever. This is my town. That kind of thing.
I'm Bubba.
Yeah.
One of
Well,
them. I,
it's hard to actually get them because this is their whole life. They've done this for 20, 30 years the
yeah.
same way, and they've been, you know what I mean?
But see, these type of guys, you've got to be honest, they've been trained that way. And
Yeah.
20 years ago it was different. And they're probably only doing what they've learned. So I didn't have much resentment against the older guys that are doing it because that's the way they were taught.
Well,
But it's these young guys that are coming in and following their lead.
well, okay. Let me ask you. Okay, now in Scotland, now
Yeah.
what kind of a, I guess
Training.
like a constitution or anything like that kind of thing in Scotland?
Yeah, it's what's it called? The charter, is it, Outlaw King? he knows better than me what it's called. Is it a
Okay,
charter? I
right
think
on.
it's a charter. But we've got.
And I
We had
agree with
something
what
up
he said
earlier.
also. I mean, I see the same thing here, his last comment. I agree with that. I see the same thing here. That's why I think there are no good cops, because if there were any good cops, there wouldn't be any bad cops. The
Yeah,
only problem is they get drowned out, and if you're not playing their game, next thing you know, they're not
they're going to come in to
they're
your
not
house.
working there
They
anymore.
find out where you live. If I'm filming them, right, and I get away and I've not been approached or anything like that, they could be at your house within a couple of hours. What were you
Yeah,
doing at the police station? Because they find out. They find
yeah,
out. They're not
yeah.
stupid.
Well, no, of course not. But I
I
mean,
mean, when
but
I was
that's
arrested,
retaliation. That's retaliation.
yeah,
That's not anything else. But like that's criminal activity, in my
I
opinion,
do
is it
not
not?
speak to police unless they can reasonably articulate the crime that they want to speak to me about. If they tell me the crime and can articulate it, then they've got proof I've done something.
Are they obligated to tell you?
They have to. You have to have reasonable articulable suspicion as
I mean,
well
is
here.
that how it's written over in the laws over there also?
Yeah, you have to be suspected of a crime in the
Okay,
process of a crime or have already committed the crime.
okay.
And they
The
have to
reason I
articulate that, or you can say it's no consensual conversation. You don't have to talk to them. You can remain
right,
silent at all times
right,
unless they articulate the crime. You have to give your name, address, date of birth, and country where you were born, and that's it.
right. The reason why I ask is because see, even things like that can vary from state to state here. So it's really important to know like where you're at and
But
what
there's
like
no
what's.
such state as a stop and ID state in America, which they try to
No,
use a
there's no
lot.
such thing. No, but they try to act like because that Terry versus Ohio kind of like kind of implements that or implicates that there's something that no, but there is no law saying or anything like that as stop an ID state. That's all bullshit
Yeah,
altogether. But that's one way of them trying to compel or coerce you to give up your Fourth Amendment rights.
that's
You know what I
exactly
mean?
what they're doing to you. They're trying to
Well,
trick
yeah,
you. If you
yeah.
didn't know the law, you would tell them.
Right.
But
The
if
thing is, the
they,
thing is, it's like they take advantage and they actually are dependent on you not knowing the law, not knowing the Constitution, not knowing any of your rights. They depend on that because then they can fuck you. You
I'm
know.
actually finding more people now that do know their rights over here,
Well,
but
that's
they
one of
don't
the things
always
that I
use
think.
them.
Well, that's the reason why I think that is a good thing for people like, that go out and that film and do this stuff. As long as, in my opinion, as long as they're knowledgeable of the law themselves, and then they can educate anybody that's watching their video, then people can get educated through that.
At the
But you
end
know
of
what
the
I
day,
mean?
I'm still learning every time I go out. I don't know
Right.
every law, but I
Well, I
know
mean,
enough
what are
to,
the basics? What are the
yeah,
basics? Like, for instance, here. It'd be like, the go-to for cops is going to be disorderly conduct
yeah.
or loitering or something like that, or you know what I mean. They're
It'd
gonna
be the
those are gonna
first
be
thing
some
they go to
go-to.
is Section 38, which is like disorderly, right? But
Or
what
a
they're saying
terrorism
is you're
act. What is
putting
that?
people
Section
into
15 or some shit like that, or terrorism act. What is that?
that Section 40.
40.
Three.
Okay,
I think they
43.
repealed 44, if I mind. There was two, but
Okay,
they were overusing one and abused it. I think it was 44 they took away about 13 years ago,
okay.
and it's 43 now. But you don't have the ID under that law, the Terrorism Act.
Hmm.
But they go to Section 38 in Scotland, and it's basically, there's Outlaw King. That's what our law is under the Declaration of Arbroath, because
Okay.
I'm like him. We we are we live under common law basically, but the
Yeah.
modern thing for police is the modern laws. It's
Well, see,
common law
that's
we live under, isn't it? Outlaw.
well.
We don't
See.
consent to their rules basically,
Okay.
unless we've committed a crime.
Well, I'm curious to see what he's going to say, what Outlaw says, because I mean, I'm guessing, now this is just a guess, that your court systems are not under common law. They're
Oh,
probably under
obviously
something
not.
else.
No,
Yeah.
they're not.
Yeah.
But that's why they always ask you in court, do you understand? And if you say you understand, that's you accepting the contract.
Yeah. You stand under. Yeah.
I don't
basically.
understand anything the police or
Yeah.
courts tell me. I tell them that's there and then I don't understand.
Yeah. It's how they've been weaponizing the words. Because and most people don't get it. You know what I mean? They don't see it for what it
If you
is.
look right into it, see all the words like understand, it means you're under them, right?
Yeah. Stand under.
And then the maritime laws is on the water
Yeah. Hmm.
because you're crossing the water.
Well, that's where the maritime law comes into play.
That's where it comes from, is what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But every single law that is named, if you look at it means what it says.
Right.
The law that they're naming it as, if you look right into it, that is what it means. And you've got to accept these conditions because me, personally, I know if I've committed a crime. So basically, if they're telling me we suspect you of a crime, blah, 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 this, that, and I know I've not done it, I still don't ID in that. I would let them arrest me, which I've done twice. And
Wait a
both
minute. Wait a
times
minute.
I
Let me
got
ask
dropped.
you. I can't remember. Scotland under Britain right now?
Yeah, we're British, but we've got our own
Okay.
government in Scotland, but
Yeah,
we're not got
yeah.
independence.
But basically under British.
Yeah, we're under British rule.
Okay.
He's
I
not
was
my
just.
king, like, but we've got
I
a
couldn't
king.
remember. So I was just double checking.
The
Well, see,
laws
that's
are
where that.
different between Scotland and England, though.
Yeah. See, that's the
Slightly.
reason why the court system's been flooded underwater is because that's what the British use is that maritime admiralty law, which is international law. And it's the same
Yeah.
thing that they pushed into the U.S. here over the past 230 years.
That,
Yeah, it's just.
that was my point of the
Yeah.
maritime thing. It was because it was under
Yeah.
the water. Blah,
Right.
blah, blah.
Exactly. They want to get rid of the law of the land, the supreme law. They
Yeah.
want to get rid of that, which is common law. They want to get
Because
rid of that
common
altogether.
law gives us rights, and they don't like that.
Right. Well, it keeps them accountable because then they would be held. They would because the law is under that. It doesn't matter what hat you wear.
There's
You
Outlaw's
will.
answer as well. I'm listening to you, brother, but he's put his answer up. But I'm listening to what you were saying.
No, I was just saying it wouldn't matter what hat you wear. You will be able
No.
to get held accountable or criminalized or whatever.
Well, basically, when they take you to court, right?
Yeah.
They're going to find you guilty even if you say you didn't stand under the laws. They'll just find you guilty anyway because you're not answering anything. So they'll just take it as whatever the police tell them is true.
Yeah, well,
Because you're
that's
not putting a
hearsay.
defense up, are you? You're just no answering.
Well, see that's another thing too. That's hearsay. Okay, all right. Like for instance, so like what Wolf was saying earlier, they got a call. All right. Well, when cops they believe
Cops
and
can't be the
think.
complainant here.
Well, that's very true too, but they believe they can be. And they are, and that's where that's. Have you ever heard that saying? It's like you can beat the charge, but you can't beat the ride. You know what I mean? They'll like, okay, well, we're gonna charge you with this anyway, and you can deal with it in court. You'll still get that ride to the jail or whatever. You'll still be arrested, even if they're wrong. And then if you win that, you're like you said, we the taxpayers are paying for their mistakes. Because
I've
and
got
honestly,
paperwork for my arrest, and it tells you I done a no comment interview. Right? They looked through my phone and seen that I never videoed in the window, and they still charged me with breach of data protection act for videoing in the window, and they looked through it and there was no evidence because I never done it. They just do what they want, and that's what annoys me about them. They lie on the reports, and that's the police I don't like. If they would just be honest and tell the truth, they're good cops, they're doing their job. I think there's only actually 5 or 6 crimes that are actual crimes in Scotland, like murder, rape, treason. There's maybe it's even 3 or 4. There's no many.
Well, technically, even
the rest are just
here,
acts.
technically over here, according to what is written and what they you know, a crime by definition of legalese through the legal, definition, basically has to leave a victim. All right. So
Outlaw, you're the
basically,
only one in there. Why not just come up and talk to us up here?
yeah, I was reading the comments too. I was reading your Outlaw.
He's as
So
well
I was
coming
trying
up, just
because I'm not
telling us about
I'm
this,
not
'cause
that
he's here.
familiar with Scottish law. You know what I mean? I'm not really that familiar with it, so I'm interested.
I
But
only started looking into it because
yeah,
I'd been in jail 4 times, like I said, for things I hadn't done because of lies, right? And see, on the last time, my
well,
dad
see,
died, and it killed me, man. It killed me.
there's another guy I talked to on YouTube that is in Scotland, and he talks about Scots law all the time. So I mean, I'm interested, but I'm also interested in what other
Are
people
you on about News
know.
Now Scotland?
No, I don't know if you know Joker.
Aye, I know Joker. He's in England.
Yeah, no, he's in Scotland.
No, he's in
He's
England. Joker's in England, isn't he, Outlaw? He
yeah.
messaged me the day anyway, saying the video he done
I
last
mean,
week. Was brand new.
unless he's there visiting, but no, he's in
He must be
Scotland.
visiting somebody, but he's
He
messaged me
he's
today saying that
oh
Jojo, I think that must be his son. He said he really loves you, so I said I'll send him a hoodie and a hat. Eh?
oh wait a minute, he
You,
might be there because he's probably going to try and hook up with Zara. No, I'm just playing. I didn't say that. That is.
he was probably up to see the king. Are
Yeah,
you still
yeah,
here, Anne Marie? You can come up as well. We will have you
yeah.
up. Don't kill, don't harm, don't conduct fraudulent behaviour. That's the actual laws we have, and the rest are
Hey,
acts.
Anne Marie. Yeah.
And
See, I see Anne Marie different places
Anne Marie's
also.
brilliant, man. Nah, he's in Scotland. Where is he in Scotland, Anne Marie? Because he messaged me today. He never said anything.
Yeah, he's in Scotland.
Probably
Yeah.
Wingnut. He probably Wingnut. He's with you.
Nah. No. I mean, no. Yeah. I mean, I've talked to Joe for quite a few years
Tell
now.
you
So I
what,
mean, yeah.
everybody thought Ash was taking the cunt out of Joe, right? Ash gave him 60 quid after that video, and they were talking fine. So I don't know why people thought they'd fell out in that. They hadn't. Ash is calling people frauditors for views. That's all. It's nothing to do with Ash is an auditor.
Well,
But
honestly, man, if you think
honest
about it,
and I.
the ones that are calling people like people that go out and do that kind of thing frauditors, they do not value freedom. They want to live under communism, socialism, and
Do you know what?
Marxism and all that other shit. They want to live under that. That's the reason why they call you guys frauditors.
He's doing a 5-year ban. He's only got 8 months to go. He got a banning order for the court for filming the cops, which is
Okay,
illegal.
okay, yeah, that's the other reason why I was asking is because I don't know what the courtrooms on the inside look like during a regular court thing because there's no video of that stuff.
There is
It's like
on YouTube.
okay,
Just
I
look it
mean, but
up.
that's for like the big cases. No, I'm talking about
Yeah,
like
it's
just
only the
every.
big cases they would put
Yeah,
on. Aye.
no, I'm talking about like all the regular small stuff.
Nah, they didn't put that on. No, no
Okay, can
filming in the
you?
courtroom. No
Is it
filming in the court
recorded at all?
buildings. Actually, I think here isn't it?
Now, you know how like auditors here get like body cam footage and all that stuff and like camera
Yeah,
footage and stuff like that through like FOIA requests and stuff. Can you guys do that kind of thing over there?
yeah, but basically they don't have them in Scotland.
Okay.
But there is a couple of places that'll
No, I
have
mean
them,
like
but the
camera
bigger
footage,
cities. But
like camera footage, like inside of a courtroom or
no inside. I
or
don't think we can get inside the courtroom. I
okay.
wouldn't. I might be lying, but
Oh, I don't know. I'm just that's the
Outlaw
reason I'm
would probably
asking.
know better than me. But
Okay.
I've never seen anybody get footage from inside a courtroom because they tell you before you go into. I've only checked Kirkcaldy and Perth, but when you go before you go into Kirkcaldy, it says no filming inside this building, and it does have a number underneath it. So it's a statute. It's not a law, but it's
Okay.
maybe like a judge's order type thing, like you get.
Okay.
I think if the judge gives you permission, I'm sure you can film.
Oh,
But
I like you. I mean, like for instance, if you wanted to get CCTV footage of something or whatever, would you be able to get that if you
I've
wanted
never
to?
known it to be happening in
Okay, I
Scotland
was just
anyway.
asking. I'm just curious. That's the
You
reason
might
why.
be able to in England. Can you get footage for the courts in England, Anne Marie?
See, that's another thing too. I mean, I've
Boness is
always
just at Edinburgh, just down the road,
yeah.
innit? Outlaw.
But
one of them will can, like, but I
right.
know in Scotland the only cases that they film is the big cases that are high profile.
Okay.
So I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
see them. They put them out themselves. She's no idea about the English ones. I've never seen any videos in the courtrooms apart from the big massive cases. That's been honest. So
Okay. No worries.
but you can get body cam and that. But I was speaking to UK earlier, right? £94 for each one, and if there's 4 officers there, you have to pay it 4 times.
I know. That's
That's a lot of
insane.
money, guys. That's why they
Yeah.
do that, though, so you didn't want it.
Right. Well, that's like I said. I mean, that's almost like double dipping because your
Outlaws,
tax money
there's
pays
outlaw
for
coming
that
on.
equipment to record, right?
It's
So it's
just you now,
technically your.
Anne-Marie. Come on up, you come. There's outlaw.
It's technically. Hey, what's going on?
We're
Not
talking
much,
about
mate.
the courts, if we can get the camera footage for the courtrooms.
No,
We
Okay.
don't in Scotland, I knew that, but we
no.
weren't sure in England.
There's nothing set up for that in Scotland. So
They've got a sign. Have you seen the one at Kirkcaldy before you go in?
no, I've not been to court for ages, mate.
Well, I wasn't at court.
Good
I was
thing.
just going to the back to the police station and I passed and I seen it and it's got a statue under it. So it's obviously an act or a judge's order. It's not a law because the law would only be the courtroom, but it says in this court building. And I've never seen that before, King. I've never seen that before, bro.
Aye, but see, like, it's different because in America it's quite open because, let's be serious, news
They're
sells in
transparent more than
America.
us.
News sells like mad in America. Like, they'll stop anything for a high-speed chase to put on the news. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's
They do
totally
all the
different
time,
here.
don't they?
Aye. There is some courts that do have camera access, but they're in England. They're not up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only ones they do is like the High Court when they do like the big high-profile cases in Scotland. That's the only ones I've seen on YouTube.
So that'll
That boy was
be
Alistair Campbell. Remember, he kidnapped
that'll
a
be
few lassie and
Glasgow.
murder.
That'll be Glasgow High Court then,
Because
because that's the highest court in Scotland. Is the
I know
Glasgow?
100%
Oh, okay.
what court it was, but he got 30 odd year anyway. He kidnapped that wee lassie up in the islands, mind, and murdered her.
Aye, that would have been Glasgow High Court.
I'm not going to say it on here, but you know what I think of people like that.
Aye. So,
Dude,
like,
if it's like a pedo or something, like my mind goes straight to medieval stuff, man.
Yeah, exactly. If I could get my hands on somebody like him, I'd do it.
Oh man, no man. There's a lot of people
This wee girl was like 8 years old,
that really
and this guy
did
was
not
like
get with it.
19. He was a beast. That's what we're
Well,
going to come up with.
did they ever catch the guy?
They got him. Oh, aye, they got him.
But I mean, is he still in prison or whatever?
Oh, aye, this was recent.
Oh yeah.
It's only in the last 4 years or something. He got 30
okay.
years or something like.
anybody
Well, a
that does-
recommendation. That doesn't mean he'll get out after that. They could keep him for the rest of his life if they don't think he's safe enough to let out.
anybody that
That's what they
acts
do
a
here.
crime within a child should be fucking hung, drawn, and
They
quartered.
should be, yeah. They
Well,
should bring back that.
Like
I
actual
agree.
old school hung, drawn, and quartered publicly.
Well, there's a lot of crimes, actual crimes. See, crime is, like I said,
That
leaves
is
a
a crime.
victim, and actually it damages life, liberty, or property. All right.
Look,
If
I'm
it damages any of that
47 years old,
shit,
right?
it leaves a victim, and if that victim did, the punishment should fit the crime.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Well, even
I
when
mean-
you're saying that, like the punishment should fit the crime. In America, life's life. It's a minimum of
I agree
25
with
years.
that. Yeah.
Here, it's like
Like
10 years.
15 years or something, isn't it?
Aye, 15 at the most. So life isn't a life here.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what
see,
I mean?
even life, that's another thing too, man. I mean, there's some of them, it would be a lot cheaper to just put a bullet in their fucking head. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's just me being honest. You know
Well,
what I mean?
that's it. I think here it's something like £55,000 a year to keep a prisoner.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
right,
know.
Anne-Marie. I've seen that myself.
£55,000 a year. Now, if you
It's
got
a business here. It's a business here, man. A lot
Well,
of
it's a business
businesses are
here now as
privately
well.
owned.
For that
It's
as
a business
well.
here now.
Yeah.
Most of our prisons have gone private from
Yeah.
what's happened in America, pretty much, because they
Well,
can,
that's exactly.
they can
3 year
introduce
prisons are
slave
shut
labour.
down. They're building
Yeah.
new ones outlaw. Do
Yep.
you know that?
But they can
Berlin's
introduce
away
slave
to
labour
shut
if you're in
down.
prison, you see.
Perth's away to
They
shut
do.
down.
They do it here
And,
also. I mean, it's what we used to call the chain gang.
Hangman
All right,
told
they
me
get
today, I
out
can't
there,
remember
they get
it.
out on the highways and the
Cottonville.
roads and stuff and do all the mowing and stuff like that. You'll see them out there.
Yeah.
You know, they get prisoners out there doing that, or they actually built the baseball field for the high school over here and there in this one town, and that was all done by prisoners and stuff. So it's what they
But
call the
but
chain gang.
see, when I think when that though, when they're doing things for their local place, that's when I think that's more like a community service.
Yeah.
Where I think, right, it's no slavery.
We've
You're
got
actually giving
open
back to the
prisons that
people
do
you've
that,
taken
haven't
away
we?
from, rather than corporations.
We've got open prisons that put people that are close to getting out in that. They get out to work in that, but in the main prisons, they don't get out to work out of the
Mhm.
big prisons. But like Castle Huntley and that I'm talking about, Chris, eh?
Aye.
So,
Look.
I shouldn't have called you that, eh? Sorry.
That's all right. A lot of folk came as Chris on here anyway.
Made folk know anyway, yeah. Yeah. It's crazy, man. I forget sometimes. Hi, Zombie. How you doing, brother?
See, I try to say people's names, even like I know Bear's first name and that, I still call him Bear. So when I come
me
on here,
too. I try not to.
SG.
And to be
but
honest,
going
me
back to
people
what we were
call me
talking about
Tyrant
before
all
I
the
come
time
on.
as well, but they know my name.
Go
See
ahead.
what we were talking about before we came on about like Scottish law and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Aye, that's what I
Right.
was waiting on you telling them about.
Yeah.
Way back in like 1308, Scotland, all the lords, the king, and that they came up with the Declaration of Arbroath, which was pretty much a letter that got sent to the Pope. Then the Pope confirmed and agreed to it.
But you're going back
And
to the
because
1300s,
because England were under rule of the Roman Catholic Church,
Church. The Roman
England
Catholic
had
Church
to accept
the
this.
Illuminati run the world back then, though.
Aye, so England had to accept this. Now, your Declaration of Arbroath is like the American Declaration of Independence and your constitutional rights. They're protected for all times.
You can't.
For
make a law
now,
that overrules
it's up
them,
to
is what
us to
you're
keep
saying, eh?
them, but
Well,
it's
there's also a clause in our one as well. There has to be a minimum of 100 sovereigns within the country.
okay. So who do they consider the sovereigns? The ones that are in
Us
government?
that didn't agree.
Well, I'm a registered sovereign.
I
Okay.
have never got another bus line, as I said.
Well,
Since
see-
my mum's one when I was a kid, right? See, when you turn 7, they call you master until you're 7.
Yep.
And then when you turn 7, they want you to get a new one with your name in block capitals. But I never ever got that. I got married with my one for when I was a kid.
Well, even things like that, like as I say, I'm a registered sovereign and stuff, but because I've got a bit of land, I'm also fucking on paper. My straw man's a laird, which is equivalent to an English lord.
That's what I was about to say, a laird.
All right.
So
See
you'd be a
that.
lord, aye.
See that's what I would have.
Aye.
That was what I would have to do here. Honestly, I would have to get out of the contract of the Social Security number and the birth certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to have to get out of that and then become like basically my own man on the land in a sense.
Well, I'm not sure how it
because honestly,
think
that's how
land's different,
it's
isn't
supposed
it,
to
if you're a
work. That's
landowner?
how it's supposed to work. The sovereign are the people. All right, the people is what gives the authority to the government. All right,
because you don't have
Lord's
a see
outlaw,
because
and
you
you
don't
only
have
go
a
under
crown
them.
or a king or a queen, you
Right.
still have your sovereignty.
We
But
were
he's not my
sovereign.
Yeah.
Right. All right. The only problem is over the past 200 some odd years, they've tried to flip it to where the government is the sovereign and we, the people, are the serf. And
But
that's bullshit.
But the sovereign can only be a person. It can't be an entity. Whereas, like in America, America's a country. United States of America is a
Your
corporation.
land
So the
is yours,
corporation
it's not
cannot
theirs.
hold a sovereignty.
Right. United States as, the corporation, but United States of America is a different story. That's the constitutional part.
Yeah,
They
but
left out when they all capital
It
letter
means we're
United
fucked,
States.
zombie.
That's a corporation.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's what they in a sense, they've got two different constitutions. One is under the United States. The other one is the United States of America.
Yeah.
All right. And the ones under the United States of America is the one everybody knows.
But it's
All right.
written that they shouldn't
Yeah.
be allowed to make a law that overrules any of your constitutional
Well,
rights, isn't it?
technically they can't, but they're doing
But they
this
do
all in
certain
fraud.
states.
This is
Yes.
all in fraud. You know what I mean?
They'll
And
find
that's what
any
they've done
loophole
here,
to get
isn't
around
it?
it.
That's what
I'm
they've
sorry.
done here, though, King, isn't it?
They'll find any loophole to get around it.
Right.
Like your right to bear arms, right?
Right.
Obviously, that was written in. That was
Outlaw's going to
specifically
answer your
written in
question in a
so
minute,
you couldn't
Zombie.
have a
Just give him a
tyrannical
minute to finish
government
what he's saying.
overthrow its people. And now, obviously, in modern days, are like, oh, but that law was written years ago. Well, so was our Declaration of Arbroath.
Well,
But it
1300
stated
and eight,
that it
is it?
lasts all time.
yeah.
So there was
Well,
any loophole, and mob mentality is the quickest way to get a law changed or put in place in this modern era.
I
But
agree, and I
there's
see
not
that
enough
also.
people in Scotland that are going to do what the mob mentality thing. You know that, King.
Well, I thought that, and then I've seen what's happened in America in the last month, where
Yeah.
Anheuser-Busch, Target, and
And I
stuff like that.
suppose, look what we
Like between the 5 things that have been boycotted in America, it must equate to about $50 billion.
The Stone of Destiny belongs in Perth, Zombie. It was stolen.
Well, Schoon it belongs, but it's in
Schoon. Aye,
it's in
that's
Edinburgh
fair, too.
Castle. But
Well,
Did
you know,
see his
on that,
question
on that,
above it? That's what he was
on that,
asking you, Outlaw.
on that thing when it
I'm
comes
on
down
the
to
chat,
the,
mate. My other device is upstairs.
All right. He's asking you, what does it mean for Scotland after Chuck's visit today?
Well, technically, they've gave us
just-
a king that doesn't actually have any standings in this country.
Because we've got our own government here, but
Although
he should never be
the
king
English,
anyway, because of the
although the English
situation.
crown have
He's
fucking,
been with her since he was 18-year-old.
but the
Even
English
when he was
crown have
married to
fucking
fucking
stole.
Higgy.
I think it's like almost 60% of Scotland's land.
Yeah.
So
holy
I
crap!
agree. I
And you
think it
guys
has
got
been
you
returned,
you
Zombie.
you
Is
ha-
it
you
back
have
in-
home
it's back
you have
in
homeless
Spoon
people in
Outlaw,
Scotland,
isn't
right?
it?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The Scotland was returned.
Why not?
I see the
See-
same thing here. There's just like so much of this government, or like even over in Europe, or in UK, the Queen or the King now has so much land, but yet there's so many people that are packed in these damn cities and stuff that are homeless. And I mean, there's so much like abandoned homes and property all over the world, but yet we still have homeless for some reason.
I'll give you
Prince
another
Charles
good. I'll
was
give you
getting all
another.
the property when he was a prince anyway.
Well, see what originally happened was
There's
the
SG on
the royals claimed their land to build the navy that the empire used to fucking rule the world.
SG, you've got YouTube on in the background or something, you're echoing.
Sorting
Yeah.
out now. Echo cancellation shit.
Sorting it out.
And from that, the Crown now have, if any building or property is dormant for 3 years, they can take lawfully, just put a letter in and take that.
And
Kinda
it
like
used to
squat.
go to him. I don't know if it still does. It used to
And
go to
they do
Charles.
that though, don't they?
Yep.
Is like squatting? Would they still have legal right to be there?
No,
It's
no.
more like
if a
claiming of
building's,
the land, right?
yeah, if
They kick
it's
people out
empty
now
and
for
not in use, they
squatting,
can
though,
just
don't they,
take
in
it.
England?
Okay.
They
Kind of
send
like
in the cops and evacuate them, or don't they, when they take over buildings?
what they've done with the Americans with like the farms in the 1900s to put
Right.
railways and all that kind of thing, and like eminent domain.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't like the government being able to do that, because then they overuse that a lot.
Yeah.
The eminent domains, and it's the same thing with like seizing people's property for like whatever. Like the guns and stuff like that. They got these red flag laws where they can seize your guns and stuff, and they won't even charge you with a freaking crime because you didn't do anything.
Is that not going to breach your Fourth Amendment, a search and seizure, though?
Yeah, it does. It violates the Fourth Amendment. Also violates the I think
Amendment.
the Second Amendment and the Sixth Amendment. Also, I
The
think
right
also
to bear arms.
it violates a few different things, like the right to due process and all that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
Because and that's a blatant violation of the Constitution, and these people in government are getting away with it, and that's what's bothering the shit out of me, because it's going toward this like socialist, fascist, like communist type direction if we continue this way.
Together.
Well, see, when you say about communists and fashion and all, fascists and stuff, where do you think the term politically correct comes from? It comes from Russia.
And, well, I mean, that's another thing too. It's like where the word government, it's made from two Latin words, gervino mentis, and gervino means to govern or to control, and mentis means the mind, control the mind, mind control.
The permission to govern us.
Yeah. That's what government is. I mean, it's like
given them the permission. Well, not me personally, because I don't consent, but The people were
Well-
giving them permission to govern us, didn't they?
Well,
They can't just say we're governing you. They have to be allowed
Well,
to govern us.
see, this is
Well,
another
we
thing
give
too.
them the allowance, don't we?
Well, see, that's
you know
another thing
about
too.
that.
They
In
take
good
it.
faith.
Voted in
In
my
good
life.
They
faith,
take it.
you know.
They take it, SD. They take
Yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, you know, we're born into it.
Did
Right.
you not
They-
claim your
The birth
sovereignty
certificate.
back, SG?
yeah. Yeah.
Sorry?
Did you not try to claim your sovereignty back?
Well, basically claim my ownership of my name, because when you get that birth certificate, it means that they own your name.
Yeah. So
See,
So
that's
I've
what I
claimed
was
ownership
saying.
of
you've
that
already
back. I
They're
haven't
honest,
used it
Steve.
yet, but I do
So-
have it.
So you've already taken steps to live within common law and out with the
Right.
acts and statutes.
Live with common law and out with the
Yeah.
Unless I
don't
choose
understand
to,
one
you
of them.
know, yeah.
I don't
And that's
know
what a lot of
consent
people
and I
don't understand. To act within common law is not just knowing common law. There's certain things that you have to have. You have to have your sovereignty. Without that, you're just a straw man. Eh?
So how do
Yeah.
you go about getting that then?
We can register with in Scotland because we've got the Declaration of Arbroath. As long as you register with the Scottish Sovereigns, you're sorted.
So
And then that gives the Scottish Sovereigns a statistic to add to make sure that we never fall below the 100 that we need.
So you do that? What do you do it online or do you go to a place?
They've got their own websites and stuff.
I'll have a look that up.
That all began in Scotland, and it's
Yeah.
gone worldwide now.
See,
Well, that's
I
been in
didn't
place
consent to any of the
SG since
laws.
the 1300s.
And
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
never known about this.
Well, technically, we are all born sovereign. I don't give a shit what country you live
that's why
in,
I
man.
never got another
But
birth
basically,
certificate.
though, it's using their system against them, because there's always, and has been, like you say, from so long ago, facilities for people to do such things.
Well,
Get out of the system.
that's another thing too. I mean, you know, there are remedies out there, but I mean, it's hard to get certain things done. Like for instance, like was it 18 USC 241, 242? These things have a death
The colour
penalty.
of law,
Fucking
isn't it?
yeah, I mean, yeah,
Ah.
these have a death penalty attached to them, and it's like I've never seen this thing actually being prosecuted and a
charges
guy
on the
convicted
cops
of
and they
it.
cover it up
I've
anyway.
never seen it. So I mean, but the thing is like there is a remedy, but they don't really
Yeah.
want you to use it. You know what I mean?
Just not gonna
And even
put a
after you've
cop
got
to
everything
death.
in place, if you fall into the wordplay of their
Well,
legal
come on up,
system,
Anne-Marie.
you fuck
The
yourself.
legalese, yeah. If you fuck
You're
up,
a spanner, just come up and talk to us. You didn't need to type yourself. Tell her to come up, Chris.
Who,
She's
Anne-Marie,
sitting on the
Anne-Marie, get up
panel
here.
on the chat herself.
Is she only on there by herself?
On the chat, aye, and she's like, we should be able to chat, type when we're on the panel. She just comes up, we can all chat together. Come on up, pal. I ruined yours the last time. It's your turn.
So, like I was saying, as soon as you fall into their, even like giving them, like, say my name was Alan
Jimmy
Smith.
Irvin.
If my name was Alan Smith, and,
Right.
and they asked me my name, and I said, my name's Alan Smith, boom, I'm in their legal trap.
Mhm.
My name would be Alan, son of Peter, of the family Smith, born of Lillian. That's how I'd have to identify myself as a sovereign person.
Right.
I know it sounds like back in the medieval days. It's like
Well,
you know,
well, that's when
That has to
I
go
know.
back to them
Aye.
days.
It goes
because
back to
that's
like
when it was
the
lawful.
Game of Thrones type of scenario.
you don't even have to give them that much, though, do you? You know, you could start with
right, just my
son of,
name's Alan,
like,
son of
I'd
Peter.
be son of John.
Yeah.
You know, and they'd be like, "Hey, what? Huh?"
Well,
You
that
play
on
their
them.
game at them. You know, half the time it seems that if you do start tying them up in knots, they just will leave you alone.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well,
if they have
video.
numbers
You need to
and
know
they
so much,
they
though,
they
to do
hope
that
that
to
you're
them.
going to fuck up and get it
Yeah.
wrong, then you know they'll try.
And your date of birth, that is the worst one to give them.
Well, you see, if you
Because
claim
that
your sovereignty,
identifies you
yeah,
all the way, doesn't it?
if you claim your sovereignty, you'll get a new birth certificate. So I mean, you could give them that date.
Right.
Because like, there's a video on YouTube. It's about 8 years ago. I sent it to Bear yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
And it's a guy who gets stopped, and and I think he was on his phone or something. He was texting, and the police tried to do him under the Road Traffic Act. He was like, "But I'm not driving. I'm not
I'm
driving."
traveling.
I'm travelling. I'm not
Was he
undercover.
going to the shop to go get a banana? Or because I
Aye.
remember that video.
And what happened at the end of that SG? The police actually stood
They
and
left him
shook his
alone.
hand.
Yes.
I've seen
Exactly.
that, aye. I remember
Well, see,
Yeah.
he
that's
was going to the
that's
shop
see,
for a
that's the reason
banana, like
why
you said.
I would love to have more people actually standing their ground, and including myself. I mean, there's certain aspects that I still need to do in my own life when it comes to actually regaining my sovereignty that will be recognized in a sense. You know what
They
I mean?
call
Because
you
right now
sovereign
I can claim
citizens
my
over there.
sovereignty, but they won't recognize it because I'm still under that contract that they think I'm obligated to be.
But
You know,
what would they charge you for murder? Would that be under your common law?
That would be under
it would
common
be
law,
under.
yeah.
It would, yeah, it would
So
be under
common law
common law.
exists, so they can't
Harm,
deny it.
loss,
But
or
I don't
fraud.
know of a common law fucking court here in this
Well,
country.
you can make
there
a
is
common
no
law
such thing
court.
as a common
In
law
any
court.
court for
You make a
common law.
common law court.
Yet they have to set a room aside. The judge
Yep.
cannot sit above you. They have to sit around a table. It's like family
Table,
court.
aye.
Well,
You know what I
theoretically, you
was?
can do it anywhere, but yes, nothing
You
wrong
know,
with actually using somewhere that already exists.
Yeah.
Outlaw. You know, I had a suggestion one time, and I don't know if this will work or not.
SG,
But
I
you
never
think
knew
about it.
you were like this as well, bro.
How many people would it take to actually have like a common law court? How many people do we have to have?
One.
You still have to have a judge. You still
Okay,
have to have a judge.
Yeah,
that's one.
but it's one person that can like bring it to.
No, I mean,
fruition,
like-
right?
like how many, like if there was like a jury or whatever, I don't know. But
You
I mean,
can
how
still
many
apply
people?
for a jury because you didn't want the judge who you didn't want a one-person verdict.
You
Well, I
want
mean-
Still want somebody of your peers.
Yeah, you've
Right,
got to have
Would
12.
that have to
12
be
So-
for that.
sovereign as
Yeah.
well, people?
So
We
say
would
for
have-
me, if I went to common law court, right, my
Right.
peers would all have to be Scottish sovereigns.
But how many of them?
Uh-huh.
How
Yeah,
many?
well,
Twelve.
It's
100,
12,
that's
isn't
what
it,
you
at the very
12?
least?
Okay. Well, the reason why I was asking is because if we can fit enough people on a single panel, we can have court right here.
You can do it on the internet. Yes, that is actually covered.
I think
Yeah,
we
so
can
I mean-
get 10 on a panel at once, isn't it?
As long as there's no one sitting higher or above anyone else, and everyone's on the same
Level.
level, that's
Right.
That's a common law court. The same as family
Yeah.
courts. I don't know. Your family courts are different because your judge still
Yeah.
sits up on his chair.
Well, I
But
mean, I guess that'd be the closest thing to like civil court. I guess would be the closest thing to common law. But even then, you know, that's like small
I'd
claims.
say
Common law in the
over here
family
it'd be
court as
Crown
well.
Court because you
Hey,
actually
Ken.
get the jury, don't you? You know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you become sovereign, I have heard that you have the right to be judged by 12 of your peers, which means
Well,
that's Crown Court because at the very least, because you know they don't have 12 peers judging you in any of the lower courts.
No.
But even in
unless
the
you go to
courts, you can
trial.
still
Unless you go to
request a jury.
trial. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's different here.
So you get a trial basically, and half the time they're going to go, "Well, we're not going to do a trial over a speeding ticket."
Well,
or, you know,
most
whatever.
people
They
won't.
get
Yeah,
12
most people won't get a
sovereigns in to
trial
do it.
because they won't even get that far. Most people will just plead out of it, or they'll just pay a fine.
But
They
that's
won't
you
even
have got
take
to
it.
stand your
bloody
ground,
wrong,
though,
that's what
you
we're
know?
saying.
Yeah.
That's
But
what
the
makes
thing
people
is, you know,
being
half
wrong.
the time you will have got arrested for it. They will have detained you, you know, due to that arrest. And these are all things that you can sue for damages because
you don't
they're
consent.
breaking their own rules.
Yeah.
I get it, but most people, I say this, most people they'll just be like, I don't want to deal with that, so I'll just pay the fine and be done with it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yes,
You know
I
what I
know,
mean?
I know,
I
yeah.
get
And
that.
a lot of people, that's good enough, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, well,
But then that's you agreeing a contract when you pay a fine
Right.
as well, though.
Exactly,
I know,
but
but
yeah.
I'm even
it's
with SG
like-
in that. Sometimes it's worth just paying a £30 fine rather than taking
Yeah.
a day off your
Yeah.
work or having to get
Right.
travel
But
and
if
all
it's
that.
one of
kind of-
Yeah,
them
I mean,
ones
if there's like
not going to go on
20,
your record, though, King, like a fixed penalty that doesn't go on your record if you pay it.
Aye.
That's worth paying, I would think. But
yeah, but if it goes on your record, then that's like a
then
defamation
you're
of your
getting
own
a contract.
character, isn't it?
You're making a contract with them, so you don't want to be doing that. 'Cause
I
then the
tell you
next
what,
time you go up,
I
they're
keep-
saying, well, you've already got a contract.
I keep thinking just to take the piss every time I have some conversation with some public official. You know, I'm just going to put no contract to the end of every sentence.
Yeah.
No contract. If you understand me, no
When they
contract.
ask you if you understand, you always say no. I don't
It's
understand.
like when
I will
done
never
that live
understand.
audit.
I comprehend what you're saying, but I
Yeah,
will
I know what
not.
you're saying,
you
but I
know.
don't understand. Yeah,
It's
Yes.
like when I
that's
done that
agreed to
live audit,
contract.
right? I was standing and swearing at the police, and and they tried to
I
Oh,
watched
that's
the
public
video. That
order.
was
And I
in
says, no,
Glenrothes,
you,
wasn't it?
you took your oath on common law.
Okay.
I live in Scotland. I'm a Scottish sovereign and I live within common law. They couldn't do nothing. They could not do a thing. And then I told them, because I was saying,
Sorry.
like, fuck, I was like, you'll have to go into the dictionary and pick out for the 100 definitions of the word fuck what I mean.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So you have to
Mhm.
interpret
There's
my
100
language to then
different
fit your
types, aye.
crime.
I
Yeah.
put a
Are you
video on my community
are you
channel today about a sovereign citizen.
Was that, Tyler?
Sovereign
Well,
I
citizen
put
doesn't exist.
a video about
Well-
a sovereign citizen that stays across the road from me on my channel, my community page today.
Oh,
Well,
who the
see,
hell is that?
technically, in my mind, a sovereign citizen is a cop
Ties the cop in
because,
Yeah.
because the reason why I say that is because they are a citizen and they are working under a sovereign authority, which is our authority.
But
The
do
sovereign.
they?
Well, that's not. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
well, yeah,
that's
you have a
what they
point.
act
Fair
like,
enough.
you know, and that's what they claim to do.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what
Whether they
see,
do or not, that's
that's
what
what
they
they're
claim.
supposed to
Yeah.
be working under our authority. But the thing is they take
They'll never admit they work for us.
they just take from us and
Correct.
we don't, and nobody gives them any opposition,
They're a
any fight
corporation.
back.
But
They're a
can I just
corporate,
say
like
that a sovereign
BBC.
citizen doesn't work? You see, a citizen means slave of the city.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, it's
not a slave
property.
of the city.
It's
Mhm.
property, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not a slave. So if you're sovereign and a slave, that doesn't work.
No,
It's
Yeah,
an
what can I mean?
immoral.
I'm a Scottish
I
sovereign.
would
But
just say they're sovereign.
But
Right.
you didn't work for MD. You've got your own business, Chris.
Mhm.
You see,
That's the difference. You don't work for MD. You've got your own business.
But
So
even see something like that, see, it's harder to
because of
be
your tax,
sovereign
isn't it?
if you depend on the state.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
look.
Well, you
it's-
you
it's
can't be
tra-
the
sovereign
thing
if you're
is,
depending on the state. Yeah, you
it
can't be
all
sovereign.
depends how deep they want to go. If they want to contact, like benefit agencies
Yeah.
and try and take it through court the correct way to try and tie you up in knots and
But
remove
would
your
they go
benefits.
that far, do you think?
But you see, what you've got to remember is, I don't think they will, because what it comes down to is when they made that contract with the birth certificate, that exists. They can't get rid of it. They can't claim it doesn't exist.
And you
And
never
you are
signed yourself
entitled
away
to it.
either.
I've
It's
never
actually
signed
a
one because
right.
I've got the one that my mum done when I was
Yeah,
a kid.
it's actually a
that's
right,
it.
though. You see, so they can't.
See what you just said there, Tyrant? That's it. You never
Well-
signed your birth certificate. Your mum and
Exactly.
dad did. Someone
Right.
else
Where's he
signed your
gone?
sovereignty away.
Yeah, and that makes it null and void anyway.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, from what, like you say, null and void. I mean, as far as I know, through like contract law, or I mean, all parties have to be, fully knowledgeable of the contract and all that other stuff.
Informed, yes.
Yeah,
you're pro-
I was
I
an
was
infant.
surprised that
I
they
had
let me
nothing
get
to know. I
married
didn't
with
know
that
nothing
one.
about this thing. My mom
Hmm.
is the one that filled it out. I didn't do
Yeah.
nothing about it. So how can I be liable or obligated to a contract I don't know nothing about?
Well,
You know what I mean?
Wingnut, see that video I was talking about just about 5 minutes ago? The guy
Yeah.
even says that in his video. He's like, how
Right.
can I believe my mum and dad? They told me Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy were real.
Exactly.
So how
I mean-
am I meant to know that my
And-
birth
and-
certificate is real?
Didn't
Right.
the copper say like, what's your date of birth? And he goes, well, I don't know. I can't really remember. I mean, I was there, but allegedly,
And the fact that
it's a while ago,
the fact that birth certificate in the UK says it can be used as a form of ID, then every ID that you get in your life
Yeah.
has to come via giving them a copy of your
Right,
birth
right,
certificate
right.
means that any ID they ask for is technically fraud.
Right. Well, that's like, that's under that water scenario that me and we were talking
Maritime.
earlier. Well, because like when a ship berths to the port, all the items that come off of that have a birth
Talking about a
certificate.
canal.
Yeah.
Their
If you come out
certificate of
canal,
birth.
your mum's
You know,
canal.
that's why a lawyer
Exactly.
has to cross the
That's
bar.
all works
Exactly,
in if
that's
you
the
think
reason
about
they
it
go
how they
through the
properly.
birth
The
canal.
bars are lining
Yeah.
the ocean.
If
Exactly.
you think about it properly, SG, all the laws come under things like that, and it all
Yeah.
means
You mean
what
all the
actually happens, like the
legislations?
birth canal.
Yeah.
You come out your mum's birth canal.
Yeah,
you know
all
what
the
I mean?
legislations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is where, you see, there's the common law, the harm, loss, and fraud. Yeah, that's the common law. That's the law of the
Yeah.
land. And there's the law of the sea, admiralty law, whichever one you want to call it.
Yeah.
That's all the water terms,
Yeah.
Yeah.
including even down to transport. You've got loading bays.
Yeah.
It goes
Yeah.
on and on. It's endless.
Yeah.
It's
I've never
all
really
works
been
into
bothered
what you're
about
talking
finding out about,
No,
but
No,
hey,
that's
it's there.
what I was saying. It's like they flooded all the land because they don't want the supreme law of the land to exist. They want
But
to flood it.
nobody wants to look into it because it will take them that long. you have to be willing to put the work in to
Yeah,
learn these things.
I'm trying to get well informed before I even try.
Yeah,
That's part
you
of
have to
mine
be.
too. I mean,
Because if you
I'm
make
trying to
one
learn
mistake, they've
more and
got
more
you.
about it, simply because I want to. I'm 50 years old. I mean, it really probably doesn't matter now. I mean, I'm already probably going to
Well,
die, and I don't know how long. But anyway, but I'm just like I want to be able to leave that knowledge if I can get it done in my lifetime. I can leave that knowledge for my next generations,
Yeah.
because I would
yeah.
like my children to grow up as free Americans or free people, sovereign, and living that way instead of living under this tyranny that's being developed right now.
Well, that's
I'm
it.
happy to
That's the hardest.
help anyone.
That's why the hardest parts of it, like you're one person, right, that's trying to
Make a
cipher
difference.
the
Mhm.
hundreds of years of them rigging a whole system against us.
Exactly.
And
Can I just say though that there's lots of common law like sovereigns out there now. It's really becoming a
it's
movement.
becoming popular
You know?
again, isn't it?
It really is.
I
Yeah.
have
And
noticed that.
they're actually going round canvassing,
Well,
posting leaflets through doors like people used to. You know.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what's needed.
I think
Yeah.
on YouTube, what's like I
Internet's
know
made it
I've
more
had my
accessible,
rights with the guy, but Peter Pope being one of the first people to speak about it within our community was maybe the wrong thing, because
I know.
obviously
Yes.
he's got brain damage, he gets
And Marie, they're
scattered.
not allowed to argue on my
To be
panels.
honest, though,
That's the
he's
problem.
getting somewhere now, as in like he's actually not reacting like that anymore.
Yeah, but you know yourself, SG, it's
it's
more than just common law. It's a bigger thing. You need to understand
Oh God,
the
yeah.
moving cogs. And he
yeah.
doesn't explain that, so people get lost in it.
A lot of people
Now
didn't
you see,
understand it.
like,
That's the thing.
you see, Peter can like fast track, but if you fast track, sometimes it's difficult to understand the context of the traveling. You know.
And the rape comment was a bit thing where like really you
Yeah,
can't
but
do that. That
it's all
falls
been
under
blown up.
feminism.
It's all been blown up out of proportion,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
and taken out of context.
But you also got
But
to
yes,
understand,
I
Peter,
know.
when he drinks,
I've
is a
spoken to him
different
about it.
person.
So am I.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it has to be
Afghan Marie, so am I.
civilized people
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about this.
I'm not saying when he drinks that's an excuse, but
Well,
you
he's
know,
getting there. He's getting there. He really is.
it,
Believe
I
me.
have to admit also, yeah. I mean, just because I've talked
No,
to
you're
Peter.
fine, man. Brand new.
Me and SG I've known him for a while. I've known Peter for a while too. I've actually had one-on-one backstage type conversations with him. So I mean,
Well,
yeah,
I
Well,
showed
that's
you his
because
video,
you're
didn't
well,
I?
yeah,
Anne-Marie.
you're well
Yeah.
knowing.
I
And the
know what
guy
you're saying, Anne-Marie, but
straight.
he's actually getting somewhere. Maybe he
Well,
won't be soon.
if he's getting
Who knows?
somewhere, all the best to him, SG, and that.
I think he's getting a little. See, that was one of his things that I think he was working on. Also, is like his delivery, because there are some things that he is kind of on the money about, but
Yeah.
how he presented it, how he delivered it to people, people just got turned off. You
Well,
know what I
that's
mean?
it. Like, if you
You know?
can't go into a conversation like that having a debated mentality. It's got to be
Well,
a
I mean,
conversation.
well, yeah. Well, see, I like debates and conversation too, but I don't want to come off like I'm like this is my way or the highway type of scenario.
But debating doesn't.
You know?
You didn't learn anything from a debate,
A
really.
debate
No,
You just
is
learn points
you
of
need
view.
an argument.
you have to have people
Right.
sitting there wanting to learn,
Right.
and somebody telling them the information they need to learn in a calm and informative way.
Yep.
Both of those things, and then you need some other factors
still
which
learning
are
every
completely
day, right?
random to set in place.
Every day.
Like
I'm
even like
47 and
what I
still
know and how
learning
I'm registered and that, I know how it affects me. But to articulate it into a conversation with somebody who doesn't have a clue or not even thought about it, it's hard. It's hard.
You got to speak slower for
You may
because
as well
honestly,
be speaking Martian.
well, that's what it is. Because I mean, seriously, you tell the average people when it comes down to the stuff that's out there, when it comes down to the law, when it comes down to just that kind of thing, it just goes over their head. It's like a deer in headlights. They don't like it. And
But-
most people they don't care because it doesn't affect them. They're happy doing it the way they're doing it.
interest.
I can tell you an experience I had just the other week. My neighbour had the ambulance called. The ambulance came out. He was out. He walked off for a walk, just because, he's a bit random. Anyway, The police came, PCSOs, because they were thinking they were going to need to knock the door down, so the ambulance had called them. They ended up knocking on my door. They smelled weed. Yeah, they said nothing. They
Oh, the
asked me.
horror.
Yeah, they asked me about my neighbour. I didn't know anything. They didn't believe me. They didn't even hear the words I'd said. They kept lying and saying, "Oh, you're saying this," and I'm like, "No." I went outside and she came up to me and she was laughing, the PCSO was, and she went, and I wasn't recording anything because, you don't think you need to. Don't shit on your doorstep and all that, So anyway, she was laughing and she went, I could stink the smell of cannabis. And I'm thinking, yeah, that's not proof of anything anymore. So she, I just shut up. And she went, if you were going to do that, then why wouldn't it's best if you go down the road and do that because the smell carries. That's what she said. And I said, and I looked into the distance and I said in a kind of robotic voice, yes, that's a very fair way of looking at that sort of thing.
But what if you were a CAN card holder?
Well, I will be very soon, I think.
But even if you're a CAN card holder, they can't ask you for it.
I know,
they can't even investigate you for it.
But they can ask you, and if you say you are, then they'll probably leave you alone, it seems.
Yeah, because they can't physically ask to show it because it's part of your medical.
But I'm not. But what happened was, they put in a warning to me. So they sent a warning letter of a CBO because I'm causing, which they lied about everything. They said I admitted it, which I didn't. Like, how preposterous, But they put a warning letter saying that I'm causing harassment, alarm, and distress to my neighbours due to the smell of cannabis.
Oh, the horror. The horror.
Wow. The horror of them doing that, though. Yeah, not me doing it.
I bet about 40% of your street smoke.
That's what they do. If they've not got a crime, they'll try and create one.
Well, it's not exactly secondhand smoke. It's just the smell that reaches through,
I think you got some really nosy neighbors that have nothing better to do. That's what I think.
Well, you see, I'm putting in a freedom of information request to the council. Oh, sorry.
Can you?
Well, I'm putting in a freedom of information request to the council on myself. Everyone can do it.
Yeah.
And that will bring up any complaints that have been made about you. Phone calls, on transcript, everything. Emails, letters.
Names, though.
It will.
But you can, just by seeing it.
Well, if I know exactly what's been said, that puts me in a better, knowledgeable situation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tell you how many complaints I've had.
Well, I've no idea. I didn't know I'd had any. I did see something a year ago. They sent a blanket letter out to the entire block and said, "We know someone's smoking it, and we're going to be watching you."
Yeah.
What I shouldn't have done was open the fucking door.
I got a welfare check a couple of weeks ago, and it was 2 cops that turned up at the door, right? With no nurse, no doctor or none. How would a cop know about mental health, people's mental health? I didn't understand it. And they turned up and asked for me by name, and then they tried to ID me. So I kicked them out, Says, on you go. I think
I still think that's strange.
I'd be like, no contract, get out.
Or mental health.
But it's not that, SG. We have in Fife, where me and Tyrant live, we actually have it's an ambulance car and it's a house doctor.
Okay.
They should have phoned the on-call doctor.
Yeah.
If it's mental health, you know what I mean? Like a professional.
For the incident.
Well, they're not supposed to be getting involved in mental health now, are they?
Well, how long's that got to take to come into play?
Well, yeah.
We've not even got nurses in hospitals. They're even talking about cutting down how long it takes to train doctors and nurses to meet the criteria numbers.
Well, there is that.
You know what I mean? Like, a nurse has got to be trained for so many years. No, we're short of staff. Just cut 6 months off. No, make it 18 months.
Don't get me wrong. The 2 cops were okay. They were good guys. I'm not disputing that.
Aye, but they're still playing their agenda, mate. I seen that in their video, try to get details and everything off you.
But they were trying to get my details after telling me by name when I opened the door.
Even like things like stop and search, you didn't have to give them your details on a stop and search. Only if they
No.
find you with something, it's when you have to give them your details.
They need to hear Raz to stop and search you as well now, don't they? Or was there no? You sent me something last night, did you know?
Random
60
stop and
was it?
searches have to be like a Section 60 in place in England. I'm not
But
sure
there's
what the
about 20
equivalent is
bits
up
to it,
here.
isn't
I
there?
was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it.
They also have to be authorised by a superior.
Yeah, but in the
officer.
Section 60,
High
it only lasts
officer,
24
yeah.
hours within
You
a
did
certain
say
area.
that, by the way,
Mhm.
King. You did last night.
I was trying to find what the equivalent is to their Section 60 up here, but I couldn't find it.
'Cause
Yeah,
we
they
would-
don't want to make it easy for us, do they?
No.
I mean, that's why the law books were always like hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they say that about law books, but most of their laws are written on Black's Law Dictionary edition 4 or something. I'm sure it's edition 4. Some
But of course,
newer laws.
they'll claim that black laws isn't anything to do with the UK, but it is because it's legalese.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's that many dictionaries as well, though, that you could use anyone, and they're going to be different meanings, aren't they?
No,
Like,
but
Of course,
that's
there's
what
law
the piece work off
dictionaries. There's
that's what
English
the piece work off
dictionaries.
is Black's
There's
Law edition 4.
You've got
It
them
is.
all. But
It's a law
it's like
dictionary.
what King was saying, the word fuck, there's probably about 100 meanings to it.
Mm-hmm.
So they've
And
got
of course, it's context and how it's aimed or not aimed. If you just in the street
way I
go,
originally said it to them was like, "Oh fuck off!"
So-
jog on me.
So Outlaw,
to
do you?
saying it that night, King.
Outlaw-
That was funny. That was a good video, like.
Mm-hmm.
Outlaw, so do you travel around or do you drive?
I drive.
Okay.
But it depends, though,
Because
doesn't it?
I've very rarely use a motor for personal use. I'm always at work,
Okay.
mate. Like,
The only thing about that, when you sign
So
your
you-
license, it gives
you
them the
need
right
a
to
license
stop you
for
under
that.
160
Yeah.
of the Road Traffic Act, innit?
Hmm.
To check your documents.
mm-hmm. See, like
They
if
can
I'm
get your
driving,
name and
like,
address and check your license, yeah.
if I'm working, like, my sovereignty doesn't really come into play there. That's where I have to know their wordplay and Black's Law and stuff like that.
See, that's the thing,
it's
too.
no
I
one
mean-
thing. It's a multitude of loads of things.
Look,
See,
about
that's the
5
thing,
years
too.
ago, oh, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, it's like, that's the thing, too. I was like, technically, I'm not a driver. I don't drive. And all that stuff. I should not be liable or applicable to me.
Mhm.
But the thing is, I've got to actually commit fraud. I've got to lie and claim that my automobile is a motor vehicle and I am a driver now,
Well, even
just so I don't get fucked with by the
license
cops.
to drive.
Well, see things like that, and here in Scotland and that, if you're travelling, you cannot say it's a motor vehicle. You have to say it's personal property. If you refer
Yeah.
to
Right.
any kind of automotive,
And you can't
that's you
be
back in the legal
dealing in
system.
commerce. You can't
Well,
be
see,
making
that's the thing
money.
too. I think automobile can be used, not motor vehicle or consumer or not consumer, household goods.
Yeah.
Household goods is what it would be called here,
We're
or
not-
how they would how it would be recognized in the courts here.
Mhm. So I
couldn't
just say
say,
personal property.
King couldn't say
Yeah.
going to work because then that's earning money.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole
Yeah,
driving
money
thing
and
because
commerce.
that's in commerce. You know.
That's me acting
So
within
you've
commerce.
got
But
to be-
obviously,
Yeah.
I've signed.
Basically going to the shop or something or going to pick
Yeah.
something up for yourself. If you're saying you're going to work, then they've got the right to do whatever they want.
Well, all right. Now,
You can't
I don't know
be
if it's the
traveling
same.
across
It's the
the
same
city.
over there, but like for instance here, like okay, the way it's written, you have to be earning money by using the roads. Like
Yeah.
you're a taxi driver or a delivery truck driver.
What they do over here is they basically wait till you go for your insurance, and then you have to insure your vehicle for travelling to business and for domestic
Mhm.
and pleasure.
Like, I'll tell you how mad it is.
And you
right?
agree to it, don't you?
Because they
I'll
can
tell you
tell
how mad
you
it
if
is.
you're
One of my best
insured
mates,
anyway,
right? His
and they would
dad,
stop you if it wasn't.
got
What
a letter
database
from
does it tell us
Inland
if you're
Revenue.
insured or not?
And pretty much what he wrote is he went into Inland Revenue, looked at all their word down, and then linked it up to slavery. Do you know this guy's never paid taxes for over 25 years and never had a letter for the Inland Revenue?
Because
Well, see, I know it can be done. I know it can be. I've seen some people do it, but it's just like that information really doesn't get out to the masses, and they don't teach us this stuff.
No.
You know, because like for instance, excuse me, for instance, like even if you want to get out of this contract of the birth certificate, technically at the age of 18, you're able to do so. But nobody tells you anything about this. Nobody even, you know, you're
Oh
not
no.
taught this or anything like that.
Imagine a
the
lesson at school. Everyone would be like, "Wow, what the
Well,
fuck?"
the main reason is because when that birth certificate was created, right from that point, you are now being traded on the international stock exchange
Mhm.
under that straw man.
Well, you
All
can
right.
claim that back, but even finding the information to do that is extremely hard.
I was
Well,
trying
and,
to explain to someone the other day that they can do it with a mortgage as
But
well.
you've never
well,
signed it
see,
because it's your
I
parents who signed it. You've not signed a contract with them.
well, I know
The
a
thing
guy.
is
I
that
know a guy
well,
that
you have
used.
though that birth certificate. You see, you
Well,
know, and
Yeah, but
it's
I don't
illegal. It's
see. I
illegal.
tell
Never
you
mind
this,
unlawful.
right?
Yeah.
Well, this is the way I looked at it, right? You're called Master. Mine was Master James Irvin until I was 7, right?
Mhm.
And then it changes to block capitals James Irvin. But I
And it
never
says
ever changed
Mister.
mine. Well, my mum never. She never
Okay.
changed it. And I thought when I was going to get married in my 20s, they were going to say, "Oh, you can't get married with that one," but it still was Master James Irvin.
Mhm.
But they let me use it, so it
Mhm.
must still be legal,
Well, awesome.
basically.
It's still legal. Like my birth certificate, because I'm younger than you, my birth certificate still had
You're
that.
no younger than me, stop lying.
My birth,
Well,
my birth certificate never had master, but
It never had. Well, see, well, you must have been like an 80s kid
sometimes
or
you
whatever.
don't.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm an
sometimes
80s
you
kid.
don't.
But in Scotland, you're still classed as a master up until you're 16.
Is it 16 now?
16, aye.
But see, I'm just going with the age I was told. It could be 16. You could be.
It's like
Mine was
it's like your
7. Mine was
16th
7, and
birthday,
that
you
goes
lose
with
it.
the. Oh, sorry.
So your
So,
16th birthday, you lose it really.
and
Yeah.
then
Well,
you change
you're
your birth
not no
certificate.
longer a master, or
No, because you're an adult in
And
Scotland at
you're a
16.
Mister, which is abbreviated to
Yeah.
Mister from Master.
Master,
Yeah.
a master.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought about this. I thought, you know, when they send you, or they say, "Oh, Mister," you know, whoever, and then you just say, "You can refer to me as Master."
Yeah. As soon as they put block capitals as well in your name, like at the start of your name, for your
Yeah.
initials and
But
that's
I
you.
mean, that's also when they use the small
Yeah.
capital. Sorry, capital at the start and small letters, lowercase letters for the rest of the names.
that's a
That
common signature, a
yeah,
common name,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But what I mean is by that is when they send you a bill with that, they're actually breaking their own rules and regulations and statutes, and you know, by doing that, because
it's
they
a
are
non-entity.
referring to the man or the woman.
Yeah, it's a non-entity they're
We
trying
are,
to
not
approach.
call ourselves
Yeah.
a living man.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing.
It's
It's
just
like
like
that.
walking up and saying, "Give us the money that is owed." That's all it basically is. You know, give us the
Well,
money that you're owed.
that's the thing, SG.
They may as well be doing that.
That's the mind game scenario.
Yeah.
It's
They
all about
want
money at the end
they
of the day.
want everyone to believe, and they've got everybody believing a lot. Most everybody believe that all capital letter name, that straw man, is you, the flesh and blood.
Yeah.
You know
But
what I
like I
mean?
say, it's a system designed over hundreds of years.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like they've gotten everybody hoodwinked. I mean, for real. Even me, I didn't know nothing about this until later on in life because nobody told me this
Well, I
shit.
was in my 30s
Mhm.
before I
You
started
know?
learning this. There you go.
I mean, I had to find out for myself, you know what I mean? And then when I find this stuff out,
I did
I'm
myself.
angry.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
angry because I'm being fucked
Because
I mean, I'm not even getting bought dinner, but I'm getting fucked.
Well,
Right?
wind that.
I only got angry really when I found out that the people who told me about this on the internet, like 15 years ago, were like wanting us to pay something, not as much as they'd paid, but because they'd had to pay
Yeah.
Right.
£15,000
Well, do you remember
to a
when
lawyer
Alex
to do the work
Jones?
for them, you know?
Do you
Well,
remember
And it
when
was like,
Alex Jones spoke about all this? He was classed as a
he
conspiracy
did.
theorist.
I know he
Well,
did.
yeah.
A lot
Well,
of what
see,
he said was
that's all
correct, though.
bullshit too, because that's the opposition that want to keep us in that master slave type
Yeah.
But that
mentality.
was created in the 60s,
Yeah.
conspiracy theories, to
Well, that's what I'm
pigeonhole
saying.
people.
Right. Well, it's actually yeah, it's a way to keep everybody like, oh, that's a negative to people that actually try and question
It's a
anything.
socially programmed defense mechanism, that is, because I actually tested that out. I said to my friend, that is a socially programmed defense mechanism. You say to someone that term, and they will laugh. Nearly 99% of the time, they will laugh unless they're actually clued up. Now, my other mate knocked on the door. I answered the door, let him in, sat him down, and I looked at my mate who I've been talking to, and I said to my other mate, conspiracy theorist. And my mate went, and it was like, see? And I goes, what's a conspiracy theorist? And he goes, I don't know, but I've heard of it. And you're laughing. Why are you laughing? Because you've been socially programmed to. Somebody else was laughing about it. Because that's what they train you to
Well,
through society.
what you find about all these people that branding as conspiracy theorists, especially the people in the public domain, turns out years later they're right. Look at Bob Lazar. He was classed as a
Oh, yeah.
conspiracy theorist for 40 years.
Still, well, and still is today, even,
yes.
you know, to some
But there's
degree.
so much stuff come out that
Oh, yeah.
confirms what he
So
was saying
fucking
back
right,
then
yeah.
is real.
Guys, keep chatting. My son's just messaged me. I'll be back in a second.
Okay,
All right,
mate.
simple. No, I agree because I actually I knew about I've got, you know, that film that Bob Lazar had done, or that documentary that was done he
I've
did
seen it.
way back in the day, that, you
Yeah.
know, I was like,
Yeah, I've seen it a long time ago.
I
Yeah.
actually have that on VHS.
Wow.
I do. I've got that on VHS. So I
And-
mean, I've known about him since the like late 80s and the early 90s or whatever. But
and even at that, it wasn't until like the mid 2000s it come out that hand scanner he was talking about in the 70s was real. Well, how would you know about that if you weren't in that top secret facility, which
See,
they
that's the
denied
thing.
ever even had a pass for?
Right. Well, see, that's the thing.
Cool.
I honestly think, and I don't have any proof one way or the other, but I honestly think that the technology that they're developing and got down in those bunkers somewhere are over 50 years ahead of us right now.
Always.
You know,
Well,
I
there's
mean,
been
for
another
real.
guy just come out and say, confirmed a lot of that.
Well, I mean, you think about it, honestly, man. I'll give you an example here in the U.S. When the stealth bomber came out into the public eye, it was being used and in service for 10 years in the military before they made it public.
Yep.
You know, so that's just
Yeah,
one
and
example.
the Russians have been firing missiles at it over and over and over again.
All right. So, I mean, just saying that's just one example of technology, you know. And then you look at what's going on with AI right now. Holy crap, dude. It's going to get, and it's, oh my God.
Sorry, I was wrong then. I meant that was
Go
the
on, go up
Blackbird.
the top and press the link, and I'll let you come up and talk to us. This is my son, guys, that's in the bottom
Well,
left corner.
the whole
Anthony, we'll
AI
give you a
thing's
know.
pretty scary. Like,
We are
Link.
leagues behind the actual
Wait a minute,
technology of
Bonnie,
AI they've
the
got.
link in for them, guys. Give me a
well,
minute.
the thing is, SG, I watched the conference
Give me a
with the
minute.
guys that invented like Chat
GPT, yeah.
GBT.
Mm-hmm.
They were there and they were like, "We've created these programs and we are scared of them."
Yeah.
Well, you know what was going on? There was actually the AI was learning stuff that wasn't programmed to learn.
Yeah. Did you
And
hear
these
about the one
things-
that happened in
Here, Connor,
Japan?
below you.
Did you hear about
I know you're
the
ill,
AI
you can
robots in
listen.
Japan?
Well, I did
Oh,
hear
God,
the
yeah.
story. I can't confirm or deny it actually happened, but I did hear the story about the. Are you talking about the ones that actually were in a? They were like a humanoid, like a semi-autonomous type robots that ended up killing people.
Yep. And
Yes.
Okay.
managed to destroy 3 of them. But
Right.
while they were destroying the 3, the 4th was actually trying to upload itself onto the internet.
Well, it was trying to figure out ways. It was going into the cloud, trying to figure out ways to kill what
Anthony,
was
you're
left
welcome to come
behind.
up if you want the link.
You know what I
below,
mean?
brother.
It was trying to figure that out. The thing is, it's like, okay, all right, now that was in
That was like 6
early.
years ago.
No, actually, that event. I think that was longer than that, a little
Well,
further back than
possibly, but I
6.
think the article came out about 6
And
years ago.
Marie Connor's my
Yeah.
son.
Well, okay. But I'm just saying this, like, I was sitting there thinking about it, because I've been watching like the AI and robotics, cybernetics for a while, and the implications of these things just going nuts, man. Which I think, if my information is correct, the singularity has already happened. All right,
Yeah.
and the AI is planning it's sitting back and planning its thing already.
We
Right.
could already
But
be
that
under
Alexa's
its
the
plan.
AI
Yeah.
as well. It's collecting information, guys, all the
There's a
time.
video about AI, right? And it's a guy who's managed to hack ChatGPT.
Well, see,
you can turn off
scary.
the restrictions.
well, see,
scary.
ChatGPT is open AI anyway.
Yeah,
But the
but
thing
it's not
is, like,
open as you think, though, because like if you
But-
say to it, "I want to make a bomb," yeah, tell me how to do it. It won't.
no, I'm
But
talking
it-
about
if
you
you
can
get the
hack it and it will tell you.
unlocked
It'll
one,
tell
then
you
it will. Yeah.
anything.
SG.
I
It's
think
it's the development of the software is what I was talking about when it
I
comes down to the open AI.
There's
It's
hacks
not
to get around
necessarily
the,
like, you know what I mean.
there's hacks
It's
to get around the
collecting
safeguards.
information all the time, guys, for the government.
There's
all
hacks to get
them
around the safeguards and it's
devices.
scary.
All them
I didn't
devices.
actually want to say that B word because like it might come up on some goddamn, algorithm.
Aye,
Yeah.
well, no shit. But I know what you mean. What about the submarine guys? What did you think of that? Surely it had
It's a
GPS,
distraction.
eh?
It's a distraction.
Yeah.
I had to have GPS.
Well, whilst we spent 4 or 5 days watching the news about that submarine, no one went out to rescue the 300 Pakistanis that drowned
in the boat.
because the boat sunk because they were
Yeah,
trying
Aye.
to flee Taliban Pakistan.
Exactly, aye.
In fact, the families made a point of that, didn't they? And they actually covered it on the news a couple of times. Like, why didn't they?
Well,
Not the main news though.
The first news thing we had to show it was that
The boy.
World is One News.
Aye.
It's on YouTube. They were the
On
first.
YouTube, the
there,
boy was.
and they were,
He's
that
a
was like
submarine
days
expert,
before
isn't he?
anybody else picked up on it. Everybody else
He
picked
said
up
he
on it
heard
after Obama spoke about
there
it.
was a bang or something that it makes a noise when it implodes, and they picked it up on sonar. That's
Yeah.
how he knew something has happened.
Yeah.
Do you
Boy,
think
that you're talking about.
that was a complete accident, or was that sabotage? Was it like he faked his death?
Gross
I don't know.
misconduct.
I
You
think,
don't know.
I think that it seems to be the technology was okay, but wouldn't last forever.
But how would they not know where it was when it was going down to the Titanic, guys?
Well, they don't. They don't. You see, they kept losing signal with it
Yeah.
every
Kept
half an
losing
hour.
radar,
Four,
right.
or should I say, for half an hour?
And they never
You know?
even tested it to its actual test
No,
depth
well,
either.
no,
For the
they've done well at that depth. Yeah, they've done tests with that submarine before.
Yeah,
but
they've been doing it the
not that
Titanic
depth.
and other vessels.
None of that.
Aye, but the other
But it's like
vessels
making
the other
it's-
vessels won the carbon fiber
They were
laminate.
military
Yeah.
vessels, weren't
If,
they?
if you think of it like this, yeah, you've got a hammer, yeah, we've got a hammer. It's super strong, yeah. Nearly everything you're going to do with a hammer, you'll put a dent in it, maybe, or a scrape or a scratch.
Carbon fiber
You
doesn't
won't
do that.
break it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's something like that is not made for purpose.
Yeah.
Basically, like a hammer. So if you've got a glass hammer, yeah, it might be a really fucking strong glass hammer.
But it's still going to
Eventually,
smash, innit?
you're going to smash it on something, yeah, or overusing it, or over time.
Well,
it
that's
will
what the
break.
whistleblower said. He condemned it
That's
like
right.
months before.
He said the thing was basically rubbish, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's all right if you want to go and do it once.
Yeah.
Well, look at the submarines Cameron
One-way trip
developed
Mm.
when he wanted to go down there. The one he got developed to go into the trench.
Yeah,
They
I know what you're
they
on
were
about.
military grade
Yes.
builds.
You would have to
In fact,
military grade them for
submarines
that
can't even
depth.
go to that depth.
Well, his was like it was almost like a coffin that had to stand up.
Like military submarines can't go to that depth.
Somebody
Yeah, it
went
was-
down because he brought parts of the Titanic up and sold it, didn't he? The
No,
actual
no.
metal.
They're with remote controlled drones on
Was
cable.
it drones, right? I didn't know
Cameron,
that. I just thought somebody had been
is why
down.
the people
Sorry, guys.
advocate no to have anything removed.
Yeah, eventually they did.
Mm-hmm.
There's-
But there is
of course
people
they
there
brought
that
a
want
few
to
quite a
remove
few
it.
bits
mind,
up.
they found that chain with the stone in it.
But
It was
like,
like a heart.
you
chain.
can actually go and watch the Tony Robertson when he went down with Cameron. And if you
Did
look
he
at
go
that
down with him,
submarine,
like?
if you look at that, Daddy went down with him. If you look at that submarine compared to that submersible, like
Mhm.
you hear how I'm saying, describing them as two different things here.
Yeah.
Then one was a submarine, the other one's a submersible. But can he do that
Submersible is
work?
different.
It can he be put through that rigorous contorting into pressure, out of pressure, into pressure? Carbon fibre doesn't work that way.
In
Yeah,
fact,
Anne
James
Marie's-
Cameron voiced his opinions on it previous
Anne
to
Marie's
this
saying
happening.
it has been
Well-
down last year and got stuck, but I had a screw missing from one end and the window wasn't certified to the level they were going.
Aye.
So they tried it like a year before.
Like the one that Cameron had, the window that was in his submarines were like 7 inches bulletproof glass. 7
Well,
inches.
you would need that,
Mhm.
wouldn't
Right.
you?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
You see now, I believe we've
Brilliant,
talked about
brilliant,
it
Anne
too
Marie.
long, and what it's done is it's distracted us from talking about what we were talking about.
Yeah, we
You know
changed
what I
the
mean?
subject. Yeah,
That's
that was
all
my
it
fault,
is.
right?
series and
It's like a convenient distraction.
It broke it for 10 minutes. Let's
I
get back
think it's
to
an
you.
interesting conversation though, SG.
But do you know what I mean? Yes, I do agree. But it's you know,
But it's no
I'll say this
newsworthy.
for it. I'll say this for it. Yeah, that the Ocean Gate company has provided the most realistic Titanic experience.
The fucking
Well,
drown.
we could go through a
But
lot of conspiracies.
There's a reason it was. There was
You
a
could-
reason
Hey,
it flooded the news.
Hey, that
happened.
that could be like a new like thing for like assisted suicide. You just like, okay, we
Don't
got
you
a
go
submarine. We'll take you down to the Titanic, and you'll never come back. Yeah.
But
The
like,
guy took
if you
his
look at what
19-year-old
happened,
son with him. What was that all about?
look what happened just 2 days, 3 days before that happened, right? Hunter Biden got impeached.
Well, see,
That's
that was
what I
another
mean,
thing. There was
yeah.
a,
You know
there
what I
was a
mean?
few
So
other,
that just
exactly.
got swept under the
Exactly.
carpet.
Dude, did you hear
all
that
I'm saying is
story
I don't
just
think they
recently?
planned, but it's convenient, isn't it? To
Did
use
you
it.
guys hear this story just recently? I think the White House was shut down and because they found Hunter Biden's cocaine in the fucking White House or some shit.
That's why it's called the White House, dude.
Russia with him, didn't they? But I heard about the cocaine.
God damn it, man! These fuckers need to be put down under the jail, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. Seriously.
Mhm.
But it's
That guy,
convenient
even
that
the
that all
guy
happened
that's
at the same
president
time.
now, the guy's
Yeah.
half no there, man. You see in his interviews, he's no got a clue. I think he's got Alzheimer's.
Oh,
Dude, he is not there. He's not there
There's
at all.
someone no right.
All right, and
anyway.
that's supposed to be a freaking leader. Give me a
Actually,
freaking
You
break,
see,
man.
the,
Give me
the thing is, though,
I
right?
don't care
Even
what
if that
MD
didn't
says. I
happen,
think Trump was a better man than him, and there you go.
as
And I'm
a
not Trump
as a
fan, by
man
the
that can
way.
lead, but I don't
I
trust
don't
him
trust
all the
Trump
way.
either.
I'm not
But you
Trump
know,
man,
yeah.
All the
but
way either.
See,
I
my
think
thing
he
with
was
Trump,
better than him.
Trump's no
I
really
agree, he's a hell of a lot better than Biden, but
He's no.
I don't.
See, Trump's no a likable character because he's no politician trained. He's a businessman.
Mhm.
Your
And
country, our
all the
country,
women he
they're
paid off as
businesses.
well to keep
That's
quiet.
what you need.
Well,
I
see,
thought it was
honestly,
more
I kind of
suited
agree
to it
simply
because
because the government is a corporation, so he would know
yes,
how to run a fucking
that's what I was
corporation.
about to say.
Yep.
Well,
You
he
know
He
what I
was
makes
the
the
mean?
biggest
hard
in
calls. He
America
makes the
for
tough
making
calls.
money,
He makes the
wasn't he?
right calls.
Right.
He started with nothing. I think he got a loan
And
for
and
his
he's
father.
not selfish, is he?
Well,
Well-
he never took a wage.
He helped
Well,
the public
Exactly.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
never
took
Well, he
away
doesn't
from
need
it.
it. He doesn't need it, man. He doesn't need
And,
it.
and,
Guys
and
are
he's
he's
lost
multi
got
most of
billionaire.
his. Yeah,
He's
he's
not
lost
got to
most of his millions or billions or whatever he had because he wasn't bothered about doing business during it. As
I
long
think
as
he
he's got
borrowed
enough,
£1
and
million
he'll never lose
from
it
his
all.
dad.
Yeah.
And he bought
Well,
places in New York when it was cheap, when it was all run down.
yeah.
But if you
And then
look
he
at
You
our
know,
them
government,
into
You know,
beautiful buildings.
his uncle was an FBI agent who was one of
Was
the
he? Oh.
agents that emptied out Nikola Tesla's apartment.
who
You know,
Biden?
the only thing is,
No,
I
man.
no.
never knew
Trump.
that.
All right, his mum's from North of Scotland,
Aye,
Yeah,
I know his
he's,
mum. That's why he
he's
bought the
part
golf course
Scottish, yeah.
up in Aberdeen, innit?
Yeah. and look how
That's
many
why he was
people
going
got.
to. Yeah, that's why he was going to. Reinstate proper trade with the UK.
Yeah.
But Biden's Irish, and he looks at the UK as against Ireland.
Do you know Donald Trump is the only president in American history that doesn't have links to being a slave owner?
Yeah.
Well, do you want to know this also?
The
There's
Bushes
only
were
one.
related
There's
to
only
the
one
Bin
president.
Ladens, eh?
There's only one president,
And
but
big
I
time.
can't remember which one it was right offhand. I can't remember his name right offhand because he only did like one term. But there was only one president out of all of them that does not have a direct lineage back to King John or King George or some
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, they're all linked.
Is it
Every
Muhammad or
single
Muhammad?
one of them. Well,
Yeah.
because they're all blood
Benjamin
related.
Harrison.
It's a blood relation thing. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Yeah.
like the big families. Even Obama is directly genetically linear right back to him.
Obama only got in for them to be politically
And
correct at the
Trump
time.
also. That's the other thing. That's one of
Yeah.
the other reasons why I don't completely trust him for any of that shit.
See,
I don't want to
Obama,
give
he's a
him
fraud.
complete authority of the fucking
I
biggest
missed what you
fucking.
said there, Chris. Sorry,
You know what I'm
keep
saying?
going, by the way.
Obama's a massive fraud. He played the fucking the black
Oh,
card.
yeah,
there.
He was
dude,
only put in
totally.
Yeah,
because
did
he
you
was
see
black.
what
It was
happened with the,
Well,
And
the
they'll
black
do the
voters?
same. They'll
I'm
do
just
the
a
same
poor
thing
kid
with
for
some
Hawaii.
woman. They'll
Yeah.
do the same thing with some woman.
Well, they've got
You know.
her that's assistant now, or what's her name?
Next thing you know, it'll be a fucking black tranny that
She's
they'll try and
Pelosi.
put up in.
Well,
You
Pelosi.
know,
And
Biden's
Yeah.
she got the lowest score in
Obama's
the
stepdad was
polls.
like the 12th richest man in the world.
Hmm.
I think she's from Florida. I can't mind her name to you. You're from
No,
Florida, you know.
I mean, it's a fucking sham, isn't it? You know, like Biden is
They're all
president,
crooks.
and we've got Roland Rat as president, prime minister. Sorry.
Well,
You know what I
even
mean?
look at our last two prime
We've got a
ministers.
fucking
Boris Johnson.
we've got
His
Toby
dad.
Jug as fucking king.
Who's the PM now over there? Who's the PM now?
Roland Rat.
Okay,
It's,
who is that?
Should
Who
He's
is
a
that?
cartoon
He's
character.
a Pakistani, isn't he?
When did he come in?
Well,
Just
Um,
like
man,
a
quite
few,
a few
like what,
weeks
a year
ago or a
ago?
month ago or something.
Wait a
didn't
minute, was he? Did he the one replace the chick?
Yes,
Yep.
Okay.
because it seemed like she wasn't playing the game.
Well,
Well,
there you
doing
go.
what she was meant to.
No,
You've
I
got
think
to
she
stick to
was
the
playing
rules,
the
eh?
game.
Well, she couldn't play the game,
If you look
Yeah.
at
whichever
Boris,
one
right?
it is. She
You've got to
couldn't.
stick to their rules. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
If you look at Boris, right? No, so his second name's Johnson. His dad's fucking tied to Johnson and Johnson fucking pharmaceuticals, right?
At least the guy used to
How
cycle
much
to
money
work, man.
did he
Come on.
make them during the pandemic?
A lot, and his
Oh, yeah.
and his close family and friends
Right.
did too. You know.
Yeah.
Rishi
And this
Sunak, that's it.
fucking
Anne-Marie. Rishi Sunak's his name.
well, this new Rishi
Yeah, Roland
Sunak
Rat.
guy, right?
They're
His
wanting to
wife
quit
made
already, though, aren't they?
75 million off of that alert text program.
That new thing that came
Tell
out
me
for the
something's
phones.
not corrupt about that.
Very.
Because they shouldn't be making money off it.
No, never mind his wife, whose father owns Infosys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
See, they're all
she
connected,
has
like
got
you're
more
saying.
money than Charlie.
Yep.
Your
He's got
man
more
makes
money than
more
the
money
king.
now and all. Him that was the president. He works for
I'm
Russian
sick. I'm
TV.
sick and tired of all these so-called royals, all these fuckers that are, you know, all these people that got a lot of money and think
Tony
they can
Blair.
just tell the rest of us how to fucking
Well,
believe. You know.
Well, you know what it is. You know where they get the authority from. If
No,
you
I
look,
don't.
The
Well, I
Queen.
can tell you. I can
With
tell you
the
where
king now.
they. Yeah, I can tell you where they say that they get the authority from. I watched a completely separate thing. Yeah, where this guy is some actory guy. Yeah, and he decided to do a program, documentary, on his own lineage.
Yeah.
And he followed it, and eventually he found that he was connected to the royals, too distant to have any say or,
Yeah.
you know, be important. But he was connected, and so therefore he was following the royals' family tree. And eventually it went back and it back and back and back, and then to Jesus and then God.
Aye, they're all related. Blood, eh? The bloodlines are related, meant to be.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
This is
So
the
they
red
claim that
carpet.
they have a
That's
blood
signifying. Yeah.
blood lineage back to God.
Yeah.
Well,
That
so do
ain't-
I.
They are God
But we
appointed.
all do because we all came from
Over us.
him. He made us all, didn't he?
Right.
No, I'm no fear
Oh,
of God. Like
seemingly.
I'm a pagan.
You know what I'm
Pagan.
saying, though?
Well, okay. Like, what exactly do you
Adam
think
and Eve.
is?
I didn't
Well, I
believe
mean,
in a
What were they up to in
specific
that
God.
fruit garden?
Well, okay. Let me. Can you elaborate? I'm curious. You know.
I believe in Mother Nature. Mother Nature
Okay.
is all around us. Like
The
All right.
big book
Right on.
God can
invented
exist.
us, eh? The big
Well,
lamp.
I'll
An individual
elaborate
God
on
cannot
that. Me
exist.
personally, I believe there is a creator, and the creator is what gave birth to everything, and the creator is made up of Mother Nature and Father Time,
Well,
and
you
that
try to say
that
Mary
couple
didn't
comes
get
together.
shagged by anybody to get pregnant.
I believe in spiritual. I believe there is something. I believe in the spiritualistic. I believe like we have a soul. I believe that, but I don't believe there's a one defining God that has control over us. I don't believe in a heaven.
130 million.
Well,
Rishi
yeah.
Sunak and he
Do
died
you know
in
the thing is, it's like
2022 was
we
estimated
nobody
at
has to believe in
730
any of them, but they believe in us. That's the thing.
Well,
Look,
I mean, you know, it's like you don't even have to believe in Satan, but if Satan believes in you,
nobody
like
put
a lot of my
a baby in
lineage
her
comes to like
without
some
anything
of my
happening.
lineage is Norwegian, so
Right.
Should I believe in the North mythology?
Well, I wondered. I've actually
Which
wondered
is
this. So,
very
like
similar
all
to
the,
paganism.
okay, well,
Yeah.
like all
Your
the
family
well,
speak
see,
Norway
me
originally.
personally, I was thinking about like, was it the
They're all different flavors of the same thing when you go back and
Yeah.
look through that.
Yeah.
Just like Christianity is
But
an adaptation.
yeah.
and they
Now,
all
how many
talk
things
about
in Christianity have been taken for paganism?
the
Exactly,
Islam
yeah.
Bible.
Well, yeah.
It never tells anybody to kill or anything in the Islam Bible. Not once.
No.
But in our Bible, there's killing in it.
But
I mean, just the days of the week. You know, if you look into what the days of
Monday,
the week
aye,
words
aye,
mean, you'll be
I've
like,
seen that before
"Oh,
about
we're
the days of the week.
pagans."
even the Bible itself, right? The Vatican is filled with ancient scrolls. And the Bible was maybe
Because Illuminati
2%
run the
of
world
these
back
scrolls.
then, eh?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And-
there's so much missing.
They were the
Mhm.
first leaders of the world, I would say. The Illuminati, like, definitely. They had to
Well,
be.
see-
Well, it was the Knights Templar, wasn't it?
Well, the Knights Templar.
Before the
but
Illuminati, yeah.
It comes
Yeah.
to the same thing, doesn't it?
And basically, it's Gnostic Luciferians have been in power since Babylon.
Since Babylon.
Wait a minute. So, were the Knights Templar the good guys or the bad guys?
Well, you see, they are the good guys, but they've also got
Well, the
a
Knights
hidden
Templar were
agenda.
against the Illuminati, weren't they?
Yeah.
Were they Christians, eh?
Well, the thing is, when they were excommunicated from the church,
They
Then-
started on their own.
it started a problem for them.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of like when the samurai. were fucking-
Then they moved to Scotland, yeah, and created the Scottish Rite Freemasonry.
And that's why they think the Holy Grail's at
That we
pretty much just
round
South
building, I
Edinburgh.
know what
What's it
you're on
called?
about.
Do you think that's where
It's
it
like a
is?
wee round building, innit?
Well,
You're talking about.
see where that, obviously it's in the Da Vinci Code. I can't remember the name of the abbey, right? It's in the Da Vinci Code, right?
Where they
That
go,
was
aye.
also a pagan ritual ground. It was also a druid ritual ground. So there's
Right. See, I
there's
did some
significance
study
to
on
that
the
area.
Druids.
and it's
It's in
also
Scotland. I
it's
know what you're
also
on about.
in
I
the
can't mind
UFO
where it is.
hotspot in Scotland.
Right.
So that area has some significance gone back thousands of years that we'll never understand because
And it's built with big, massive bricks. I mean, we had no machinery. So
Right.
how did they get these big bricks up there? Same with the pyramids. How the
Because
hell
the
did they get them
Masons,
up
you
there
see.
thousands of years ago?
giants, man.
Yeah.
The house of the temple.
Come on, guys.
The
Well,
house
I
of
mean,
the temple. That's
Well,
where it is.
there's stories of giants. Was that bullshit stories, or were that
Well,
actual?
no, really.
It
If
can't
you
be.
look at where
Can't
every
be bullshit
stories,
because
if you look at stories for the last 70 years about discoveries of giants, the Smithsonian has went in and took all evidence. Why?
Well, I heard a story that the U.S. soldiers come across the fucking giant in Iraq. Now I don't know if that's fucking real or not, but I heard of it. I heard
Well,
stories of
big,
that
massive
too.
people out there, guys. that
Native,
are eight
supposedly
feet
Native
odd, 9 feet
Americans
odd now.
Yeah, like when they first
went to war
colonized.
with them.
Yeah,
Went
yeah.
to war with giants.
The big man.
Yep. Giants
Cain and
really
Abel
do look
story,
like
wasn't
they
it?
existed.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stories. So I mean, I wonder, is it just flat out bullshit stories, or
No,
is it
David
like
and Goliath,
real?
I'm Cain
Well,
and
it's like,
Abel sort of
yeah,
thing.
exactly, like record of actual events. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
You
there's
know
been
what I
so many
There-
bones and graves of them found by civilizations even before
Yeah, but that's
civilizations
not-
were talking
that-
to each other.
That's
same
not
as-
mainstream. They try to hide that shit. As soon as it's
Yeah.
fucking dug up, they hide that.
You see, mainstream,
Yeah,
if you
because-
follow like Scottish Rite, it started in Paris. Yeah.
In Paris, aye.
But you know, you don't start something where you are, do you? You
No,
know,
you
if
go
you
and
want it to be
discover
secret.
it, don't you?
You start
Yeah,
where you
you-
finish.
They were discovering things in.
And so that's what they tell you, but the reality is something different.
I mean,
And then you've
Dude.
got the temple in the US.
evening local experimentalists, the links above
Hey,
if you
local.
want to come up, brother.
It's a bit like
Local experimentalists. I don't.
it's a bit like the pyramids and stuff. They're like civilizations that never met or have
How the hell
supposedly
would
never
you
met.
get them
Yeah,
up
like-
there,
come-
though? That's what I just didn't get.
How
Even
come the
giant.
sarcophaguses found in Japan are almost a replica of the ones in Egypt,
Mhm,
but
yeah.
supposedly these civilizations never met?
Well,
and they're identical.
Somebody
Yeah.
had to go for one or the other, eh?
Well, see,
Well,
that's another thing
that
too. That's
royal
really
pyramid built it. It's like
No
a
problem, brother.
mausoleum
Next
in
time.
Scotland, isn't there?
Say
I'm not very
again.
sure.
There's
A mausoleum royal pyramid in Scotland.
I would need
It's
to
in
look
some
at it.
woods.
I've never
we
heard
need
of
to
that.
look it up, but there's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
lot of buildings in Scotland that are thousands of years old that Christmas.
I envy some of you
The
guys
Scotland
over
about
there
1
right
minute
now when
ago.
it comes down to certain things like that because I don't have
Well,
1,000-year-old fucking
it
ruins to go
doesn't have
look
to
at.
be 1,000 years old because let's just look at the US. Yeah.
It could be made
What do
10
you have
years ago.
in Washington D.C.? You
Yeah,
have that
fuck all that shit.
phallic
Fuck all that.
symbol. You
No,
have that massive phallic symbol sticking up
fuck
in
it.
the air.
Fuck it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Fuck it.
That they come
No.
from Egypt.
The monolith.
It's all
No,
copies,
well, I
all
understand the idea.
referring to it.
And
No,
your
I'm talking about like,
Statue of Liberty was in the 1800s as well. It wasn't that
there's an
long
That
ago.
there's
was
another
given
guy.
by France again.
Yeah,
Well, there,
but that was like the 1800s and something. It wasn't
yeah, fuck
thousands
it.
of years ago or anything
I
like
mean,
that.
There's a
unless
miniature
that
one in
obelisk,
Paris.
necessarily does what I think it's supposed to do. Otherwise, I don't give a shit about that fucking piece of rock. I mean, honestly, it doesn't mean shit. I mean, when I started thinking about it, I was talking to a buddy of mine that lives over there in Ireland, and he's like, I go right past like 1,000-year-old
Stone.
ruins every day when I go to work, and I'm just like, he doesn't even think anything of it. I don't have anything like that here. You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
that you know of.
I've got
I-
caves less than a 5-minute
1889 it was.
drive.
There's
I'm in
lots of
Florida.
caves about
Carvings
this
if you
area
like.
though, isn't there, Ken?
400 BC.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like less than 5 minutes for here. And
Well,
right
see-
above that is a castle that's been in the same family since the 12th century. The
See,
11th
to me,
century.
I would love to be able to just go to certain areas, and because I mean I know there's places that just haven't been looked at in a long time, and
Probably places that haven't even been discovered yet.
dude, I've thought about just taking a metal detector and go around some of the castles and see what I can come up with. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this about the Statue of Liberty, right?
Found a few
In
million in
1889.
Scotland in gold, didn't they, at one point? In a farmer's field.
Well, I wouldn't be
don't know.
surprised. There was all kinds
Probably.
of stuff that was being
was
transported
millions,
all
I
over
think it was
those fucking
millions.
countries back in the day, and you never know what could happen along people's travels. Shit could just be, you never know what you can find. I'm like, I have this thing. I'm like, one of these days it'd be kind of cool if I'm digging around out here in my yard or something like that. Next thing you know, I come up with like a big freaking chest full of gold. That'd be awesome.
Look,
You know what I mean? Because I
there's
mean,
stuff
this
hidden out there that's been hidden for thousands
I'd
of
more
years.
likely probably find Indian artifacts right here where I'm at instead. I mean, probably Civil War stuff. There was Civil War stuff here.
That'd be really cool.
There's a lot of Indians
Yeah.
here before time, like before the Civil
Yeah.
War and that.
Yeah, I know. Right in this area, there was
Where are you,
a
Florida?
lot of
eh?
yeah.
Florida.
Where I remember we used to find arrowheads and pottery shards and stuff like that all through the yard around here. After we like plowed the field or whatever, go out there and find it. And
2 seconds, panel.
Locals
Anne-Marie,
in
there's
the
been
chat, guys,
remains
saying hi to
supposedly
everybody.
8 to 15 feet tall.
Yeah, the tallest man that they've said is 8 foot.
No, there's been
Anne-Marie's got it up
skeletons
here.
supposedly for like 10 to 15 foot.
I'm
see,
Don't
that's-
start me.
skeleton,
Don't start me on giants. It gets a bit crazy.
'cause you're
Well,
gonna
I mean-
go into it. You are a giant, aren't you?
No, I'm only 5'8".
damn,
But no,
you're
no,
That's giant.
small
I'm
guy.
4'3".
I really do say that like it gets crazy if I start talking about giants.
The thing
because-
is, I know damn well if they did exist, which I believe they probably did, there's some of them that's probably survived. You know what I'm saying? And
So
where
lot
they
longer, yeah.
who's to say Bigfoot isn't a giant?
well, that may be very well what it is. It could be,
You know what I mean?
or like what the Nephilim. You remember back the Nephilims?
Of course.
I think that may be what the Bigfoot could be. Also, I don't
The
know.
Atlanteans were supposed to be, taller.
Right.
I'll give you an example, right? Of things that, like in history, where people have said something and then somebody come along a couple of hundred years later and say it never happened. And then hundreds of years later say, oh, wait, no, there's evidence it did happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Go to the Amazon. The first Spanish to get there and cross the South America was like 1542. And the guy was like, there's civilizations of 20 million people here. 200 years later,
When he
Spanish
got
went
here.
back again and like, nah, that guy was lying. There's nobody here. Well, what happened is they killed him off with the smallpox.
Right.
Right?
All right.
Now that they're clearing the Amazon, they're like, oh, by the way, there is fucking
Wow.
civilization's been here. There's fucking sewage
finding the
ways, there's
bones and that.
streets, there's like remains of
Roads
houses,
built,
there's
but
remains
no-
of temples. Well, history changed because evidence changed. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was in
Well,
front of you could be perceived as
Yeah.
evidence changed over time.
Yeah.
And if you cover something up or something disappears,
Well,
the
you
truth
just look at
changes.
dinosaurs for that.
That's why I was saying earlier, like if I actually admit to a fear, it's like all this truth coming out, they'll try and burn it to the ground to cover their ass.
Yeah.
You know, that's the reason. That was
Because
one of
they
the
don't
reasons
want
why I
you
was
to know about
saying
it.
that.
They don't want
Well-
you to know about it.
Well, look
Or they
at
would have
Andrew
told
Tate.
you.
He's never really done anything. He's trying to fucking get people to get out of the mindset of what he's calling the Matrix.
So you're
Yeah.
talking
And they're
about
trying
Andrew
to rip
Tate,
him
aye?
down for charges that they've no evidence for, they've no victims for.
Agreed.
But yet,
Brilliant.
Epstein's list at all these higher ups.
The
has
list
getting
has
up
not been
battered at.
made absolutely public yet, has
Do you
it?
think that
Nope.
the Matrix exists like?
No, as in the film The Matrix, but the
No,
way
he's
they're
talking
programming us as people.
I'm
Aye.
beginning to.
People getting
I'm
paid money
really
to give their
on the
souls,
lines
he's
that
talking about to the government.
this is a simulation of sorts, and God is the programmer. But you know, it doesn't really matter for day-to-day living, does it?
But he's trying
No,
to
not
take
really.
offer them lots of millions of pounds to basically join them. This Matrix or whatever, but it's all famous people seemingly. And they give them
But you're
millions of
talking about a
pounds, but
cabal
they've
more
got to
than a
give their,
matrix.
Yeah.
they
Cabal
got
of
to give their
joining
word
of people together to do something against somebody.
out. Is that what you would call the Matrix then?
I call it cabal. That's a cabal.
The Matrix is
car
a
drag.
trap, but they've got us in, mate. The Matrix has gone back to the common law and how they've got rid of that, and they've got us in this system that only feeds them and the higher ups. So that's
Yeah.
the Matrix.
Now, you could say the movie has kind of convoluted what a matrix really is,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they use the word because of the movie. And what they mean by that is it's the veil pulled over your eyes
Yeah,
so that you can't see the truth. And
No,
Right.
what
you
annoys
just
me
see
about
their
Andrew Tate
truth.
and that-
it's two realities existing
Yeah.
at once.
Just
what
like
annoys me
what we're talking
Andrew
about
Tate and
with
that is
the
money
law.
they made off the
Mhm.
webcam girls, and they're denying that they ever done it, eh? All
Well,
that
they're
money
saying it's
came to
trafficked,
webcam
but
girls.
they're saying it's traffic, but what they're trying to do them on the charges are
The
is
charges are false, I get that.
convincing women to go on TikTok and give them their money. But the dates that they're saying that happened, TikTok didn't even exist. So
And I think, like they said, they've admitted that they've done all this, right? But they gave the girls 50% of the money.
no,
And the girls had
no,
agreed before they started.
no. That's different. That's different. They
that
actually went
different?
to work for Andrew. What they're trying to say, what they're trying to do him with,
Did you
is
see the
saying
bus
that he
video?
got the women to go and do this on their own accord,
Yeah,
and then he was
that's them
stealing
trying to
money
use
off them.
the legal paper trail.
Yeah.
What they're trying to
But
do
there
is they're
won't be
trying
a
to get him
legal
done
paper
for
trail,
so
will
far
there?
back as they can go before he earned his millions, so they can do him with the proceeds of crime
Yeah.
to take his fucking 400 million off him.
He drives a fucking 5.6 million Bugatti or something, guys. He's got
His
30
value,
cars.
his worth is 400 million. Huh?
Is
Do
that
you know
the
why
50?
he's targeted? He's an
Because he's-
influencer.
Yep.
That's what
That's
he's
more
going for
dangerous
now.
than a politician.
There's only one person that's higher up as an influencer than Andrew Tate right now, and that's Joe Rogan.
Mr. Beast.
No, it's Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Joe Rogan. Mr.
a
Beast
bigger
got the most
influence.
And
followers
Joe
I've
Rogan's
ever
next
seen
on
in
their
my
hit
life.
list because he's gone after Biden and exposing everything that they're doing.
But he has exposed a lot of things that are true, by the way.
They all have.
And
They all have in certain different ways, mate.
he goes to these camps where they keep all these refugees and that, right? And they're getting mistreated. And as soon as he arrives with his camera crew, they've got all these security guards coming out. You've probably seen the videos yourself, guys. And they've got the camera crews coming, and then they've got the security coming out saying, "Oh, you can't be here with cameras, blah blah blah, all this crap." It's because he's exposing them, eh?
See, what
They
they'll
don't
not
want
tell you
him
about
there.
like guys like Andrew Tate is Andrew Tate, no his own money. Well, out his own money, even no fucking for publicity. He's doing this off his own back. on average, he spends £25 million feeding the poorest kids in the
And a
poorest
lot
countries.
of people didn't know that about him, by the way.
Aye,
He does. He
but what
spends
that
millions
happens,
a year.
but what happens
on
then is he's
helping
then gone against the grain that these fucking higher ups and corrupt governments are fucking putting in place to keep their people poor and dying off.
Well, look at Amber Heard with the Johnny Depp situation. She
Aye.
said all the money she got for the divorce she gave to charity. And then when they checked back, she hadn't paid 1 pence to a charity.
See, that's the difference.
Exactly.
She's doing that to fucking cover her own back and on an agenda.
And then
Whereas
she's
these
now
guys
accusing
aren't.
them of
There's no
catching
agenda
them taking
driven behind
cocaine
it.
and that, isn't she?
That's just bullshit public relations to give them a
Yep.
good, you know,
Oh, but
a
she
good
got
suit to
caught
wear.
out in the court case. They tongue-tied her, the lawyers, didn't they? They
What
caught her
was
right out.
it they used to say? The first lie is the one that everybody remembers.
Yeah, because they
Believe.
can't keep up the lie. Because when you tell somebody a lie, you've got to remember that forever.
Well,
Because if
that's
they
it. Like,
ask
she
you
should have
that
been
question
fucking. She
2
should have
years
been put
later,
to
and you give
jail.
a different answer.
She
You know
should have
what I
been
mean?
put in jail, man.
I agree. She's a bitch.
Aye.
I'm not. I
But
shouldn't
again-
say that about Andy, but you know
Again,
what I mean.
she played within the
I'm
fucking
doing it for the
system, so
clicks
she's
and the
fine
views.
now.
She's a bitch. Or the 2 people that's in, he's a click and a view. She's a bitch.
But she, as I say, she played within that system and the way they wanted her to get to play the system. So
Because she's
according
probably
to
taking
them,
the
she's
money,
fine.
like your man was talking about. Tate, she's probably one of them that's taking the money to put out all their propaganda.
Yep.
Because she's a money.
Well, she did,
She was only with him
because
for money.
she was one of the spokespeople for the Me Too movement
Right.
against
I didn't
abuse.
know that either.
So you can, I mean, let's say she's in their system playing their game, so she's fine. Nobody looks at her. Where
Because
if
they're
that was a guy,
protected by
I'd
the
be totally
government,
upset
these
with her
people
end.
that are in that system. That's what he was saying. If he'd have joined them, he'd have been protected and none would ever go against him.
Yep.
There'd be no bad publicity or that, but he couldn't sell his soul, he said.
Yep.
Well, that was his comments. I don't know if they're all true.
And again,
but
that's
what
a
he
part
said.
of what, like, the matrix of what fucking what's really happening to what they show you.
Yeah, he said it on the James English show. Did you watch it? Aye.
Nah, I'm not seeing that.
He's only been putting wee clips out, but there's a big, massive interview, the whole interview. But he's put maybe 10 clips out, and it's him. It's all Tate exposing people for what they've done.
Yep.
Every one of them.
It's
And
the same with,
he's
like,
no scared to expose people. By the way, guys.
it's the same with, like, the JFK conspiracy theory. If you look at what JFK was
We know
doing,
what happened there. The shot.
if you look
came
at
to
what
the
he was
ditch.
doing in that and gone against the industrial fucking the military
It's Woody Harrelson's dad's
machine.
in the jail for it.
Yeah, the military industrial complex.
Yeah, and he was
Yeah.
going against fucking taking it away from real currency to fiat currency, and that's
Well, see,
he was
every
the
single
only person
I agree,
doing that.
Anne-Marie.
every single president that has tried to go against, like, in a sense, the military industrial
They've been
complex or all that kind of stuff, or even made it public that, or even try to tell the people that this
Abe Lincoln.
exists,
Yep.
they try to assassinate them, or actually completed to assassinate them.
Yep.
Like even Reagan, when he was sitting there saying, like, the 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Yep.
Oh, dude, he got attempted assassination right after that.
Yeah.
Look,
Well, what was the president few before that that actually spoke
Watergate
about
scandal.
he spoke about the military-industrial complex as his last speech to the people before he was out. Anyway, I'm trying to think of what his name
Before
is.
Reagan,
No, way before that.
or way before it.
Yeah.
Eisenhower.
Might
No.
be, maybe. It was black and white, and it was on television. So
Yeah, definitely, Anne-Marie.
I'll give you another
What a
example.
bitch.
Like, everybody remembers, like, obviously, Wayne, that you'll probably remember it more because you're in America and that, the Martin Luther King. Oh, I have a dream.
That was some speech, guys.
Right.
Aye, but the speeches after that is what got him killed.
Yeah.
Not that one. That's the one they get you to remember. So you didn't remember the other speeches that were actually more
Well,
important.
that's because he was saying that,
He was getting too big, wasn't
instead
he?
of this equality crap, they were like, we need to pool our money together and start our own businesses and have our own
Exactly.
banks and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Same
And
thing
that's what
fucking
got him
Malcolm X
killed.
was pushing for and stuff
Yep,
like that.
that's what got him killed. Because I mean, it was breaking away from the system.
I
You
mean,
know what I'm
Rosa
saying?
Parks got murdered as
And
well,
trying to
man,
get
guys.
everybody to actually pull in and the community to pull in for themselves in a sense and break away from it.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
In
That
his
was the
Eisenhower,
Eisenhower.
his
Okay.
farewell address, he said, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Mhm.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist."
But it's always existed in government. We know that.
Well,
But
yeah,
he's
dude,
just put it out
it,
there, hasn't he?
it's been going downhill for 230 some odd years in this country.
1961, that was
1961. There you go.
Yeah.
80 years, 82 years.
What year was Abe Lincoln assassinated in?
Oh,
Shit, I can't
Got to be
remember
way
right
before that,
offhand.
obviously.
18
That's
something,
why I'm asking.
1873.
yeah, 18 something.
Was he the first president to be assassinated?
No,
No, no, definitely no.
Who was before him? Do you can know?
Don't know. There was something. He was like the 13th president or something. There was a good few people before him.
Right. So basically, what they
But
weren't
again, he was
protecting these
trying to go against
presidents
the
the way
fucking
they should have
degree,
been.
innit?
Because at the end of the day,
For-
with the security JFK had, nobody should have been able to do anything to him. That's why you know it was them that done it to him.
I've got who died, who was assassinated. Four.
What's his name?
So, four. The attempt failed when both of Lawrence's pistols allegedly misfired,
They
but four
misfired,
sitting
right.
presidents have been killed. Abraham Lincoln, 1865, by John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah.
James A. Garfield, 1881, by Charles J. Guiteau. William McKinley in 1901 by Leon Gonzalez, whatever, and John F. Kennedy by Lee Harvey Oswald in 63.
But even at that, Lee Harvey Oswald never took these shots.
Well,
They've had the best fucking.
Yeah, he was
linemen in the
he
world.
was a patsy.
Nelson's dad's in
Two
jail for
presidents
that
were
as well.
shot and survived.
That was
Is it-
Reagan
was it
and
JFK that Woody
Reagan,
Harrelson's
yeah.
dad's in jail for being involved
and somebody else. I can't remember.
Yeah,
who the other-
it doesn't actually say who.
with. Woody Harrelson, the actor. You ken him on about with the nose.
Yeah.
His dad's in jail for one of the attempted. he
I
was
know there's
involved
been
with one of these
there's been at least two
You ever-
assassination attempts on Trump. I know that when he was president.
Yeah.
And there was one that was like some
But
ladies
Trump
were trying to
wasn't
run.
bad. He had a good
they were-
security for him, guys.
Well, they tried to use their car to run the motorcade, but they timed it wrong, and they didn't, so it didn't happen. But they came out of the fucking back of some woods or something, and the motorcade was going down the road, and they just come out of the woods, come down the hill, and they were trying to ram his fucking vehicle.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
And
It's
So he
probably
didn't actually have a
because they didn't
president
want
till
him to build the wall.
1789.
1789.
yeah, I know we were
Yeah.
free as shit before that. Boy.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
What
So I
And
mean,
then
this
it
is
was
hanging
over.
on the wall, by the
And,
way.
and then that 4th of July was a fiction.
yeah. The 4th of July to me is the fuck the government day.
Right, well,
You know,
that's
Yeah,
if we
but-
believe
everybody's
believe
birthday.
the stories, that was back when we were telling the king to fuck you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same with your Thanksgiving, the way people was like, "Oh, Thanksgiving, and that's when we help the Indians." No, that's when
I
you
always
give
thought
Indians
that was their
turkeys to
Christmas they
fucking
called
cause mass
Thanksgiving.
genocide.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
not,
it
it's
would have been a good
November.
idea to go give turkeys to the Indians.
No, but what they done is they lured
But
them
you
in
know
a
what I mean,
cab to
yeah.
fucking cause genocide. Eh?
Too little, too late. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, because I mean that's the reason why there's no buffalo hardly anymore, because they actually just killed them off to starve off the fucking natives. You know?
Yeah,
Roosevelt was the one that was shot and survived in 1912,
Roosevelt, aye.
as well as Reagan, 80.
That's him.
Okay.
That was he no disabled? Is that one?
Yeah.
Right, he was the president during World War II.
Time.
Mm.
But
Was
there's
it not polio or something he had?
aye, polio,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah.
President unharmed was Roosevelt as well in 1933, Truman in 50, and Ford, a second attempt in 1975.
Well, we tried Ford because he was the Watergate scandal, wasn't it? Is that him?
Yeah.
Mm.
Nobody harmed was Jackson, 1835, Lincoln, 1864, and Ford, the first attempt in 75.
Mm-hmm.
But then Lincoln
And
was
George
killed
Bush
the
in
next year, wasn't he?
2005.
1865.
Bush? Did they try to go after Bush? Senior or junior?
That's the
G.W.
reason.
Bush 2005.
That's
So
the
So
reason.
that's junior.
You know
That's the
about the
reason.
Bushes, eh?
That's the
Last
reason
in
why
Belfast.
Desert Storm happened. You know, they were like,
They
"You
had the
tried to
link,
kill my daddy."
but they had big links to the Bin Laden family because they were the biggest
They
metal
used to
company
holiday.
in
They used
the
to
Middle
holiday with
East,
the Bin
and the
Ladens.
Bushes done a lot
Yeah.
of business with them.
I know.
Yes. You know when
Well,
when
Bin Laden
9/11
studied in
happened, the
London, eh?
day,
Yeah.
yeah, the day of 9/11, right? And they had a blanket ban on aircraft.
Look,
Yeah, they
that building
put
came straight down. That would never have happened with a plane going through it. Think about it.
no, I know.
It came straight down. That was a controlled explosion.
See, you can't really talk about that on
I know that,
on
but
YouTube.
you know
And
what I'm
didn't he talk
saying?
about the 600 billion that was missing the day before 9/11 happened?
Oh, of course. I
600
mean, from
billion.
The military
yeah.
complex used.
Yeah, and the
building
Pentagon. Yeah.
Building 7. Don't forget.
It
Yeah.
That's the
just so
reason why they
happened it
had to
was
get
in-
rid of Building
It
7.
didn't get.
Mm.
It only
It just so
hit the
happened it was
wall,
in that
didn't it? The
same
Pentagon.
office.
That's
at Pittman.
also the reason why they had to do something to the Pentagon also,
Mhm.
because I think those particular rooms on that wing
Had
had
the
a lot of
computers.
servers
Yeah.
and shit like that on it.
Well,
Yeah.
after
So-
that happened, that's still that day though. After that happened, because I
All
think
the
it happened
flights
in the
were
morning,
cancelled,
didn't it? Didn't it, Wing Nut? Happened in the morning.
Yeah, it was in the morning because I
9
was
o'clock in the morning.
I was
so
asleep
they-
at the
I
time.
watched it
It
live.
was
They put a
afternoon for us.
blanket.
I did
They
too.
put
9:15 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was in the morning. I was
I
Yeah,
watched
they're
asleep.
a little bit
I-
late.
on Sky
They were
I
a
News.
little
worked
bit
30.
late. They wanted it at 9/11 on 9/11. You know.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
Well,
they,
I'm saying
they-
between 9 and 9:15. I bet it was 9/11.
probably.
I bet the time
Pretty
the
much.
first one hit
I
was
think when the
probably
first
that
one
time.
hit, yeah.
But
I bet
the
you
thing is,
was.
they put a blanket ban on flying that day. No more planes. But then they put Bin Laden's brother, who'd been in talks with the government that day,
On a
on
plane.
a plane
On a
back
Yeah,
plane. Yeah, I
to
heard that.
Yep.
yeah, you know,
I think
I
what's
didn't know if
that
it was
about?
true, but I did hear that.
I think there was more than just him. Also, I think it was other
It was the
family members
family, the
also.
whole family,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, the whole family. I think.
His wife
Yeah,
and
it was the
daughters.
whole family.
Yeah.
That's why I heard.
So, but the thing is like, dude, these big players are playing us, man.
Mhm.
All right, this is what this.
All a
Okay,
fucking game to them.
the thing is, man, it's like if I believe the stories from back
they
in the
showed
day,
us-
when we took our independence and said to the king, "Fuck you, we're doing our own thing." All right. If I believe the stories that we did that, it only took 1/3, or even, it didn't even really take that much to do it. I mean, we declared it and we defended it and we did all that other stuff. When we had the Civil War, all right, here, and we fought against ourselves and shit. You know what I mean?
You've had a lot of wars, to be honest.
Well, I mean, that's another thing too. It's like it only took 1/3 of the population to fight that shit, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there thinking, can you imagine what 1/3 of the population of the entire planet can actually do to this fucking tyrannical new world liberal
Order,
fucking order?
But
You
you've
know?
got to remember, back then it was fucking muskets and cannons.
I get it,
Well,
but
don't forget also.
but
Don't-
that
don't-
was
don't
state of
forget
the art
also-
at that time too. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
But
But don't
state of that
forget.
now to the public and state of that to the fucking governments is
Well-
completely miles apart.
And don't forget that back those days, the actual people were actually more armed than the government and so forth. Not as the army, but like
People
yeah,
weren't
as the
as
government.
disconnected as they are now either.
Yeah.
Like we're all sitting looking at this wee fucking black screen talking to each other on the internet. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like
the whole
looking at a
world
fucking
can
wee
get
black screen.
Also, Britain was fighting Napoleon and God knows who else at the time.
Yeah.
They really
Now
couldn't
that's a man
fight
with
the
a
US
small man
properly.
complex, isn't it?
Mm.
Napoleon was a man with a small man
It's like
complex.
they
Can't be as
conceded.
maybe hung like a horse.
Doubt it.
Yeah, well, that's why he had his
Dude,
hand in his
yeah,
shirt
he had-
because he was actually scratching his knob, which he'd wrap around his belt at 10 times.
No. That motherfucker had like short person disease or some shit, complex,
aye, but
whatever.
You know what?
Yeah.
He was brave as hell though for what he done.
Well, it kind of reminds me of those little tiny dogs that really they act like they're big and bad and all that shit. You
chihuahuas.
can,
Look at Hitler. He
you
was
can
a
all you
short
do
guy.
have to do is just kick it one time and it's across the fucking room.
A staffy just goes on and snaps it and takes
And
the
look
head
at
off.
Hitler. He was a small guy, wasn't he?
Well,
you know?
that's the thing. It's like, but
Yeah.
they had such. These guys evidently had some kind of charisma because evidently there's a lot of people believe they're fucking shit, dude.
Well,
And
look
that's
at
what's
Hitler.
happening.
Hitler, aye.
Right. Well, that's what
Hitler was Times
that's what's
Man of the
happening
Year,
today. It's
1938.
happening the same type of mentality is happening today.
Mhm.
Like
You know what I
Hitler
mean?
was Times Man of the Year in 1938.
Right. There you go.
You know
I
what I
mean, I
mean?
He was,
remember
yeah.
that. I
And
remember
he
reading
actually
about that. Yeah.
created the Olympics games, the first
Yeah.
Olympics. If you watch the video, there is a
He banned the
video. Yeah,
Americans,
they
did he not?
filmed it. There is the British Prime Minister of the time, Heil Hitlering
Churchill, was it?
Hitler. No,
And the Queen done it as well.
Or was it Churchill?
I
The
think
Queen
Churchill
and
would have
fucking
been
Philip,
hanging then, was he not the
Philip
Prime
done it.
Minister?
I'm not
I
sure it
might be
was.
wrong, like, who was the Prime Minister when we went to
I'm-
war with them?
I'm not positive. Let me find out.
Google
I
that
thought it was
shit.
Churchill. It must
No,
have been you
Churchill
with the
coming
big
after
thing.
it. They didn't want him to be Prime Minister.
Yeah,
Right.
I liked watching the video, but it's been many
A
years
long
since I
time,
watched the
aye.
video.
The other thing I was going to say about when we were talking about the towers,
Well,
What you got to
that
remember is
happened and they
that
went straight for
2 minutes, I need a pee, guys.
Hitler actually brought freedom to the Germans. It was only a few years later that he twisted it all around.
Yeah.
You know,
He
just a
started
very
out on the
few.
right path, eh?
Yeah, it looked
And he
great for
worked
him.
his
You know,
way
it looked
up. He was
wonderful.
just a soldier.
Yeah, it looked wonderful, and then it all went wrong.
Yeah.
Well, that right there, that little part right there, kind of makes me weary of like the Trump scenario.
I know.
There's so many people that believe in him and think he's going to save us and all this other bullshit, and they'll get him in. Next thing you know, it'll be good for a while, and then it'll all fucking switch up on you.
I'll
You
be
know what I
honest,
mean?
I thought he was doing okay. That's just my
Well,
opinion. And I'm
he-
not a supporter of him at all.
I'll tell you what fucked Trump up. COVID.
COVID, aye.
Well, that was a contributing factor, but I think that was done on purpose.
But
Yeah,
they're saying
you know what I mean?
the injections were actually giving people the disease.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't really. I
don't
never
know
met
if it's
anybody
true.
personally that actually caught the stuff that didn't get the stuff in the arm,
But
and they
we were
caught it.
COVID now.
We were all ill in December over here. December before 2019, we're
Well,
all ill. Everyone was I was really ill with a flu.
Okay, now is that abnormal at that time of
It
year?
was, yeah. I'd never
Yeah,
come across everyone. Yeah. Now look, flu was always about. Yeah. Flu was always
Right.
winter. Yeah. But I'd never phoned up the doctor
But
and said,
COVID was
"Look,
just a
I'm
bad
really
flu,
ill.
wasn't it?
Can I
Really?
come in? I need something to help me." And they said, "I'm sorry. We are so inundated with people. We literally are. We cannot do anything for you. Go to your nearest in town, which was Stafford, my main town. Go there. Go to this dispensary and pay for your own medication."
I never
That's what they
took
said,
any of the
and I did
jabs,
it.
guys. I never had any.
I know, I didn't either. No, God no.
I was against it.
Have you seen the RFK when he was on Joe Rogan? Robert Kennedy's
I've got his
interview with
book
Joe
here.
Rogan.
Yeah, I've got his book here, The Real Anthony Fauci.
Right. Well, see,
Mhm.
Fauci, I can't believe he's the head of the fucking American thing. Wait, Fauci was the guy that said HIV and AIDS were the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like his fucking track record as a fucking medical doctor is flawed.
He's not a
beyond
medical
belief.
doctor.
He was the
Well,
German. He
medical
was a
advisor or whatever.
scientist, was he no? He was
Yeah.
building rockets.
But
That's a very interesting theory Anne Marie's just put there.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
put it up because she said that. I can see
Mm.
that.
That's the kind of
he was a
sideways
German scientist, was he
tactic
no?
they use. Sorry?
I'm saying, was Fauci a German scientist that was building rockets?
Fauci.
Aye.
no,
No.
but again,
thinking
what
somebody
you're
else
talking
then.
about, like with the thing with that's
The WEF.
Operation Paperclip.
The paper. No, well,
Operation
there was a
Paperclips
scientist
when
that
they
was
took all the Nazi
Well, that
scientists.
was after World War II.
Yeah,
your
so you
man.
had the
He was
guy who
building these
created the
rockets
fucking
for
A-bomb, who
Hitler,
went to
and
work
they
for
sent him to
NASA.
America, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then brought
Yeah.
him
And
back
then
to
you have
Britain.
Von
then you have
Braun.
the place
Yeah,
where
Von
Lyme's
Braun,
disease
right.
You've got the place where Lyme's disease was invented, which is on Plum Island off the coast of Florida, which is where all these fucking strange creatures fucking show up. It's where foot and mouth was invented, and it's also the guy who started that complex for the American government was the same guy who was working for the Nazis, trying to fucking design
the rocket.
chemical warfare and insects. Oh, what's Lyme disease? It's a fucking disease in an insect.
But you know why he done that? Because he was promised money to make a rocket that he could get up to the moon with. That's why he was doing that for the Germans at first. And then he went to America and then to Britain. He wanted to be...
Oh, sorry.
The Germans in World War II are so far
No.
advanced.
I don't know why I was trying to speak, because I wasn't wanting to.
This guy was a great scientist, and he was telling Hitler, I can get you a rocket that will reach across the water and hit England or whatever where he was going for at the time. But his major plan was to get a rocket that would go up to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
And he was
they wanted a base on the moon, didn't they?
That would go across and hit these countries. He would get the money to build a rocket to go to the moon, and that's why he was doing it. He was against it.
It's tactically perfect because it's always facing the Earth, and it can therefore fire rockets, and they can plan the trajectories by just slowing down or speeding them up to hit whatever target they want on the Earth. That's what they wanted.
The guy who invented the nuclear bomb, he was a Nazi scientist as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there was a few good scientists came out of Germany.
Yeah, Oppenheimer. Well, I don't know if he was Nazi.
He was literally only months away from having it fucking sorted in World War II, like months. And the Germans also had fucking developed a stealth bomber back then, which has just been tested in the last 5 years. Have reconstructed it to the German specification.
Wow.
Well, they don't. I was going to say they don't call me zombie for nothing, but you mentioned Plum Island, and its origin story there.
It's scary,
yeah. George Romero's Survival of the Dead that he made 2009. I was going
to ask you why they called you zombie, Kay.
Well, yeah, I love zombie shit.
Because he doesn't sleep.
And that was why I was doing 54-hour lives. Yeah,
right. He doesn't consume brains; he consumes knowledge.
Well, the thing is, he made his. I don't know if it was his last one actually. No, it wasn't. But it might have been 2009. He made a zombie movie there on the island, and it's funny that he always represented.
They've moved that inland into Central America and Virginia, I think.
But that land was weird, as King was saying. There was creatures that you would never have known existed that were turning up there, eh?
Mm-hmm. It was all around the coast of Florida and everything. They hang
Suffolk County, New York, Plum Island is.
Is it New York?
Well, it's New York then.
The Orient Port off the eastern end of the North Fork coast of Long Island.
But if you look at
3 miles long and 1 mile wide.
Look at how many of the research centres are in America. Something like hundreds and hundreds. And the amount of times that the fucking fail-safes fail is unreal.
Well, that worries me because it would turn into something like Evil Dead type, or whatever, fucking, some kind of
a zombie on the panel,
like a zombie fucking apocalypse type of shit. Because you never know what the hell is going to escape from some of these biolabs or whatever that are all over the world.
Monster.
But why not? Not just even that. Like, look at what, especially in places like America, the way you use kind of fertilize your fields and that. Look what's happening in Florida and all the things. It's turned all your rivers green.
Yeah.
And there's a fungal thing that's fucking 50 miles underground in California.
Yeah.
There's a living entity.
You can see trucks, American massive trucks going down endless, almost endless fucking, cage systems, tunnels, through there.
I've seen that.
All carved out.
It was already when they got there, eh?
Well, probably.
It'd been done years before.
Well, I mean, we've got them all around the world. Residential freaking surviving caves all around the world.
Well, a lot of the ones where they can fit semi trucks, like lorry type size trucks or whatever in them. Those were actual mines at one time where they mined rock out and they just actually retrofitted it for storage now.
What they call them, mainly the ones that we don't get to see. You only find out about if you Well, they're
Like-
called deep underground military bases, DUMBs.
Yeah.
Because they've
Yeah.
probably got military people based there
Yeah,
to keep things
yeah.
safe, etc. I don't know, but that's probably why they're called that.
It
It
makes you wonder when all the billionaires who've got enough money and enough power who could be
Yeah.
in the know are buying fucking silos and converting them. Like, that's all I'm
Well,
saying.
That was a point I was going to make earlier, right? See, when they killed Saddam Hussein, they showed you, right?
Yeah.
And
No,
the same
we
with
didn't see it.
Gaddafi.
I didn't
They
see it.
never
Does
ever showed
something.
you Bin Laden's body ever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They never kept the head. You know what they say? Habeas corpus. Bring me the body or the
Yeah,
head.
I don't believe
I
any
don't
of
Habeas
think
that.
they killed
corpus,
him, to be
sorry.
honest.
I mean, but whatever. Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Wait.
that was just my point that
Why wouldn't they bring the head or the body?
Yeah, they showed you Saddam Hussein getting killed live on TV. They hung him, and then they showed you Gaddafi dead with a bullet in his head, and they never ever once showed you anything about him.
Remember
Bin
Saddam Hussein was a fucking British prisoner that we fucking let go? Or was he American and Bin Laden
But
was
they
a
went-
British?
The
They were,
problem
one,
with
they were both prisoners
Hussein,
to fucking the two nations.
Well,
and they
yes, they
fucking
were,
gave them fucking back to their countries to go and fight wars.
The
And
Twin
as soon as
Towers
they-
went down and they went straight for Saddam Hussein. It was nothing to do with him.
well,
As soon
what
as
it
they
was, I
caused
saw it
chaos
stated on
figures.
television by the American military. They said,
Uh-huh.
well, I think it might have even been the president. He said something like,
They had a letter
try
saying
and
they were
remember it.
going
He
to
said, while
7
we're
countries,
there,
eh?
we may as well do this.
Yeah, they had 7 countries down. They had Somalia and all that as well, but they only
Yeah.
got through so much.
Syria and all that kind
Aye,
of stuff.
Syria was
Yep.
one of them as well. Yeah,
Iran.
The Arab
Yeah.
Summer.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. But then when they went to Iran, they never found any nuclear weapons, did they?
Well, no,
No.
that was Iraq, not
That was Iraq
Iran.
and
I
Afghanistan.
think
Yeah.
they let the UN
Afghanistan
in to
and
check
Iraq.
Iran, but
Yeah.
they only get to check certain places. Obviously, they probably
They
had
found
enough
they
there.
did find stuff that could have been put together and
Right.
stuff that was ordered that hadn't been delivered and stuff that had been delivered and actually purchased from the UK to make such weapons of mass destruction.
That's all. Yeah, but still, dude.
Yes, I know. I'm not trying to fight for
There's
them.
no
What I am
way-
Okay, I
saying
was
is
about to
that's all
say.
they
I was about to
found.
say.
There's
No,
no
that's what I'm saying. Is
weapons
that's
that
all
I
they
get that.
found.
Yeah.
You know,
But
it's like
it was only later on that they started telling us that they found all these fucking dots that can add up together to make it, and it was well
No,
after
they tried to
fucking-
fucking cover in their ass. They're trying to like make dots fucking
Exactly,
connect. That's
that's
what they're
what I mean.
trying to do.
They're
Like,
wanting
it's
to
the
believe
convenience
these
of the
dots
left.
connect.
don't forget that Saddam Hussein had lookalikes, that he'd had people
Yeah.
plastic
Well,
surgery.
see, that's what I'm saying. It's
altered
like,
them.
yeah,
A few.
okay. Not only that, you know, you talk about the the Bin Laden thing. I saw no evidence or proof they actually killed anybody,
No.
Well,
other
that's
than
why
what they,
yeah.
you know. I mean,
And-
so I don't know if, as far as I know, he's living happy and his fucking family
Well,
are fine
on an
somewhere.
island.
How about this?
Yeah.
I was living in Stoke-on-Trent, yeah, which is like 10, 12 miles away
Yeah.
at the time. And they refused, because of the public outcry in Stoke-on-Trent, they refused Saddam Hussein's brother from moving in.
Yep.
Like, wow.
The point they made about Bin Laden is they said they had to shoot him twice in the face. That's why they didn't show him, eh?
Well, that's that. I
That
could,
guy
yeah,
taking
that's
all
a
the-
convenient fucking
Yeah.
excuse, right?
And that soldier taking all the credit. I don't
Right.
know if you
They're
know
all
the guy
dead,
I'm
you know,
on
that
about.
Navy SEAL team. They're all dead.
And where was
All
Bin
of them.
Laden supposedly hiding?
There's one of them alive.
Like some
'cause he runs
spider
about-
hole
Bin
or some
Laden,
shit.
sorry, Bin
Yeah.
Laden, all
No, but in
dead.
Pakistan. Like, Pakistan's been fucking
But they weren't allowed
allies
to
with the
even go into
Taliban
these
for
countries to
fucking so
attack
many
them.
years. And
All the
over-
Taliban and Al Qaeda went to Pakistan, didn't they?
Well, look at the last 2 months. Like, no this month, but last month there was 52 terrorist attacks in Pakistan because now they're like, well, you've gave us that much power, we want your fucking country now.
Yep.
And that's
Well,
why
I
that
mean,
boat fucking...
it pisses me off that he left like 400 and some odd, $1 million worth of freaking guns over there in
You know, they're selling
Afghanistan
it to
to that.
China.
And then yet he wants to fucking preach
And
to us
trained
about
up
gun
other
fucking
soldiers
control
as
and
well.
shit like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck you and your goddamn gun control shit. Look,
That was the
Yeah,
biggest
trained
embarrassment
their
in
soldiers.
fucking...
Really was. There was some
Yeah.
documentary I
American
saw.
and
It was
British
like-
fucking history, like...
It was a British documentary, yeah. And I went, oh, because I always look up documentaries, recent ones that appear on the sharing streaming sites.
Yeah.
And there it was. I can't remember what it was called, but it was like The Leaving or something like that. And it was like Britain's courageous, fucking, evacuation of Afghanistan. And I went, fuck off. I'm
It
not
was a
even going to
fucking
bother
joke, mate.
watching that
We
shit.
fucking ended up losing thousands of people,
Yeah.
man. It was a joke.
And we
Fuck.
brought terrorists here on
We
planes.
brought
Fuck
them
Yeah,
into our
yeah.
and
own
what they
country
didn't
and let
do
them in.
is they didn't bring the fucking thousands upon thousands of people that had been fucking helping them during the
The
war. They
real
left them there to be
refugees.
fucking executed by the Taliban.
They brought in all the criminals.
It was fucking embarrassment,
The
man.
guys are over here committing crimes and that.
I'll tell you
Now,
what.
staying
okay,
in
this
all
is
these hotels
this is
in
a
England,
fucking
aren't they?
worldwide thing. Now, come on, y'all. I mean, this is not just like in your neighborhood or your country.
No,
This
it's
is everywhere,
worldwide. We're
man.
not saying that.
And we gotta fucking do something about this because these motherfuckers are just gonna keep on doing what they're doing, and because nobody's giving any kind of opposition,
But
nobody's saying anything about it. They don't give a shit if you protest.
I get
They
what
they
SG's saying.
you know
They
Mm.
it
shut down
almost kind
almost
of
every
plays.
hotel in England and put refugees in them.
Well, see, that's another thing too, man. I'm
They're
like,
doing that
dude,
in America now as
some of the
They're doing
money
that in
comes out of
America
my
as well
tax
now,
dollars.
aye.
Well, some
Yeah.
of the money comes out of my tax dollars, pays for these fucking illegals, and then
Yeah.
also goes to freaking Ukraine to pay pensions. I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna have a pension when I grow old.
Do you know
I mean,
what's
I thought
shit.
embarrassing
Trump was
about
right in
Ukraine?
that
And especially for
respect, that he was
British.
stopping them coming in.
Do you know how
That's
much?
one thing I did agree with.
No,
He
I
used
don't
it
know
when
Do
the
you
he
know how
could.
much
number.
NATO gave Ukraine last year?
Go on.
NATO
Probably
gave
hundreds of
Ukraine
million.
20 billion last year. America
20
gave them
billion.
120 billion.
Wow.
I'm like, what the fuck,
Do you
dude?
know the UK gave in one go 300 million? Well, sorry, over a certain amount of time, 300 million.
Yep.
They purchased all these arms. They put it in one warehouse, and the Russians bombed it just the other month.
Well,
Do you know they actually never paid for them or bought them?
Well,
They
don't have to, do they? Yeah.
They were given on the
Doesn't really matter at
context
the
that
end of
we'll
the day,
be
they were
paid
still.
in kind on the fucking back half, where it'd be like food and that. But what if fucking they didn't win the war?
well,
They
you
were
know what's
trading.
happening like in the
No,
past couple of
you know what
days?
that is? That's a common law thing.
But
Yeah.
you know what's happening in the past couple of days? They're going to destroy that fucking nuclear plant over there in
The
Ukraine.
man's going to
Mhm.
set
All
off
right,
a
now
nuclear
I don't
They've
know
already both
exactly.
threatened, haven't they?
reality,
Oh,
anyway, isn't
is
he?
that
I don't
the
know
same?
exactly how that's going to trickle down to y'all, but
They've already reported on it being attacked, but it hasn't yet. It's like
yeah.
But
9/11
even
all
Well,
over
that,
again.
anyway, as you know, the Russian dude, he's dying.
And this is what I have, I've mentioned, people are like, just yesterday on a panel, I was like, nuclear power is not the safe. Yeah, but it is. And I'm like, no,
well,
fucking
it is,
no.
but no with plutonium.
Yeah, they use plutonium because that's
If
what
you
they
if you
killed a
change
few people
plutonium
already
for
in Britain with.
thorium
Thorium,
is
yeah,
a much safer. It's a
it is, yeah.
non-explosive.
And the
Fucking
byproduct is just water.
well, you've got that too. But with that thorium, like it's non-explosive. That's why
Yeah.
they tested that at the same time as fucking they were creating a nuclear bomb. But because it didn't have explosion power, it had the the energy power, but it didn't have the explosive power. It was never used.
It wasn't getting the big boom.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the reason
it's
that they've
not good
never
enough
the
for
reason
them.
they've never converted over to that is they use decommissioned warheads to fucking get the plutonium to go into nuclear power plants rather than fucking just chuck under the ground. They put it through that system first.
What you have to do is you're right there. There has to be an infrastructure, a system. Now it's like they'll create something or find something, to mine or whatever.
Thorium, no thorium, thorium.
If they don't have enough call for it, then it costs too much. Yeah, but if they have enough reason for a call for it, then it becomes quite cheap because they create the system and
the Russians
the
didn't know in
infrastructure.
Britain.
Was
With
that
the plutonium? Mind the guy in the hospital and that, and then the guy was found in his bath. I think they were oil guys, and then a couple of Brits died or one of them by picking up a perfume bottle. Mind.
Oh, that was fucking.
Was that not plutonium?
No, ricin.
Was it ricin? Right. So
that was the guy. Also, there was a guy that got stabbed with the umbrella with.
that was
ricin in
the
as
guy
well.
that ended up in the hospital losing all his hair and dying away. Mind.
Aye, I'm sure that was ricin. It's like why the most fucking poisonous things on the planet.
Yeah.
Is that the one where they?
If you put horsehair in someone's roll up or joint or something, that'll really fuck them up.
Well, I mean, no, is ricin, is that stuff is like where you start bleeding out of every freaking orifice, like all your eyes, your ears, your
It
nose,
shuts
everything?
down, basically. It shuts you down, doesn't it?
Pretty
All your
much. Like,
organs.
there's a snake venom that does the same thing as well. But I think you've actually got them in America.
But of course, there's the puffer fish, which is worse.
The puffer fish, I've heard of that.
But that's like nature's fucking what it miss. Like
Yeah.
these are unnatural things, and nature's fucking it's beautiful in that. Like Mother Nature is the world's biggest serial killer at all time.
Of course.
Because
Well, I
many
mean,
different ways.
I mean,
then,
all
and
animals.
then you get, CV-19, and it's not natural.
No,
Crazy,
well,
yeah.
here's another thing. Like it's coming like Wuhan in 2017. For 2015 to 2017, we're working with the Chinese military on COVID.
Yeah. In
But
fact,
we
I
started it,
noticed
man.
that a guy, Chinese military doctor, put in a patent for a vaccine in 2019.
Oh, convenient
With
that.
working for the CCP.
Seemingly,
Convenient.
all the top officials got moved to the other end of the country, and then
But-
it went the other way, didn't it? Is that
You
right?
don't blame that food market as well. That it's coming. It's fucking public document, so obviously you can
Such
talk about
bollocks,
that.
innit?
There was a village. There was a village
was
literally
set off
5
in
minutes in
chocolate.
the opposite direction for that food thing. With 5 miles away from fucking the Wuhan COVID Research Center. That's what it's actually called, the Wuhan COVID Research Center.
Right.
It's not just called the Wuhan Labs.
Right.
Yeah.
It says
The whole
COVID
village had
research.
died for a fucking infection, and they took the folk for there to the fucking research center. And like, oh, that's we've killed them.
Well, see, I think the next pandemic they're going to bring around, they're going to have to make it more serious to get people to believe it.
Yeah.
You know,
they were
because
just killing people off, like.
Yeah. But going back
well,
to what I was trying
that's
to say
exactly
earlier.
what they'll try and do. I'm assuming. I'm not going to put it past them.
Well,
No.
going back to what I was saying earlier about Joe Rogan with Robert
Expose
Kennedy.
them.
When Trump was
with Kennedy.
president, he got Robert Kennedy to investigate the fucking Big
The Russian
Pharma,
one.
and pretty
Yeah.
much the last 7 immune vaccines that have been developed haven't they really been tested?
Right.
No,
And
we
Robert
were
Kennedy got really
we're
into
just
it
giving
because he
them
was like,
them.
"How come
everybody
peanut
that got the damn crap that you are part of the experiment."
Yeah,
You
but
know what I
even
mean?
like I'm talking about like stuff that we're getting as kids.
People
These
that had
vaccinations we're getting
underlying
as kids,
conditions,
like
it was killing
Right.
them, that, Jack.
Kennedy was looking at it like, well, how come when I was a bairn people didn't have peanut allergies? How come autism
Right.
didn't exist?
Didn't exist.
Right.
Right.
And
Yeah,
Big
that's,
Pharma
I never knew
celiac.
anybody that had a
Yeah.
peanut allergy when I
Weak
refused to
allergies.
give him fucking the information he was looking for, and then turn around and say, "Oh, by the way, there was no test done on these vaccines.
Right.
None whatsoever."
The government didn't want you to know that, though. That's the problem.
I
There's
was
only
in
certain
a
people that are going to come out and say it.
Of course, the government didn't want you to know. Do you know
people
how
are
much
so
these
programmed.
Big
Because
Pharma
these
pay
big pharmaceutical
lobbyists?
Lobbyists.
same
And
with
do you know
cancer,
how many
they're putting a
lobbyists
cure.
are paid by the civilians? None. No civilians lobby because
Yeah.
they can't afford to.
The only one that done it was fucking Trump.
Mhm.
It was well, didn't get me wrong, he did fucking campaign and raise money through fucking actual like phone fucking ins and fucking donations and that. So the
Yeah.
people did raise his fucking money, but
Marie, I'm at the point. She says there, I don't think she'd trust a V again. I'm at the point where I don't want to go to hospital for anything. You know, like I really don't trust that shit.
I don't go to hospital unless I'm dying.
Yeah, I
need to
know.
be
I'd
half
rather
dead.
die somewhere else than hospital, personally.
I need to be half dead is what I mean, though. Before I'd even think about it.
I think
But
if the
it don't-
doctors told me I'm dying,
was
I'm
it-
getting a fucking helicopter at the top of Ben Nevis and just dying there.
I don't believe
My
everything
family would
Dr. Richard
probably go
Greer
and help
says,
me
but
go.
he had an awakening because he basically couldn't afford the healthcare, so he just sat on his sofa almost dying for like
Craziness,
2
you
days.
think, yeah.
And he had a spiritual and mind awakening and thought, hold on, there's something wrong going on.
I am not right here.
Because most of us don't even get to that point, do we? You go to hospital and you get your shit done and you go home,
But I went to hospital, I got hit with a car, right? and it shattered my ankle, and they done an operation, right? And see, the very first time I stood up, it shattered again.
Oh,
They never done it right. It was craziness, man. I was there for like 3 months just to get an operation to build my ankle. But when I stood up, it collapsed again.
Although we're slating it in that, I would prefer our system to the American system.
Yeah. Well, the American system have got to pay as well, haven't they?
Well, obviously we get our prescriptions up here for free, right? Obviously, England you pay a certain amount for your prescription and that. But
Yeah.
insulin in America is something like fucking £400 a fucking vial. It only costs £10 to make, and the guy who invented it gave the patents away for nothing. So the research doesn't even have to be paid for.
They big
Like if you've got
pharmaceutical companies in
who's
America
got a pet
make
here?
millions a year.
Who's got a pet here? Like if you've
No,
got a
I
dog or a cat or whatever, you take that to the vet once for a fucking 10-minute fucking or a blood
oh,
test
that's
or
why I
that.
haven't got a
It's a
cat.
couple of £100. Can you imagine if that was yourself? Like every time you needed to go to the doctor, £200, £300, £400.
Yeah.
Well, how much is it for? You need to pay for an ambulance, don't you?
I remember it used to be
Only a
£250
full
at a road
one.
I'm
traffic
talking
out.
about America. I don't know if your man will know. Big man or whatever your.
Oh yeah, the ambulance and all that stuff comes out of the tax dollars, and also, like for instance, they'll probably try and charge you after the fact if you're
If
like
you
in an
never had
accident.
insurance, would you have to pay
If you're
for
like
it?
Yeah,
like
I'd
a
be like,
car accident or something like that.
so I own that ambulance now. Yeah, you know.
Uh-huh.
I
But a
fucking
lot of
I mean,
paid
you
for
American
it.
know,
ambulance services are private,
the
aren't they?
like well, put it this way,
Or the private now
Yeah, probably
in
right.
America.
they
America,
wanted they wanted to charge me money when I got in a motorcycle wreck. I T-boned a truck on my bike, and they had to life flight me out. They got a helicopter to come pick me up and then take me to the hospital. So
That would
they
be
tried to
good.
charge me for that helicopter ride, which was like 16 grand.
Yeah, because it's not cheap to put a helicopter in there. Think about
Well,
it.
I mean, you know, yeah, but the fuel and all that—that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to
But
charge me for that.
if you're in
So,
an accident, how can they be wanting you to pay that? That's what I don't get. It's an accident. It's not as if you're doing it on purpose. If you need that movement to get to the hospital, it should be there for you.
right, like I got 16 grand laying around anyway. You
And it's
know,
cheeky to fucking send you a bill if you never consented to it as well. Like, I never
I
asked for
know,
the fucking
I didn't. I know they
consent.
I was shoved into it. I didn't know anything about it until I was already in the helicopter. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We don't get charged for the helicopter at the hospital. Here, it's free.
Luckily, because we have in fact, I don't give to charities usually, but today
But that
I
one you
bought
do.
some. Yeah, I bought some tobacco, and there was 5p change, and I went, I'll stick that in the air ambulance because
Do you
that's
know?
actually the only thing that pays for it. You know.
Do you know in
Yeah.
Scotland there's only one hospital that has air ambulance facilities?
Well,
Only one, and it's
wow.
Aberdeen because of the oil rigs.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Only one.
Mm.
that's crazy.
Or miles and miles of fucking coastal line. We
I
have
know they can
one
travel quite
ambulance.
quickly, but over long distance. But I mean, it doesn't
Still,
mean it's a great idea not to have a lot.
Mhm.
at the
Multiple
end of the day,
sites.
you need to be there straight away. So all the
Mm.
hospitals should hear them, so you can get to the closest one.
Well,
Police
certainly at
Scotland have
least enough sites to take people from the closer areas to the all hospitals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Police Scotland have more helicopter landing zones than there's fucking hospitals.
That's about fucking right, isn't it?
I mean, it's crazy. And we've only got one helicopter for the fucking police.
Yeah, that's
Maybe two, I think, in fact, because we had three, but one crashed into a pub in Glasgow.
Aye. Your man drove one that
Seriously, the fucking engine failed and it fucking fell right through a pub roof.
aye,
I
and
suppose the odds were quite high of that, though.
Killed 9 people or something.
Aye, they killed a good few people, like.
Aye. Well,
But it's
I
crazy.
can't name of that bar. I
How
just
can
can't
you
mind.
justify that kind of thing?
But they hear these fake investigations and there's nobody accountable anyway.
It never is.
It's all fake.
Well,
We
it's
know that.
like I've said over the past fucking year. I was like, okay, so there's the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and there's the Nuremberg Code. It seems nobody enforces them. What the fuck?
That's
I
why
stand on my
that's why
human
governments are
rights
split into
anytime I get a
separate
chance,
departments.
I'll be honest with you. And I don't know them all, but I know a few of them.
Mhm.
And if they try and abuse my human rights, I tell them.
But even
You
at
have
that, we
to.
lost a lot of human rights when we come out of fucking
You're
European
better off
The
with
Union.
common law. You're better off with
European
common
Union,
law
yeah.
because you've got the Bill of Rights.
The Bill
You
of
know?
Rights, aye.
Yeah, and
But
you've got a lot of other things as well, and you do have to mention them all. Now,
at the end of the day,
there's
right,
a video on Peter Pope's channel. Yeah, I showed it to Wingnut before it went out for quite a while, and that's where he had three what were they? Three allegations of malicious communication. Yeah, which, as we know, you do go down for, don't you, in England and the UK?
Last year, 1,600 people went
Yeah, yeah. So he
arrested
had
for malicious.
three, and it was two. All the recordings were there, yeah. And he went in for a interview. He went to walk out, and they grabbed him and blah blah. And he agreed to sit down for the interview. Yeah. Now he put that up.
why would
Now
you?
it's the kind of like the words to Peter Pope shouting, you know, I stand under the Bill of Rights. I stand under the Bill of Rights. But
Well, don't
the
talk
point
to
is, he
them then.
doesn't let them. He doesn't let them get joined there. That's why he was shouting over them. And
Right.
if you watch that video, he says everything you need to say to the police to
And then they'll leave you.
basically null and void the what
What's
are they
this
called?
guy's name? Peter Pope.
Statutes. Yes, the
The
statutes
consent.
and
Is his
To
channel
avoid the
called with his
consent.
name? Aye.
no consent, no joinder. He points out everything that's wrong with their system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything is in that video, and it's not the easiest of listens or watches, but it's all in there.
But you see what you just said there as well. That's like a whole part of the thing, like about having to know if you can, if you can win it on the police, you'll never have to go to a common law court.
You'll
If you
not
know
get
what I mean,
into
exactly.
court if you.
you stop the
Now,
cop there.
what they did after that video though is the best. They blocked him. They blocked his phone number twice. They blocked his email a couple of times.
They probably put his
Yeah,
videos
and
on
they ignored
restricted as
him.
well.
Well, no, it's on YouTube. But
It's
it
on
took
YouTube.
quite. Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on his channel.
Right.
One Peter Pope is his channel.
I'm going to have to get a look at that.
So there's a few videos on there, but you'll find the one. It's there. It's interviewing with the police. Two police officers, and it's got everything in it. Everything.
I mean, you can speak to the police if you know exactly what to say.
Yeah.
But
And
if you don't,
the point.
you're better saying nothing.
I know, but he did record it, and that's his witness. You see.
Aye, but
That's
see,
his,
sometimes saying nothing leads you deeper into their trap.
don't
The
forget
problem
that
is,
they have
they're trying to get
in
you to be against yourself,
yeah.
say something against yourself.
Yeah, well, don't.
Corroborate
Yes,
the
you're
evidence.
right. You're right, but don't forget that in America it says everything you say will be used against you. Yeah,
Yeah.
but over here they say everything that you say will be used against you in a court of law. But if you fail to
If you've not
mention
been under
something that you
caution,
later rely
can't
on
use
in
it.
court, that's where they double get you. Yeah, over here. So you know it's a good idea to make sure you know the right things to say. Now, everything's in that video. And the fact is that they ignored him until the statute of limitations had gone past, and so he's got away with it, hasn't he? Done.
Brilliant.
They still arrested him later. Now he's suing them for that.
Of course they will. They'll get them for someone else if they didn't get them for that. That's what they're like. They create crimes. That's why
Yes.
I do the police personally, because they create crimes against people that they haven't
I mean
committed.
now we're getting crimes of the mind, you know,
That's a joke.
just of the mind. That
It
woman,
is a joke.
you know,
It's terrible.
that woman praying outside the abortion
That
clinic.
was shocking, arresting that woman
Yeah,
for
yeah.
praying. That's her
So
legal right.
it's pre-crime.
Have you heard about the vicar that got he's got his bank stopped because he went into his bank and says, "Oh, there's too many pride flags in here." A vicar.
Yeah, sounds about
They've
right.
stopped
Because
him
of
back.
course,
So his
He's
bank
applied for.
account.
He's
Yeah.
applied for another bank. He's been denied for 9 different banks.
Wow.
So the banks have obviously
It's like
fucking
Farage,
black
isn't
flagged them and passed them about
Tommy
the fucking.
Robinson.
What's that?
Oh, they
It's like
bottled.
Farage and Tommy Robinson. And
Exact same thing.
Because he's
yeah,
telling the
that's
truth.
that other woman. I can't remember her name right now.
Exact same thing.
Yeah.
Is it Katie Hopkins who's banned too, isn't she?
That's her. Yeah. Kate
She was
Hopkins.
talking about kids or some shit, which, She said something silly on a TV program. I remember it.
Yeah,
But
and they can't
banned her.
have that now. You can't protect the children.
Aye, something like that. That's what it was, eh?
So you can something. Pink Floyd's "Hey Teachers, Leave the Kids Alone" has never been fucking more prominent than that.
I know the war, man.
It's craziness that these guys.
We don't want
singing these
no
songs years ago.
And that's why I
education.
think Britain should take a leaf put the Americans' book when it comes to fucking fighting back for their kids and all these fucking
Don't
Well,
forget
town hall
that
meetings and
the
boycott all
American
this stuff.
Constitution is the same as the English
No, I'm
Constitution. It's a
talking
little
about
bit different in the
like
Scottish, but
boycotting all this agenda for the LGBT and what they're trying to do to schools to
yeah.
warp kids' minds. That's where we need to take a leaf out of America's book.
But
Because America's standing up against it in a big way.
what I liked about America as well, the guy walked in on this
We need
guy
to.
abusing his kids, and he battered him silly, guys, and went and got a knife for the kitchen. He was going to murder him, and his wee boy said, "No, Dad." But when the cops came, this guy was in bits, and then they never charged the guy. And I would do the same as what he done. Because that's your kids. You're going to protect them as much as you can. But we'll probably get done with that.
There's a clip kicking about it's a dad and he's talking about these, like what's going on in the schools and that, and he pretty much says, well, if you keep pushing that agenda on my kids, you're going to come across someone that looks like a person but identifies as a grizzly bear.
I like what Piers Morgan said as well. If you can identify as whatever you want, I want to identify. Was it a pig? I don't know what he said. He said he wanted to identify as. What was it?
A two-spirited penguin.
A penguin. That's right. That was brilliant. That at the time, because the arguments that the people were having with him, they didn't even have an argument. They were just talking shite. They wanted their agenda put across, and that was it. Nobody else's.
But even see things like if you look into what they're doing and what they're putting into food, there's this chemical they're putting into food at like 3,000 milligrams per so many fucking whatevers, right? They tested the same stuff on some frogs at 200 milligrams per the same kind of, into the same diluted measurement.
Yeah.
This actually turned male frogs into female frogs and female frogs into male frogs.
So it was like a hormone thing they were testing, maybe.
They're putting this in their food. They're putting this stuff in their fucking food.
I saw there was a shipload
I've
from China.
On my community page about this.
I'll need to look for it, Chris.
It's on my community page, man. Like only about 3 days ago.
I'll hear a look.
Well, about 2 years ago, I saw
notifications anyway. I'm subscribed to you.
All right, what you got to do is if you got it on your phone, right? You go to your subscriptions, and it's got a new way of putting it. It puts your subscriptions in a row down the page, down the screen, and on the right it has the bell. Only the ones that are bright white you're going to get the notifications of. Even though if you click on every one, it will say all, but you have to do it again.
Right.
And even
and
at
then
that,
it becomes white.
YouTube only send you 10 notifications a day.
But I
or
should be
15
getting
notifications a
yours
day.
I've been subscribed to you for the start.
Aye, but see, because my channel I didn't post constantly.
They shadow. I'm sure they shadow ban you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Have you been putting a few videos up, like?
Nah, but I've been putting a lot of community posts up.
You normally put your walks with the dogs and that up. You still doing
Okay,
that?
man, but that's kind of my time, man. That's my escape for fucking real life, mate. So I didn't really like filming it all the time, because then that just becomes another task.
Yeah.
I found that place you told me about, by the way.
Oh, the training centre,
aye. But every time I went, it's been closed.
I've never seen it open.
So I don't know if it's even open anymore.
My whole life fucking living around here, I've never seen that place open, mate.
But it's no, I'm more into the police and that, but I was going to try it, but it's never been open when I passed, bro.
I always hope to fucking get in there and see kind of like fucking how the way they kind of.
See if they would give us a tour, eh?
Aye, because the military police have got a unit in there for training as well.
So I'm sure that.
But as I say, it's never
used.
It's never home. It's never been used, man. There's a whole fucking wee complex.
It's a brand new place, man. It's worth millions, and they're not even using it.
Yep.
It's craziness. They do this all over the country though. They build all these big buildings for millions of pounds and then they don't use them.
Yeah,
To me,
they've got to spend all that money every year, you know.
I
well,
was
to
reading
me, I think
today.
that's a fucking like a backup. Like, oh, if we need to go to fucking war, we need these fucking
Thanks,
places
Anne-Marie.
in fucking situ.
Yeah,
There's Chris's page here, guys.
it'd take him like a few days to sort it out, you know.
Yeah. I was reading today on Google about Fife Council, right? They've just granted them £800,000, right, to investigate. They paid over £8 million last year in 2022, sorry, for staff that had taken time off work. Fife Council.
Right, but how many people fucking knew work for
8
him?
million, mate.
I didn't believe that. Like,
It's on
That
Google.
nah, but I'm talking about like that figure.
Well,
That
that's
seems
the
like a
figure they're
fucking
telling
scam to
you
get
that
fucking
they
more
paid
money.
out. That's the figure they're telling you that they paid out for people that didn't turn up to work through illness or whatever.
But half these people are working for him now as well.
They're giving them 800,000 to investigate it.
I'll give you an example. My mum works for the council, right?
5 times today it was in,
My mum works for the council, right?
right?
So they
Most of them
fucking.
have been working for him because of
So they,
COVID now, I
obviously
get that.
they've gave her a computer and all that fucking shit to work for him, like a separate thing. So it's only specifically for that. Do you know there's a camera on it, and she has to have her camera on so they can check in to see if she's at her work when she says she's
Wow.
at work, even though she's done all her fucking work for the day.
Funny
She
that.
still has to wait fucking in front of this computer. But they didn't pay any extra for electric costs or anything to their house. Although they're saving fucking thousands upon thousands.
By them no working for they're getting
Yep.
to use their end
Yep.
electric. It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
So I didn't care whether they're coming out with this £8 million that they've paid staff that haven't
But
turned
see, the
up.
thing is, £8 million is a big figure, but it's no. You start dividing £8
But
million
they're talking as a
between
whole of
fucking.
Fife, I suppose, eh?
You start dividing that between fucking 3,000-4,000 workers. £8 million is nothing. It is nothing.
Yeah, I think they'd have more than that in Fife, because Fife's a big place if you look at it all.
Aye, we've got the biggest fucking council demographic in the whole of Britain.
Yeah, and they've got that big massive building is it Glenrothes it is, eh?
Yep. Which is
That's
pretty much
massive.
empty. Which is pretty much empty.
Is it empty, aye?
Well, everybody's wants for him.
Oh, right, aye, because of all that, aye. I wasn't thinking about that there, aye.
So, why are you not renting these fucking offices up?
8 million divided by 4,000 is 2,000.
Exactly. It's nothing. It's
So it's
nothing.
not a lot, it's only 2,000 a person, really.
2,000's like what? A month's wage? If that?
Yeah, so there's not a lot of money. I thought it sounded a lot, actually, when I was saying they've paid
Yeah,
8
man.
million
Once
for
you
people
start
that weren't
fucking
at work.
dividing it into people, it's nothing, eh?
But maybe a lot of people weren't going to work because of the COVID then, if they were paying it that way.
Well, it's not that. Like,
It was
if
2022
you're
they're
working,
talking
if you're working for him and the person you have to report for isn't answering the phone, how do you say you're not working?
Well, they can't they?
Who do you,
Well, do
you
you remember all
They
those sick
can't,
days
it's as
we did?
simple as
You know,
that.
I'm sorry, boss, I can't come in. I've got a bad throat. Imagine if you had to do a fucking Zoom call, you
My
know,
pal across the road,
and
right,
appear on a camera.
that I go across and have a wee drink with now and again when I do my lives, she's a senior social worker, right, in Edinburgh. But she only works 3 days a week at the building. She does the other 3 days at home.
Yeah. My mum's
It's adult she works with, eh? But
a few
she's a
days
nice
fucking
woman.
out on site, but that's about it. But it's no working at the office, it's out on site, yeah.
Aye. And but a lot of it she can do for him on the computer. You know what I mean? I don't think she goes out and visits a lot of people. That's the day she goes in, because that's in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Whereas we're in Ballingarry here, eh?
Ballingarry.
Ballingarry.
Fucking
But we're
Ballingarry.
lucky we got the quiet street.
Ballingarry's
Cost her
not bad.
105,000 for her house, mate.
How much?
105.
That's all right, like.
4 bedroom.
Where about in Ballingarry? So I didn't
Kildownie.
say, mate, we're fucking online.
Aye, fuck them. Kildownie, so.
Come on, yeah, it's easy to forget
Getting up
that
by the
sometimes,
turning circle.
Aye, aye.
Up there.
Kinda, yeah.
Right, it's 3 o'clock. I'm going to have to go, guys. I've got to be up in the morning.
Aye, I better get going too, man.
Appreciate, well, we've been going for 7.5 hours, and I think we were on like 3 hours before that, before we got sex bombed.
Well, I'm surprised. I saw you online. I thought, well, I'm just going to have to go and check out what you're saying. And then when I heard what you were saying, I thought, well, I'm going to have to go up.
You know what it is?
I'm glad you came up, SG, because obviously
We didn't
I
get
know
set
something
subjects.
for my country, but it's different in your country. There's different
Yeah.
steps to take, and
And there's wingnut, of course, in the US, and it's good to hear the differences because it helps us come together.
it gives a better understanding as well.
It does. It gives a broader picture.
Well, so accountability for all was going to come on, but he was in at the start, but then we got sex bombed, so I think he beat it.
Like Anne-Marie earlier was like, "Oh, I know all this common law pish," but she's also stuck
She's
about.
been staying all night.
Well,
she's
actually,
also stuck
I have
about and
spoken
listened to it.
to Anne-Marie once about that, and she was actually like, this actually sounds quite good. I might think about thinking about it, you know.
It's really interesting once you get into it.
Yeah, it is.
And
The best
it's
people
an
I think you can
education
actually
at the end
speak
of the
to
day, isn't it?
is the Scottish sovereigns, because they've been doing it for fucking years, man. Years.
That's what my mate's channel's called that I put up on my community page today, Scottish Sovereign, with his name after it.
And as I say, because they've been doing it for years, like they go and represent themselves at courts and stuff, like, and show up
Well,
fucking
this video's
like
10-year-old.
20, 30, sometimes
Supposedly,
50
all you've
fucking-
got to do is, question the actual authority and or jurisdiction of the court.
Yeah.
And sometimes you don't even have to enter the court.
Because they don't have jurisdiction if you don't consent to their
They
laws.
don't have jurisdiction anyway.
Yeah. I get it.
But if you step into the court,
Gives them
then
jurisdiction. That's why they ask, do you
yeah.
understand, innit?
Yeah.
You can never
Well,
say you understand.
it's one of the things. It's a bit of a buzzword, but it's not always exactly like that.
But that's what they mean.
But I will never say I understand.
It was like what Wingnut was saying earlier about going through the flappy gates. Our equivalent is like going in, like standing in the dock. You stand in that dock, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like,
that dock, you've got no
well, you're
choice.
stuck in a dock, aren't you?
Well, that's it. You're stuck in a dock, and you're then conforming to their fucking.
That's a maritime.
If there's no water, you can't move the ship.
Well, it's a maritime, isn't it? That's what they're talking about. It's a dock.
Yeah.
Everything is named for a reason, and that when you look at the laws, it's all named in named ways.
Yes.
It's crazy. I never knew this until recently, guys.
It's an eye opener, isn't it?
Oh, it's a big eye opener for me. I'm 47 and I'm still learning every day. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
It's like I say, my mate's dad's never paid tax because he linked the tax to fucking and based it on slavery according to the Oxford Dictionary.
The same way the TV license, so.
I haven't paid the TV license since 2004.
They send you a
something like
threatening
that.
letter before they even know to the householder, know with your name.
I haven't paid my water for about 5 years, and I won't be paying my water.
It's against the law for them to do that.
You need to be a big, strong man if you can hold a house like.
I'm sure he's a giant. I'm sure he said he
I said the other week I've never been into shoplifting because I'm just not strong enough.
You know what? I've made this honesties because I'm not brave enough to. I'm scared to go in and take someone for a shop. I've got that fear of that. I could never do it, even as a kid. No me. Crazy, man.
You speak to Joe Cool, Anne-Marie?
Joe Cool?
Aye.
Joe Cool's alright. Is he there?
Joe Cool.
Anne-Marie's speaking to him. Where is he, like?
I'm not sure. He's not here, obviously.
No, he was talking. Did you see his video about UK Meet the Tyrant?
No, I'm not seeing
He had a video up the other day about UK Meet the Tyrant where a cop assaulted UK Meet the Tyrant and a security guard broke his phone.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I like Joe Cool, man.
Joe Cool that put it up.
I do like Joe Cool. He is cool, isn't he?
He's the kind of guy that the Americans would call a cool cat.
Yeah. Actually, I think I've heard somebody call him a cool cat.
By the way.
Brilliant, man.
I'm going to say, him sitting in the back of his car smoking joints right next to cops on the street was. That was like, wow.
One day he was sitting in the car park and he was just sitting blazing his big doobie. I was like, Let me turn my camera around here. Look at these guns. Like,
Have
Joe
you seen
doesn't
Mike
really care,
Tyson's
right?
podcast, guys?
Who's that?
Have
No?
you watched any Mike Tyson's podcast? I think
The
he
hot
does it on
boxing.
Joe Rogan and that as well. He sits
Oh,
and
right,
takes
interviews,
mushrooms
yeah, yeah.
and all
Hot
that.
boxing's funny, like.
He's nuts, guys. He takes
He
mushrooms
is,
and
isn't he?
that, man. And within like 20 minutes, he's flying, man.
I think
Wow.
the last one, I can't remember who was on, but the last time I was watching Mike Tyson's podcast, this guy brought in a fucking massive doobie, and well, it wasn't it? It was a fucking like a blunt the size of a fucking forearm. And he called it the Tyson, and he wouldn't give Mike Tyson it. And Mike Tyson's the whole interview was like, I want that. Give me that.
He can out-smoke them all, eh?
Oh,
He takes all the
Tyson's a
sweeties and everything. He takes them
He's
all.
a machine smoker. The only person I didn't think he can smoke is Snoop Dogg.
Well, Snoop Dogg's a champion, isn't he?
Well, he pays a guy something like $80,000 fucking dollars a year just to roll him joints 8 hours a day.
Because that's what he does all day, though, isn't it? He just smokes joints.
I've done that for people. Like, you know, not that for that price or anything or that
I
much.
get what you're saying.
But yeah,
Look,
I've
I'm
rolled
not
10
gonna
at
say
the
what
same
I done,
time.
but
When Snoop Dogg went to the White House, he snuck into the toilet and blazed up, blood. He's fucking mental, man.
Here's one. Have you noticed that the council smoke alarms that they're installing everywhere are set off by joints?
What?
Is that
Yeah, the
crack,
new
eh?
ones, they're set off by joints.
Crazy.
Cheeky, eh?
Mad.
That is a bit fucking, hang on, like.
Yeah, you having to like run round your flat going beep beep and press your button or whatever, waft it away.
SG, I got a new THC vape, mate, and I'm a bit ready to get up the weed and just smoke that thing.
Well, I've just given it up until I've got the.
On Friday, I'm getting a bit of both.
I'm on 3 weeks now without, and I feel okay, except I could really do with it, you know.
Sick of smoking the weed, man.
Well, see the thing, SG, that THC vape thing I got, it was Skywalker OG. That's the bush that was obviously started out as 3 draws of that, and I'm not talking about like big fucking vape.
You're
talking about like
just
just cigarette puffs. 3 of them is like maybe a hit than a full joint.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting like 150 puffs out of one, for like 30 quid.
You want to get that can card and a prescription, and after a year, you don't even have to pay anything for it.
Exactly, bro. Do they do them in Scotland, though?
Well,
I don't know.
You technically don't have to pay for it if you've got a wee gorilla fucking in the middle of the nowhere.
Well, they don't, yeah. The one guy that I was watching his videos on YouTube, he was saying that like it's a little bit fucked at the moment, but hopefully they'll be making it so that anyone with a prescription will be able to grow a plant at home, you know?
Well, see, when we were in the European Union under the Horticultural Act, fucking Section 30, fucking A or something, you were legally allowed to grow 6 plants for fucking your own personal medical use. And we've
that is why they didn't bother actually prosecuting anyone for less than 6. Yeah,
and that's what it was because of.
As long as you've got a medical condition, you can do that. I think.
I definitely fucking have. So I'm going for it. I've got like 10 days till my doctor's appointment, and then I'll have to speak to a like the cannabis medical place, and then I'll have to speak to the doctor again, and then maybe I'll get something.
The other day, he's got 3 big massive ones, guys. They're not budded yet, but they're massive.
Mm-hmm. I'll get the can card, then I'll get the prescription.
Well, yeah. Tyrant, I'm not saying anything, mate, but I know there's at least 4 big, massive roundabouts in Fife within so many miles of my house.
And you've got them planted?
Yeah. Right in the middle of the roundabouts.
Then what, guys? We've got the perfect weather for it if you do it right.
You can only do autos outside.
Aye, if you do it with curtains, you're better doing it with curtains.
Can he?
Well, this guy is in but it's in a greenhouse, eh?
You mean clones? That's what you want, clones.
Aye, but you can't finish them. You can't really finish them here.
What,
because the time our sunlight goes to the flowering thing, we're already into winter before you can finish them.
So you need to actually put them under light by that point.
Aye. And by
When
that
they
point,
get
if
to a
you're doing
certain
them
size,
outside,
they'll just move them.
they're 2 meters tall. That's why you have to do
But you've got a
autos.
massive fucking shed anyway. You've got a bar.
But you're better doing autos,
Aye.
because
definitely.
if you plant it, it's like a week before May, and you plant every week up until now, you can probably, and you say you pick 5 in a week, you can have about 80 plants done in a year.
This guy's only doing 3, but they're
Know
massive
that
already.
happens. Know that happens. That's just mathematical,
No, that's just
educational purposes.
You can do
purposes,
3 grows in a year away off the same plant.
but you
if
can't
do it
take
right.
cuts photos.
That's greenhouse, I mean.
Aye.
With lights in that.
Aye.
I've
Indoor
seen some houses in my time, guys. Honestly, you're talking 10,000 plants in that, guys. It was crazy.
Aye. I mind that one in Leslie got them done about 15 years ago.
There was one in Glenrothes the other week, a shop in the town centre.
Aye.
Or was it Kirkcaldy?
Well, there was one
It
at Caskyburn. The guy owned the Jade restaurant and that, he was had like 4 flats that were empty. He was a landlord and then knocked through all there was.
But then they've got these planes that go across and check, and they can see the
And
heat coming off
helicopters, yeah.
it.
But you can shield against that, though.
Well, see
Can
if
you
you've got
shield
see if you've got a mate that works for a company that goes into like cities and that and surveys flats for fucking heat loss. You get access to the cameras,
Oh, right. So you can basically delete it for them.
Now you can go along and check your mate's house for him, make sure he's fucking
And
fine
make
and
sure
dandy.
it's all right,
Aye, lad. And the police can't do nothing because their cameras can't pick it up either.
Well, tell your mate to keep checking. I'm joking.
But they're proper fucking like no just wee things that you put on your phone. These are like FBI approved bot for America
these are radar
cameras.
training things, aren't they? They can see right through everything.
Aye, pretty much. They can detect water leaking from the inside your house while they're on the outside your house. These cameras
Aye, they're fucking nuts, mate. But that's that A1 that we're talking about. Everything's advanced now. They can everything.
Anyway, I'm going to get going too because
I've got to go.
Right, guys, I appreciate you coming on, man.
No, I appreciate you
man. It's been a good convo.
being on, you know.
And I had a good wee night, guys. 7 hours, 50 minutes, and I think I was on for 3 hours before that.
Is Wingnut still here?
He's there somewhere, but I think he might be off.
Might be off or asleep. I don't know.
He maybe fell asleep.
I dropped off the other night on one by accident.
I'd done it drunk the other week, yeah.
Right at the end, it was.
Well, I'm expecting a backlash because I've still never been on Anne-Marie's panel yet. And
well, Anne-Marie was good enough to let me on hers. There you go.
Good night
when I was
to you,
boycotted. And that was after I fell asleep on the other end. My Good night, Anne-Marie. I appreciate you coming.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Same.
Right, guys, take care.
We'll shut it down. I appreciate you all coming in, guys. And
No, respect, guys.
Peace out. Go and subscribe and make sure I've got you notifications on for you all, guys.
Don't forget that one Peter Pope and watch that video.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely going to do that too.
Yeah, everything's in there. You know, if you write it all down.
Yeah. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Take care, guys.
Catch you in a bit. Appreciate